1. Owen ran as fast as he could through the woods. The suffocating dark of night was paralyzing. Everywhere he looked, he could see shuffling between the trees. Branches stretched out like monsters, scratching at his face. His movement was unsteady, the ground beneath his feet wobbly, and he knew he could take a more steady route if he had the time. But he didn't have the time. Not with who were out there. Not with who were chasing him. The night was as humid as the day. There was no differentiation between the two anymore. Sunset offered no respite from the day's intensity. It had been a brutal summer. The old people who were left and had made it this far, all credit to them, were dying in their masses. Owen didn't have the luxury of an accurate thermometer, but he knew the heat was passing 40 each day. He didn't know why exactly. He figured it had to be related to the blackout, which was a good 4 months ago now. Perhaps the blackout, sparked by an EMP or something different, had sent the temperature skyrocketing, shifting something in the weather patterns. He didn't know. He couldn't know. How could anyone really know anymore? He didn't have much time to worry about it right now. He could only run. He heard nothing but the pounding of his footsteps against the ground, the crunching of fallen branches underfoot. There was no breeze. No bird stirred as he ran. Crippling anxiety tightened its death grip around his stomach. It threatened to stop him in his tracks, send him keeling over to the ground. But he had to push through it, because he was lucky to be away. Nothing was worse than being back there. Nothing could be worse than what he'd found, what he'd seen. He lived with 4 other people on a small camp just outside these woods. They'd been together since the early days. 5 blokes, all separated from their families, all thrust into this world alone, brought together by circumstance. They weren't exactly survivalists. Owen, in particular, didn't come from a very practical background. He used to be an ICT assistant in a local school. He knew more about coding and formatting than hunting and foraging. But he'd been forced into a new world and forced to adapt, fast. He'd done what he had to. He'd learned ways to hunt, learned how to create shelters, learned how to filter water and how to start fires. And a lot of it was trial and error. Occasionally, you ate the wrong kind of berry and ended up puking for days. Sometimes the water didn't filter properly, or a fire didn't start properly, or flies got to the deer you'd spent hours trying to catch, rendering a whole number of meals useless. And those setbacks were tough to take, especially when life itself was on the line. But you just had to keep on going. You couldn't let it grind you down. You had to step up and be a leader in your own way. You had to own your decisions, fully stand behind your choices no matter what they were or how deadly they might be. This world didn't favor the passive. He looked back over his shoulder as he raced into the darkness. He breathed rapidly. His heart pounded. He swore he saw movement approaching as colors from exhaustion filled his eyes. It all started when Malk went missing. Malk was the younger of their group and the fittest. He was ginger, with a long beard that he took too much pride in. He was well-built, muscular, and remarkably he seemed to be maintaining his muscle tone, even if daily recommended calorie intakes were a thing of the past. He was athletic, practical, and good to have on side. But he'd disappeared, just like that. One morning, Owen and the others woke up and he was gone. They debated what had happened for a while that day. Maybe Malk had just taken off alone, decided to make a break for it himself. He was a whole lot better at this whole surviving business than the rest of them. Maybe he fancied his chances without them holding him back. But then, no. Owen knew Malk. He was a loyal guy. He was always honest. When he didn't think something was right, he'd say. When he was having doubts about their course of action, or about any of them in particular, he'd always express his feelings. It might be frustrating sometimes, hearing Malk telling you that you were holding the rest of the group back, or that you were a shit hunter, or that you couldn't trap a fly in a room full of Venus flytraps, let alone a squirrel in the middle of the woods. But he was honest, and that was the important thing, the sticking point. Owen had gone out to find him, to see if he could track him down. He'd found something that sent shivers up his spine. And now he ran, back into the night. He'd got lost some time earlier, found himself by a stream he thought he recognized. He decided he'd follow it. If it were the stream he thought it would lead him right back home eventually. But he'd come across something else on his travels when the darkness arrived. A camp. A camp right in the middle of the woods. A flame-lit camp. He'd stopped, approached it. There were some loons out there, but most people were willing to help if you made it clear you weren't a threat, especially if you could offer some item or skills for barter. He'd gone to approach that place, and then he'd seen it. He'd seen him. He'd seen what they'd done to Malk. The way his dead eyes stared back at Owen, terror in them, fear on his face. And then Owen had done the only thing he could. Run. He kept on going. The anxiety was crippling. The stitch tore through his chest. He could feel himself slowing down, feel himself needing to stop, needing to take a break. And all this time he had to tell himself he wasn't lost. He was closer to home. He was getting closer to camp. He had to get there. He had to warn his friends, tell them what was out there, tell them about Malk. He dreaded the thought, but he knew it was what he had to do. He went to take another step when he slipped and fell to the ground below. The hard earth punched him in the face, made his teeth sting as he lay there, flat. He felt the urgency to get back to his feet, to start moving again. He couldn't afford to wait around. He couldn't afford to delay. But he was somewhat grateful for the rest, too, the momentary respite. He looked up and he saw something up ahead. There was a tree to his right. It might be dark, but he'd recognize that tree anywhere. It was unlike any other. It reached across one of the others, a branch curving its way against a companion, like it was holding it, or trying to suffocate it. He smiled. He pushed himself up. He was close to home. He knew where to go from here. Only about 15 minutes if he ran as quickly as he could. He went to run when he heard something. At first, he thought it was his mind playing tricks on him again. He was exhausted. He was bound to be a little delirious. He went to keep moving when he heard it again. The shuffling, the movement in the trees beside him. He froze. The hairs on his arms stood on end. That anxiety crippled him, gnawed right away at his stomach, made him keel over a little. He swore he felt a patch forming on his trousers, his bladder weakening. He couldn't hold back. He had to keep moving. He went to move again, jogging, unable to sprint. 15 more minutes. That's all it was. He was close to home. He could make it. He could warn the others. He could... Shuffling either side of him. He stopped, froze, stood there in the dead of night, heart pounding, teeth chattering despite the heat. He looked to his left, didn't see a thing. To his right, nothing there either. He gripped his sweaty fists together. Maybe it was just an animal. He'd heard rumors of animals on the loose, escaped zoo animals, lions, tigers. And the scary thing about his thoughts? He somehow found the prospect of escaped zoo animals the more preferable option at this moment. He shook his head, then he started running again. He wasn't getting anywhere by standing here. He heard something right behind him, something like laughing. He looked back. There was a light. Small, but definitely there. Enough for him to know for certain. They were on to him. They were here. He turned back around, looked ahead. His vision was fading, his eyesight blurring. And then he saw it. Enough to make him stop dead in his tracks. There was a figure standing right in front of him. Totally still. Totally calm. He stood there, and although it was dark, Owen could tell this man was smiling. "You really thought you could get away from us?" he said. He took a step towards Owen. "You really thought there was any chance we'd let you go the moment we saw you?" He walked right up to him, stopped, stared into Owen's eyes. His breath smelled like smoke, like meat, barbecued meat. "Go on," he said. "Go back to your camp. Go back to your people. I hope you find the comfort you seek." And then, just like that, he stepped to one side. Owen didn't know what to say or what to do. He could only stare at that figure as he stood there, hand raised. "Go on," he said. "What are you waiting for?" So Owen did the only thing he could. He ran. His running picked up. That sense that he was being followed, being hunted, increased. There was something so wrong about this, an inevitability to all of this. And yet he still ran, even if he felt his fate was already sealed. He must have run for 15 minutes like this until he finally reached his camp. He looked at the tents, saw the 3 figures sitting before them, which was strange in a way. They were so still, so... "Gary," he said, there's something, He stopped, because when he reached Gary, he realized something. Something that made anxiety finally cripple him once and for all. Gary was missing a head. All 3 of them were sitting upright, missing heads. Owen dropped to his knees. Tears streamed down his cheeks. He had fully pissed his pants now. "No," he said. "No." He heard footsteps right behind him then. And then he felt a blade touch his neck. "I'm sorry," that familiar voice of the man said. "But if it's any consolation, this was an inevitability. It was how it was always going to end up. And you're serving something much greater than yourselves. Rest well in that knowledge." Owen closed his eyes tight. He felt the blade slice his throat. A momentary blast of pain as that blade kept on slicing. A struggle for breath. And then the colors filled his eyes, and everything went dull. Chapter 2. Jack looked out at the caravan site and smiled. It was late summer. 3 months had passed since the conflict with Logan, since the death of his son. It was still the first thing he thought of when he woke, every single day. There was a brief moment when he regained consciousness that he wasn't aware of anything, where he was totally content because he couldn't remember. And then he remembered, and it punched him in the gut. But he kept on getting up and out of bed. He kept on forcing himself to get ready, to face the day. In the early days, it was difficult. It was the hardest thing he'd ever had to cope with alongside the death of his other child, India, several years ago. The anger, the pain, the guilt, the sleeplessness and the anxiety about it all making it so much worse. But they were on the move in the early days, shifting between camps, and in a way, the quest to survive occupied the majority of his thoughts, pushing his grief to the background of his consciousness. But now they'd been at Heathwaite's caravan site for a month, and things had, well, they'd settled. He looked out of the caravan door, past the little rectangular garden area, down the pebbled driveway and across the road, over at the sea. They'd approached this place with trepidation when they first got here, because of course any new home like this always deserved the right levels of caution. He'd noticed people here, life here. And that had made him even more cautious, because he'd seen the depths people could sink to when they so desperately wanted to defend their home. He'd seen the depths he'd sunk to. But the people here, around 20 of them total, had let them in. The leader of this place was called Gregory. He was a decent guy, generous, pragmatic. But he had a bit of a problem with blind faith. He was too invested in this place. He glamorized it way too much. He didn't see the flaws that it blatantly had. But his heart was in the right place, and Jack had to trust him. The people of Heathwaite's gave them each a caravan, told them they were a part of their community, and gave them all responsibilities. Jack was partly responsible for maintaining the crops at this time of year, watering them, tending to them, growing them, nurturing them. There were all kinds, from tomatoes to chives, potatoes and oats, and beyond. And the caravan site, Heathwaite's, had a lot of fields surrounding it that they could put to perfect use, although their agricultural expansion was very much in its infancy. Their animal numbers were low. They mostly relied on chickens since the cows had fallen sick. It was a blow, but one that Gregory was keen to frame as nothing more than a hurdle. In a sense, forgetting everything else, there was something comforting about stepping back and being subservient again. He never thought he'd admit that. He'd always seen himself as something of a lone ranger, which by extension made him a leader. But he was happy to take orders now. He was happy to be a follower. He felt a nudge to his right and saw Villain staring up at him. He crouched down, ruffled Villain's fur. "You okay, lad?" Villain let out a little grunt of contention. This journey had been tough on him, too. He might be an animal, but everyone missed their home comforts. One thing was for sure, though. He'd been a rock to Jack. Always had, and always would be. He walked alongside Villain to the bottom of the garden, which was filled with wildflowers, and saw Hazel across the road. She was sitting in front of her caravan, looking out at sea. Mrs. Fuzzles was sitting on her lap. Mrs. Fuzzles had really taken to Hazel ever since Wayne had died, and Hazel had taken to her in turn. Wayne was the one who had taken Mrs. Fuzzles into his care, so in a way, it seemed like she made Hazel feel close to him now he was gone. It had been tough on Hazel, what happened to Wayne. It had been hell for Jack, but nothing on what it had been for Hazel. She was the one who had brought him up. She was the one who had raised him. And then he was gone, snuffed out in a brutal conflict that never had to happen, just like that. But she was coping so well, and he'd be here for her, through all of it. Jack walked across the road over to her side. "Morning." Hazel looked around at him as if she were waking from a trance. There was still a distance about her, still a disconnection from reality. She was paler, thinner, a haunted look to her eyes. But at the same time, at least she was settled here. They were all settled here. "Hi," she said. She didn't say much. She never did. The connection between them was tenuous at best. The demons of the past still haunted them, and they couldn't have been made easier by Pete, her husband, Jack's former best friend's disappearance either. But they had been united by tragedy. The worst kind of tragedy. It was ironic in a way. India's death had torn them apart. It felt like Wayne's death had brought them back together. What a horrible, brutal irony. "Just off to work," Jack said, making small talk as well as he could. Hazel nodded. Mrs. Fuzzles didn't growl anymore. She just sat on Hazel's lap and purred as she stroked her. "Looks like it's going to be another warm day." Jack looked out towards the Irish Sea, looked at the gradually rising sun rippling on the water. "Yeah," he said, as if it was even a surprise anymore. The days had been intense. The thermometers had cracked 40 on a number of occasions. Jack could be under no doubt that the solar event was responsible in some way. It couldn't be mere coincidence. But it was winter he worried about. Would that be warm too? Or would it take a turn for the extreme? There was no point fighting it. One way or another, eventually, they were going to find out. There were so many things he wanted to talk about with Hazel. So many things he wanted to discuss. So many things he wanted to get off his chest. He wanted to apologize for the past. He wanted to tell her how much he wished he'd stayed with her. He wanted to tell her how he felt about her. How he still felt about her. There was still so much between them that needed to be out in the air, that needed to be addressed. But this wasn't the moment. It was never the moment. "I should, Yeah," Hazel said. "You have a good day." Jack smiled. "You too." He lingered for a few seconds. Villain growled at Mrs. Fuzzles, who didn't look remotely bothered by anything. And then he turned and walked. His walk to work was nice. a 5-minute stretch right through the caravan site. He passed familiar faces on his way. He saw Harry, a well-built blonde guy who was getting along well with Bella. He passed by Candace's caravan. She worked with the cattle. Then there was Emma's caravan. Emma was one of the only kids here, so she had private lessons educating her about the essentials of survival in a world like this, as well as the lessons that would make sure she was ready if ever the power did come back on. All of his people were here, and they were happy, or at least as happy as they could be. He took a deep breath, smiled. Then as he made his way to the fields, he saw something. There was someone in the distance beyond the caravan site. 3 unfamiliar faces, lurking around the fields. Instinctively, the hairs on his neck stood on end. He saw them as a threat. He wanted to go over there, deal with them, imprison them, or worse. But then he felt those ties around him suppressing him from doing a thing, and he walked back towards Harry. "You okay, Jack?" Jack looked over his shoulder, back towards the people looking around their caravan site. "There's some people over there. Probably worth checking out." Harry wiped his glasses, rested them on his nose. He didn't seem too concerned. "Armed?" "Not that I could see, but—" "Stolen anything?" "No, but I think you should—" "Probably just passers-by. We get a few of them. It's not just us surviving in this world after all. Relax, Jack. It'll be cool." Jack saw Harry's smile, and it turned his stomach. He liked Harry, but he didn't like what his nonchalance represented. Because these people could be enemies. They could be a threat. But... He nodded. "You're right. I'm probably just being paranoid. Have a good one, anyway." "You too, mate. Bit of tennis later if you fancy it." "Getting pasted by you again? Think I'll give it a miss." He laughed as he walked away. But his happiness was only on the outside. He couldn't bring himself to look over to the edge of the caravan site, over towards those people. He wanted to deal with them. Those ingrained leadership instincts were picking up and threatening to take control. But he wasn't a leader anymore. Bad things happened when he was a leader. He didn't make the decisions anymore, and it was for the best that he didn't. He walked over towards the crop fields. When he finally glanced over towards the edge of the woods, the people lurking around had gone. Chapter 3. Later that night, after the day's duties were completed, Jack sat with the rest of his people around a campfire down by the beach. It was something of a tradition of theirs. Every Wednesday night, they'd light a fire in memory of the ones they'd lost. It kept them together, kept them close. It reminded them of what they'd lost, so that nothing like that ever happened again. They couldn't afford anything like that happening again. They'd already lost far too much as a group, and as individuals, too. The night was humid. It wasn't much cooler than the day, in all truth. There was a thickness to the air that made it hard to sleep at night. Sleep wasn't something Jack got in abundance anymore. It was a luxury that he took whenever he could get it. But sleep didn't bring him peace. It was moments like these, sitting around the fire with the people he cared about, which brought him peace. The sea crashed against the coast. A gentle breeze accompanied the water. It was relaxing, sitting here on the rocks, listening to it. Took him back to better days. Days long gone. Hazel sat opposite him, Mrs. Fuzzles glued to her side. Candace was here, as was Bella. Harry had come along with her. There was a weird reluctance from Jack to let him into their little circle at first, but he looked out for Bella. He seemed genuinely empathetic about what had happened with Wayne. And then there was Emma. Emma was a quiet girl. It was hard to know how to handle someone like this, not only a kid who had been thrust into a world that no child should ever have to withstand, but also someone who had once been on Logan's side. It was different with Candace. Her traveling with Logan was a companionship of convenience. With Emma, it was different. She had genuinely liked him. She had genuinely seen something in him. And the fact she'd had to stand against him had torn her apart in ways Jack dreaded to think about. In a world without power, morals were a very murky beast. Tonight should have brought respite, as they held fresh chicken skewers over the flames. It should have brought comfort, like it always did. But there was something else on Jack's mind. He couldn't stop thinking about the group on the outskirts of the caravan site. He couldn't stop thinking about the state of some of the crops. He couldn't stop thinking about what was next. "You okay, Jack?" It was Candace who spoke. She always had a way of figuring out when something was on his mind. "I'm okay," Jack said, barely eating any of the chicken skewer. "It's just—" "Go on," Candace said. "Speak up. You know what we do if we have any issues. We air them. It's what keeps us close, right?" Jack gritted his teeth and sighed. "I'm just starting to get the feeling that there's something else for us out there." Candace frowned. Hazel frowned. Everybody frowned. "What?" "This place is good. I'm not discrediting or belittling that in any way. It's comfortable. There's a decent area for crops. Our links are okay, but—" "This better be a good but," Candace said. Jack knew he was fighting a losing battle already. "It's not sustainable," he said. "Not in the long term, anyway." "Not sustainable?" It was Harry who spoke now. "Mate, we have crops. We have good hunting routes. We have chickens." "The crops aren't in perfect condition. The water supplies are too limited. The bulk of the crops won't last the summer, let alone whatever winter that's coming. The location isn't right for them, especially not to feed 20 people. The water filtration systems we have are archaic. We need to set up something better, something more automated. As for animals, the chickens and the geese are great, sure, but they're not enough. If something happens to them, just like happened to the cows, we're down to just hunting, and we're not good enough at it." "Speak for yourself," Bella said. "We're not good enough at it," Jack said. "We're good enough to catch the odd animal, sure, but again, not to feed everyone here." Nobody spoke. The fire crackled before them. "I'm sorry to put a damper on tonight," Jack said. "I'm sorry to just drop things on you all like this, but it's the truth, or at least it's the truth as far as I see it. This place isn't sustainable, not in the long term. So it's about time we started thinking about the next step." "And what do you propose?" It was Hazel who broke the silence. She looked at Jack with narrowed eyes. "Well," Jack said, "seeing as you ask, I think we should warn everyone here about what I've observed, the people on the edge of the woods, and—" He stopped. This didn't feel comfortable. It felt too much like leadership, too much like he was the one responsible. He'd been there before. He'd made pledges never to go there again. But he was only sharing his opinion, his professional opinion. "And what?" Hazel asked. Jack went to speak. He saw the rest of the group staring at him, and he froze, because this felt too familiar. And the last time this had happened, he knew everything that had followed. His people had every right to be skeptical. He was just as skeptical himself. "I'm only saying what I think's best." "You've made decisions for us in the past," Hazel said. Jack felt his muscles weakening. "Don't go there. Please, please don't." "Hazel," Jack said, You've led this group before. You've made decisions for us, and look where they got us." "Don't. They got our son killed." Jack heard the words like a bucket of ice covering his body. Candace looked at Hazel now. "Hazel." But the way she said it, and the way she looked, Jack knew she agreed with Hazel. She was just too sensitive to put it out in the open in quite the same way. "We aren't going to find anywhere better than here," Hazel said. "We aren't going to find anywhere with this kind of land and this kind of shelter. And we can grow, we can build. This isn't static, and it isn't set in stone. And you're willing to give all that up for what? A paranoid hunch?" Jack opened his mouth to protest. Hazel cut in first. because we've been here before, and last time it got people killed. It got our son killed." She said it again, and Jack felt the thorn digging in once more. The reminder, again, not that he needed it. He wanted to stand up. He wanted to protest. He wanted to make it clear that this wasn't just a paranoid hunch. It was his honest feelings. But then he closed his mouth. He looked into the fire. He backed down. He knew his place now, and he had to be happy with that. He didn't want to be leader. He didn't want to be in that position again. And that's how things had to stay. Chapter 4. Jack stayed out on the beach a lot later than the others. He stared into the smoldering embers of the fire and listened to the waves. He didn't need a jacket because it wasn't cold. It was never cold anymore. It was just him and Villain, sitting together by that fire, staring. He wasn't thinking of anything in particular. His thoughts just kept drifting back to that conversation he'd had with the rest of the group earlier, expressing his concerns about this place, questioning its long-term sustainability, only to be met with the brutal reminder from Hazel that he was responsible for the death of their son, that the last time he'd gone down a path of uncertainty and mistrust, it had almost destroyed them all, that the last time he'd made the calls, it had ended in tragedy and disaster. His concerns were legitimate. He was sure of that. But what if Hazel was right? What if this was just paranoia? It couldn't just be a coincidence that he'd seen the group lurking around the campsite earlier, and now he was feeling this way, right? He took a deep breath, and then he heard footsteps. Villain looked up. Instinctively, Jack felt a defensiveness. "You don't have to worry," the voice said. "Only me." Jack's tension slipped away immediately as Candace appeared around the other side of the fire. She sat right before him, looked at the embers. It was just the pair of them, Villain aside. Jack didn't say anything to her, not at first. He just sat there, patted Villain on his head. "I was thinking of heading to bed in a sec." "What happened earlier?" Candace said. "With Hazel." Jack turned away. He wanted to leave this conversation immediately. He didn't like the direction it was going in. "Really, it's getting late. We should be heading off to—" "She doesn't mean it," she said. It hurts her. What happened? Just like it hurts you. Just like it hurts me." Jack nodded. He appreciated Candace was only trying to comfort and reassure him, but he knew she was lying. "She does mean it," he said, "because it's true." Candace sighed. "Don't you go slipping into self-pity." "It's not slipping into anything." "You shot Jean. You've owned that. You tried to work towards resolution. You tried to de-escalate things. But you didn't pull the trigger on your son, Jack. It was Logan who did that. He was the one who was responsible, and he's gone now. Long gone." "Try telling Hazel that. She blames me for the death of our son, just like she blamed me for—" He stopped then. His words had trailed off. "You know, before I met you, I thought you were a real bastard." Jack raised his eyebrows. "Sounds about right." "All I saw was one thing, one side of the story. You walked away from your son. You left him. I saw Wayne's hatred of you. I saw how much he despised you. But then I met you, and as much as I've wanted to hate you, I can't. You stepped up. You went through hell, sure. You made some mistakes, but then we've all made mistakes. We've all done things we regret for one reason or another. But you owned your mistakes. As painful and as destructive as those mistakes may have been, you owned them. And that sets you apart from a hell of a lot of people, more than you realize." "But none of it matters, Candace. Wayne's gone. That's all Hazel will ever see, all any of you will ever see. I was leader when that happened, so I was the one who—" "This problem," Candace said, cutting him off before he could wallow in self-pity anymore. "The talk about the long-term future of this place. Is that something legitimate? Genuinely? Or is it just paranoia? Jack sighed. He thought about what to say, what he truly believed, and he wrestled with that idea of leadership once again. I think this place has issues, but perhaps those issues can be resolved. And how can they be resolved? I guess gathering some cattle from a nearby farm would be a start, or at least building some kind of alliance, a trade agreement of sorts. Some of our crops in return for something of theirs. But you think the crops aren't going to last, right? Jack scratched his head. Like I said, I have my concerns. I think this place is vulnerable. It's on low ground. Anyone approaches us and they could easily cut us off and surround us if they wanted to. But maybe you're right. Maybe you're all right. We aren't going to find anywhere better. Anywhere we go, there are going to be problems. Perhaps this is still the best option we've got after all. Candace was quiet for a while. He looked up from the embers and saw her looking in his eyes. What? He asked. If you really believe something, Jack, something you actually understand, then you should fight for it, no matter what the consequences may be. If you really believe in something, you should fight for it. You don't always get to choose leadership. Leadership chooses you. He looked away, not really taking her words in. It was too hard. Fighting for what he believed was just too taxing. He looked at her and half smiled. Hazel was right. I'm probably just paranoid. Candace shook her head, looked like she was going to contest. Then she sighed. You can't blame yourself forever, Jack. If something doesn't seem right, you have to express that. You have to step up to the plate. There's a balance. Be careful how you walk it. They sat there a little while longer, quiet, watching the embers fade. I should head to bed, Candace said. Me too, Jack said. She stood first, went to head off. You heading back to your place? Nah, Jack said. I will, but I'll be right behind you. Give me 5 minutes. He saw the uncertainty in Candace's eyes. Then he saw her smile and walk off. He looked back at the embers of the fire, stared at them, villain by his side. It was another 2 hours before he finally left for his caravan. And all that time, all he could think about were the consequences of stepping up and how he could never face them again. Chapter 5. She ran through the woods as quickly as she could. The night was illuminated by stars. It was nice being out here, able to stare up at them. Sometimes, when she was at his camp, she looked up at the stars. Usually when she was involved in something she really didn't want to be involved with, when she was being forced to do something she really didn't want to do. Just stare up at the stars, try to count them. And the rest of the world, all her troubles, all her worries, just fizzled away. Her bare feet were sore as they collided with the rough earth. A stitch crippled her stomach. She wanted to stop. She wanted to give up and collapse to the ground. It wasn't the first time she'd felt this way. These days, she found herself feeling more and more like this all the time. It only seemed to be getting worse, which was why she had to get away. She didn't know where she was going. In a way, it reminded her of her childhood. She remembered running through the fields when she was away on holiday in France with school. The freedom she felt. She knew she shouldn't be doing it. She'd been told strictly not to stray too far from the grounds of their hostel. But she just needed to spread her wings and fly. She'd spent so many years suffocated that even the illusion of freedom felt so good. She'd been punished for it, of course, first by the school, then by her parents when she got home. But she smiled at the memory. It was worth it. Those few minutes of freedom were worth it. That's what this felt like. Freedom. Or rather, an illusion of freedom. Because he was still out there. And when she saw him again, she was in trouble. Big trouble. She shook her head, pushed those thoughts aside. It alarmed her in a way. When had she got so, well, Weak. She'd always been weak in the past. She saw that clearly now. She'd always been subservient to someone else. She'd always valued the opinions of others over her view of herself. Or rather, the lens of those opinions was how she gained her view of herself. But then she'd shaken free of that. She'd grown stronger. She'd started to value herself. She'd started to appreciate herself for who she was. When had everything gone so horribly wrong? She went to take another step when she felt it like a punch to the gut. The memory. She froze. It might be in her mind, but her reaction was physical. And it was visceral, the way he'd stood there. Then the way he'd... She shook her head again. The anxiety was crippling. She was so hunched over she could barely walk. She was shivering, even though the night heat was intense. She knew exactly why she was in the position she was in right now. She'd been lost after it happened. She thought she had started to value herself, but really what she'd done was value just how well she fulfilled her duties for others. For him. So when he'd gone, she was lost again. And that's when she met him. She shuddered at the memory. He'd picked her up when she was going through hell. He was harsh, but eventually he'd made her feel strong, and he'd made her feel valued. And even though she didn't realize it was even happening, she'd slowly been handing away control all over again. By the time she realized what she'd got herself involved in, it was already too late to do anything to break free. But no, that wasn't true, because she was here right now. She was breaking free. She forced herself to keep going, to keep moving. She couldn't wallow in the past. The past was done. It was settled. What she'd done, she couldn't change that. What she'd been through, she couldn't change that either. What she could do was embrace this moment, make the most of the situation in front of her, keep on running and hoping. So she picked up her pace. She ran through the trees, felt the fallen branches digging into the soles of her feet. She couldn't look back. She couldn't even let herself consider glancing over her shoulder, because this wasn't the first time she'd been running away. She thought of the last time. She hadn't got quite as far. She was so close to giving it all up. But then she'd looked back, and she knew where she was protected. She knew where she'd got the kind of support she needed. She'd gone back, and he'd been waiting. He wasn't happy with her, she could tell. He had that look to his eyes. But then he'd grabbed the back of her neck, stroked it, and told her he was glad she'd come back, glad she'd seen sense. But she had to make a small sacrifice. She felt the sharp pains on her back with every move, the lashings of that whip cracking until her flesh was bare. They'd scarred now, but the memory would always be there. The pain would always be there. It would never go away. She looked over her shoulder and regretted it immediately. She couldn't see anything back there, nothing but darkness. But it was the knowledge that mattered, the knowledge that she knew exactly what was back there. She thought about going back, thought about the pain she'd face, the suffering she'd encounter. And she had to bear it. She had to be willing to. If she couldn't, then the alternative was even worse, even more painful. Staying out here was even more dangerous. She went to take a step back when she heard something in the direction she'd been heading. She looked around, crouched, made her way through the trees. She stopped when she reached the edge of an open area, and then she saw it. In the brightness of the moonlight, she saw a caravan site. She saw the static caravans overlooking the sea. She saw fields of crops. She saw somewhere safe. She tightened her fists, dug a tooth into a bottom lip that had already been bitten away, and then she felt a slight smile creep across her shaking face. This place looked perfect. She just didn't know which perfect it was going to be yet. Chapter 6. Jack knew something was wrong the second he passed the small field on his way to work. It was the little chicken coop before the fields. Usually at this time of day, the hens in there were clucking away. Their geese, the Osmond family, as they were known, usually shrieked to wake them, bothering them, trying to force them out of their little wooden home. Donny Osmond, a female, somewhat confusingly, was always the ringleader. But there were no sounds. He looked over towards the coop. It wasn't his to investigate, wasn't his responsibility. But at the same time, he couldn't just let this slide. He'd got up early, barely got any sleep last night, but that was kind of par for the course these days, so it wasn't a problem. He looked at the corn planted before him. He could see already that some of the plants were going off and withering in the heat. They needed far more water than they had to spare, and a better water collection system to boot when what minimal rain did fall. He gritted his teeth, battled with staying put, with getting on with his job, and with going over to the chickens to investigate. "Stuff it," he said. "Come on, villain, let's go take a look, but no chasing them." They walked over towards the chicken coop together. There were people around, but not many yet. It was early. The sun had hardly risen, but it was clearly going to be warm again. Every day felt warmer than the last. Rain was something he longed for. It had been at least 2 weeks since the last downpour, and that wasn't exactly torrential. He looked over towards the caravans, then over the top of them towards the sea. He looked over at Morecambe Bay, which he could see from here. He wondered how many people were still surviving in Morecambe, whether the town had been emptied, just like every other town. He looked away from it, not really wanting to think about it, turned his attention to the chicken coop. He knew what the problem was right away. The chickens weren't gone. They were still sleeping away lazily in their coop. But their prized goose, Donny Osmond, she was gone. Jack scratched his head. He knew there was a good chance of a goose escaping. Maybe she just got tired of being here, fancied exploring elsewhere. But then there was that memory of those people lurking on the edge of their sight yesterday. That feeling in the pit of his stomach that they wanted what his group had, because at the end of the day, nobody could be trusted. He looked over to the edge of the woods, not really expecting to see anyone, when he froze. There was a woman standing there. She had a goose in her hands. Donny Osmond. Jack's first instinct was to go chasing after her, to hunt her down and stop her getting away. But then there was that opposing force, the one telling him he had to just back down, give up, or at least report it to somebody else. He didn't want to get involved, didn't want to engage, he didn't want to... He remembered something. The conversation with Candace by the fire last night. If you really believe in something, you should fight for it. You don't always get to choose leadership. Leadership chooses you. He remembered her words, and he found himself tightening his fists. He didn't want to do this. He didn't want to involve himself. But he could see someone stealing from them. He couldn't just back down and let this go. This wasn't leading. It was just reacting to a situation that needed dealing with. The woman stood and stared at him for a few seconds, realizing he'd seen her. And then she disappeared into the woods. He ran as quickly as he could, raced across the fields, crushing crops in the process. He knew it was futile. The woods were a good place to shelter. It was easy to hide in there. This woman had the advantage. But she also had Donny. And if Jack knew one thing about this bloody goose, it was that she was a racket when she wanted to be. He reached the edge of the woods, and he stopped. He stood there a few seconds, listened for a sound, footsteps, or the goose. He didn't hear a thing. He thought about just letting this woman go, telling the others he'd seen her flee but hadn't managed to catch up with her. But there was something else, that urge to make himself useful, and that nagging desire to lead that he was doing all he could to repress, all because he knew the disaster that came with it, all of it trying to burst out. He ran through the trees a little more, Villain by his side. He kept as low as he could, scanned his surroundings. She could be anywhere, laying low, racing off into the distance. He had no idea. But still, there was something rewarding about this pursuit, something freeing. He was about to take a right when he heard a shriek from Donny Osmond. He stopped, looked up ahead. Donny wasn't far away at all. He crouched down, heart racing. He pulled his knife out of his pocket just in case. He edged towards the goose, slowly, bracing himself for whatever might face him. He stopped when he was sure he was close. Donny was still shrieking. He found it strange in a way. Why would she be making a noise like that? There was only one way to find out. He held his breath, raised his knife, and then he pushed the branches aside. When he saw what was ahead, it wasn't quite what he expected. Donny was standing there hissing at him. She was on her own. Jack frowned, lowered his knife a little. "Donny, what are you—" He realized something then. Donny. She wasn't hissing at Jack. She was hissing at something behind him. Jack's muscles went numb. He turned around slowly. He saw her, right behind him. But before he could say a word, before he could even figure out what she looked like or weigh her up in any way, she cracked him across the head, and everything went black. Chapter 7. Jack was vaguely aware of a metallic taste right at the back of his mouth. He opened his eyes suddenly. Blinding light burned through, forcing him to close them again. Everything hurt. His head ached like mad, more so on the front of his skull than anywhere. It throbbed, and every throb felt like a knife digging in and twisting. Opening his eyes felt like hell. But he knew he had to, because there was only one way he felt this bad. Well, two ways. One was a hangover, and he didn't remember having a hangover for a long time. So there was only one other option. He'd been attacked. He squeezed his eyes open, gradually, and as his vision returned, he tried to gauge his surroundings. He could see trees above him, branches, leaves, a blinding, burning sun, making him drip with sweat, and making that banging headache even worse. He looked around to his right. Villain sat there staring at him, panting. Other than him, there was nobody there. As far as he could tell, there were no tents either. He wasn't camping. He was alone. Where was he? He reached for his head, put a hand to it, and felt a bloody lump. And then it hit him, the memory. The woman with the goose, Donny Osmond, running off into the trees, chasing after her, finding Donny there on her own, and then turning around and being whacked over the head. He didn't know where he was, and he didn't know where this girl had gone, but he knew she was nowhere to be seen, which meant she'd escaped. He only had one choice, especially now he'd been humiliated. He had to go back to the caravan site and forget this ever happened. "Come on, villain," he said. "Let's get—" He froze when he went to push himself up. The woman stood there, still holding Donny. She was thin, quite tall, very fair-skinned. Her dark hair was long and matted. Her eyes were wide, scanning every inch of him. She was dressed strangely, a long white dress, like she was a part of some kind of pagan cult or something. She looked at him with distrust. Donny was in her arms. "I'm sorry I had to hit you," she said, "but you were chasing me. Had to do something." Jack frowned, but even frowning sent splitting pains through his skull. I was chasing you because you stole from me." "I'm sorry about that, too, but everyone needs to eat." Jack looked at her, then at Donny. Poor thing looked quite relaxed in her arms. She had no idea what was ahead. "What are you—" "Why am I still here?" she asked. "Yeah, something like that." "Like I said, I didn't mean to hurt you. I just needed to put you down and get the measure of you. Your dog seems nice, which is a good thing." Jack looked over at Villain. He walked over to this girl, who ruffled his fur a little. Traitor. "Yeah, well, for someone eager not to hurt me, I'd say you didn't exactly do the best job." She smirked a little at that, like she found it amusing. Psycho. "I'm sorry, but you're okay now. Get back. Get some rest. Some water. She turned and started to walk. Jack shuffled to his feet, still a little dizzy. Wait. She stopped. Her back was to his. The dress didn't quite fit her. Jack could tell from here. It hung awkwardly from her bony shoulders. She turned around and looked at Jack. I saw you. That goose, she belongs to us. You can't just walk away, especially not without telling us what your deal is. Believe me, she said, it's better for your people if I don't tell you a thing. Jack wanted to let her go. He didn't want to make any decisions, but he wanted to know what her deal was. You watched me while I was unconscious, made sure I was okay. That's not normal behavior for someone stealing from another person in this world. Her face twitched a little, like she was trying to come up with an excuse for what she'd done. In the end, all she managed was a hesitant, I have nothing against you. She went to turn away again, but Jack kept on pushing. You had to steal from us, which means you're struggling. Are you on your own? She stopped again, but this time she didn't look back. She just stared off into the trees. In a way, she said. I'm not quite sure yet. I guess it depends on what I decide. None of this was making any sense. Your clothes, what you're wearing, if you don't mind me saying, it looks a little... It's what he makes us wear. Made us wear. It was the way she said he that did it. Shivers crossed Jack's body. The hairs stood on his arms. There was something haunting about this man's anonymity, something that made him feel uneasy. Who is he? Jack asked. The girl opened her mouth, then she stopped. She was staring off into space. She looked lost, caught in a trance. Hello? She looked back at him and quite visibly swallowed. You don't need to know who he is. Just be careful. She turned around again, went to walk. What's that supposed to mean? She didn't respond. Hey, he shouted. What's your name? She stopped again. This time she didn't turn around. My name, it doesn't matter. Names don't matter anymore, not in this world. Only actions matter. She started walking, quicker this time, Donnie still under her arms. You can't just walk away. That's my property. She looked over her shoulder. I'm sorry, but there's no such thing as anyone's property. Not until you take it. Jack shook his head. He didn't feel at ease about this in any way. You can't just walk away, Jack said. You steal from us, you attack me, you stick around and then start talking about some weird man who you sound pretty frigging worried about, if you don't mind me saying. Who are you? Where do you come from? She looked into his eyes, and this time, Jack saw something else. Something that made him feel totally uneasy. Jack saw fear. Your caravan site, she said. Heathwaite's. I shouldn't be telling you this, but you need to get away from there, far away. You don't want to be there, not when he arrives. The way she spoke was at odds with everything else she'd said. It was like a mask had slipped, and she was finally speaking the honest truth. What are you talking about? Jack stopped talking. The girl froze, mouth ajar, eyes wide as she held on to Donnie. Because just up ahead, Jack heard something. Footsteps rustling through the woods. Chapter 8. Jack heard the footsteps approaching through the woods and tightened his grip around the knife. He stood there, totally still, as the sun beamed down through the trees. Even though he was surrounded by nature, he felt totally exposed. He could hear those footsteps approaching, getting closer. And he could hear the voices, too, only faintly, barely even whispers, but audible. Enough to make the hairs on Jack's arms rise. But it wasn't the footsteps or the voices that scared Jack the most. What scared him the most was the way the girl who'd knocked him out, whose name he still didn't know, looked at him. The fear in her eyes. What? Get down, the girl said, holding on to Donnie's beak to stop her making a sound. Jack frowned. What's happening? It's them, she said. It's It's him." Jack felt nausea building, the way she said those final words. That final word, in particular, sent a shiver down his spine. "Who is this guy?" he asked. But there was no time to get an answer, because the girl crouched down and disappeared into the trees. Jack looked at where she'd gone. He looked ahead, over at the approaching people. On the one hand, he wanted to stay put and face them, see what their deal was. On the other, that look in the girl's eyes, that fear. And she knew them better than Jack. He thought about retreating, heading back to the farm. But there was more he wanted to know about these people. There was more he wanted to know about this girl. He touched Villain on the back of his neck and then bolted off into the trees, towards the girl. The trees grew thicker. There was no sign of anyone anywhere. The girl had gone, vanished into thin air. Jack didn't want to let her slip from his grip, not when she clearly knew so much about a possible threat on the horizon. He kept on running through the trees in the general direction of where he'd thought he'd seen her go. He wanted to call out for the girl, but then he didn't want to risk attracting the attention of those people either. He kept on going until he saw movement to his left. He stopped, grabbed Villain, urging him to stop too. There was someone moving between the trees. Jack stood totally still. He held his breath. He swore his heart was pounding so loud that anyone nearby would be able to hear it, or even feel it. That person moved further forward, further towards a gap between the trees. Jack had no choice but to move. He shifted over to the right, over towards a patch of tall grass. He crouched there, Villain beside him, trying to hold his breath, trying to keep his shit together. He clutched his knife in hand. That's when he heard them. Right in front of him, there were footsteps. There were lots of them, more than he first thought, although in the thickness of the woods, he couldn't figure out how many exactly, and they were just meters away from him, if that. They walked past him. He could see their bare feet just through the grass. Men and women all trailing these long white dresses against the ground, just like the one the girl was wearing. He watched them pass by, and he clung on to Villain's neck, praying he stayed silent, praying he didn't budge. And then he heard a growl. Villain was growling. His heart skipped a beat. A bolt of heat swallowed up his face. They'd hear him. If he didn't stop growling, they'd hear him. He watched those footsteps keep on moving by, and then he saw one of them stop. It was a woman. She turned, looked over in Jack's general direction. "Quiet, boy," he whispered, rubbing the back of Villain's neck. "Please, quiet." Villain's growling eased. The woman kept on looking in his direction. She walked closer towards him until she was just inches away, and he knew this was it. He knew his time was up. He held his breath, and then he heard it. A loud squeal from Donnie. He heard the woman stop, saw her turn around. Donnie hissed louder. The woman raced towards him. Jack heard a struggle, then a snap, and then Donnie's hissing and squealing stopped. Jack felt a mixture of emotions hit him as he lay there, flat on his stomach, Villain beside him. Relief that the woman had redirected her attention, but also sadness. There could be no doubts about the sound he'd heard. Donnie wasn't here anymore. But he couldn't afford to sit around, as urgency filled his body. The urgency to get as far away from these people as possible. He stood up and went to make a move to the right, and then he saw someone right in front of him. First, fear gripped him, tightened its intensity around his throat, and then he realized it was the girl who'd knocked him out. She had her finger to her lips. Jack didn't realize why at first, not until he looked just to their left and saw him. He was short, quite well built, bearded, with long dark hair trailing down to his shoulders and burning green eyes. He was a handsome guy in all truth. He was dressed all in white, and he had a smile to his face that Jack could see even though the guy wasn't looking right at Jack and the girl. He looked charismatic, and he looked generous. But there was something Jack couldn't put his finger on about him. Besides, Jack didn't need to be told who he was to know it was the he who this girl feared so much. He was right there, and when he turned around, he was going to see them. The girl nudged him. Jack looked into her eyes. She nodded, gesturing him to retreat. Jack didn't want to move. He wanted to know more about this girl. But then on the other hand, he didn't want to face whatever he might have planned. He shook his head, went to say something. Then she backed away, slightly, into the trees. Jack watched this girl get further away. He watched her disappear further into the woods. He wanted to go after her, to stop her leaving. He wanted to know more about her. And he wanted to know more about him. But all he could do was hide behind a tree as he looked around in Jack's general direction. For a solitary moment, Jack thought this man looked right at him, right into his eyes. He thought their gaze locked just for a second, and he thought he smiled. But then the man turned around and disappeared into the woods. Jack stood there for a while longer, alone other than Villain by his side. The girl was gone. The group was gone. He was gone. But Jack knew damn well this was only the beginning of something much bigger. Chapter 9. So let me get this straight. You're saying there's some kind of weird ritualistic cult out there in the woods right on our doorstep? You're saying one of them knocked you out, warned you about them, and then let you go? And you say they're all wearing, like, weird pagan-y gear? Jack heard Harry's words, and he couldn't help blushing. When he heard it broken down like that, it did sound a little embarrassing. But he couldn't lie. He was worried, and this wasn't just him being paranoid. He'd seen them, and he'd feared what they might be capable of. And the girl, as conflicted as she was, had warned him to make sure everyone got away from Heathwaite's before it was too late. It was afternoon, another scorching day. Sweat trickled down his forehead. He hadn't done much work at all. His forehead was aching more and more, the lump on it turning large, bruised, and nasty. He was standing in the main square near the old caravan site reception area. He'd been reluctant to call a wider meeting, especially because it was something people with responsibilities were more likely to do, but this seemed like something he couldn't avoid. Everyone was here, all of them staring at him, watching, looking to him for support. I know it sounds bizarre, Jack said, but I can't lie about what I saw. And isn't this a bit, well, Bella said. Jack frowned. A bit what? A bit convenient, Hazel intervened. Last night you were telling us all about how you're uncertain about this place. Today, you conveniently run into someone who tells you something's on the horizon. If you're trying to say this is some kind of elaborate conspiracy, try telling it to the frigging lump on my forehead. Nobody's questioning your intentions, Jack, Gregory said. He was the de facto leader of this place, an older guy with a large gray beard, friendly eyes, always smiling. People looked to him for the decision-making, for answers, and for security. Well, you have been skeptical about this place for a long time. You have to understand why people might question your motives here. And I understand that, Jack said, growing ever more frustrated. But I'm literally telling you there's something coming our way. A girl who escaped them. She literally told me this place is in danger. She told us to get away from this place. And you don't think we could deal with them? Gregory asked. Jack thought about them all drifting through the woods. They didn't look violent. If anything, they actually looked pretty peaceful. Aside from what they did to Donny Osmond, anyway, but that could be shrugged off as just catching food. But he couldn't shake the way that girl had spoken about them. He'd heard right from her mouth that the group weren't peaceful, that they meant harm. The people of Heathwaite's had to heed that warning. Why now? Hazel asked. Jack frowned. Why now what? You spend 3 months sinking into the background. Now you decide you want to be a leader again? Why now? That's not what this is about. It's about being ready for whatever's coming our way. If we don't, I fear something bad's going to happen, and I don't want to be the one to say I told you so. That's all. Silence followed, a few mutters amongst the crowd. Mrs. Fuzzles groaned as she sat awkwardly on Harry's lap. She looked bothered by something in the woods, intrigued. Eventually, Gregory sighed and stood up. You're right. We can't be melodramatic, but at the same time, there are people out there with ill intentions, almost certainly. We'd be foolish not to prepare for any kind of conflict. But that's all it comes down to. Preparation. We have people, and we have the weapons to deal with any threat that might come our way. We have what it takes to defend ourselves, so that's what we will do. Jack wanted to say that bravado wasn't enough. He wanted to tell Gregory that a bunch of knives wasn't going to do the trick when the bulk of the people carrying them weren't adequately trained, and the 2 rifles that the guards carried would only go so far with limited ammo. He also felt that urge to leave this place, to get on the road, to find somewhere new. It felt like the news of the impending threat backed up every doubt he'd had about this place for a long time. But then Gregory was the leader. He was the more rational one here. He was the one who made the important decisions. And Jack wasn't one to question that. He sighed and he nodded. I hope you're right. We increase the border checks at night, Gregory said. We make sure we know exactly what we're dealing with. We're going to protect this place if anything comes its way. You know that, Jack. You're just as willing to protect your home as anyone. Jack nodded. He looked around at all these people, the men, the women, the children. Then he looked back over at the woods. He swore he saw movement in there. But all he could do was swallow a lump in his throat as a light breeze drifted across the fields in their direction. And all he could do was think of the fear in that girl's eyes. You don't want to be there, not when he arrives. Chapter 10. Bella felt Harry's arms around her body, and she couldn't help smiling. It was late, early hours. She slept better these days, even without the aid of sleeping pills that she relied so dearly on in the old world. But tonight, something was bothering her. Something was keeping her awake. When she was in Harry's arms, she didn't mind, because he made her happy. She felt him tighten his grip around her and turned around. He was wide awake. His bright blue eyes peered into hers. He was smiling. What's keeping you awake? She asked. He puffed his lips. Oh, I don't know. A beautiful girl beside me, perhaps? Shut up. I'm serious. He leaned in and kissed her. I honestly don't think I've ever been so lucky. I bet that's what you tell all the girls. Harry smirked. Oh yeah, all those post-apocalyptic girls. They're in abundance, you know. Bella laughed. Truth be told, Bella and Harry were taking their relationship slow and keeping it quiet. She didn't want to jump into anything. She was still getting over what had happened to Wayne, after all. She'd never been with Wayne, but there had been a connection there between them that was undeniable. Losing him had been difficult to take, especially for someone as emotionally fragile as her. But Harry had made her transition to life at the camp easier. But truth be told, Harry said, I'm a bit worried about Mrs. Fuzzles. Bella frowned. What? Emma came to visit earlier, he said. You were already flat out. She said she hadn't seen Mrs. Fuzzles since earlier today. Neither has Hazel. And I guess I'm feeling a little guilty, 'cause I'm the last guy anyone saw her with. Bella yawned, rubbed her eyes. I'm sure she'll show up. Harry turned onto his back. Yeah, well, I should at least take a look around the block. I'm sure she won't have gone far. He climbed out of bed and threw some shoes on. Wait, now? Bella asked. You know what I'm like for my late-night walks. Yeah, but the people in the woods, the ones Jack told us about. You know what Jack's like, he said. He exaggerates. Besides, there's armed people on guard out there taking extra precautions. We have nothing to worry about. We're going to be okay. This place, it's too big for a bunch of crazy hippies to take. You know it, and I know it. Don't humor that guy's delusions, okay?" He leaned in to kiss Bella, but she turned away. "Whoa," he said. "Did I strike a nerve?" Jack sometimes acts a little paranoid, but his heart is in the right place. He only ever wants the best for his people." "And I appreciate that," Harry said, "which is why we're stepping up patrol and keeping a closer eye on this place. Gotta face it, Bella, we're doing everything we can. We're going to be okay. I'm going to be okay. Okay?" He leaned over towards Bella, looked into her eyes, and then this time, she kissed him. "Just make sure you aren't out there too long," she said. "I don't want you coming back here wearing a hippie dress." Harry smirked. "I'll try my best not to, although, let's be real, I'd pull it off, right?" Bella shook her head, unamused. Harry stayed there for a few seconds, looked down, right into her eyes. "I'm going to be okay," he said. Bella felt a churning sensation in her stomach, a reminder of a past abandonment. The death of her parents in the accident, going from a comfortable, loving family home to being made an orphan overnight. The mental strain that had on her, the way her life had unfolded piece by piece ever since. She thought about the spiral of darkness she'd fallen down, depression, mental illness, ending up in institutions for her own safety. She thought about the world before, and how little she felt like it was for her. And then she thought of the world since and how, well, freeing it was. Because it might be a world without power. It might be a world where survival was the priority above anything else. But it was an honest world. It was a world where she could be herself, where she felt like she fitted in more than she used to. It was a world where she'd fallen in love. "Make sure you do come back," she said. Harry sighed as he stood there by the door, blonde hair swept over his forehead. His twinkling eyes glistened back at her. His smile, so perfect, such a constant on his face. "I promise," he said. She watched him open the door, felt the warm night breeze sweep inside the caravan. Then she watched him turn away, step outside the caravan doors. The caravan door slammed shut. "You," she said. She lay there alone in the dark. She listened to Harry's footsteps disappear towards the woods, like they had so many times at night already. And then they faded, and in their place was silence. Chapter 11. It was only when Harry actually entered the woods that he started to feel a little afraid. It was pitch black. The night was still, and there was barely any breeze. There were no sounds other than his footsteps against the terrain, his own breathing. Everything was so silent. And tonight, something felt different. He'd come into these woods a number of times. He often came out in the middle of the night. He'd always enjoyed nighttime walks. He liked the serenity of the night. He liked how untouched everything was by people, how everyone who was out were all the same as him. There was a bond between them, a shared understanding. This should be something he was comfortable with. It should be something that put him at ease. But he didn't feel at ease at all. He'd passed by Guy and Krishna, the armed guards on night duty, about 10 minutes ago, told them he wouldn't be long. He just wanted to take a look for Mrs. Fuzzles. He was partly telling the truth, of course. He felt more secure seeing them there, holding their rifles, more at ease. But there was another reason for Harry being out here. He wanted to get a sense of who these people Jack feared were, weigh up whether they were a threat or not. He doubted it. After all, as decent as Heathwaite's was, he wasn't sure it was really worth attacking for any great resource. Besides, they were a pragmatic group. They were more than happy to work alongside others to a common goal. That was the essence of society now. A functioning society could only work if people came together. He'd learned that a long time ago. And fortunately now, 4 months in, Most people who had made it this far realized that too. But there was still that uncertainty. What if one group wanted it all for themselves? What if one group were takers rather than collaborators? His thoughts trailed off when he heard something to his right. A rustling. No doubt about it, a rustling in the night. He knew he shouldn't be worried, it was probably just an animal. But again, something had him feeling touchy. Something had him on edge. The knowledge of the unknown. They'd come across many groups since settling down at Heathwaite's. Most were decent. Some of them they'd worked up good trade ties with. Others, not so great. But they hadn't exactly threatened their existence. There was always a way to resolve any situation. There was always a common ground. Everyone was just trying to survive in this world, after all. But what if there was someone out there who didn't want to reach common ground? He ignored those thoughts and moved towards the rustling, knife tightly in hand. The closer he got, the more his concern grew. There was definitely rustling, definitely something there. He wanted to see it. He wanted to know. He wanted to take the fear of the unknown out of the equation. But at the same time, he wasn't sure he wanted to know. He shook his head, puffed out his lips. He was being ridiculous. He was tougher than this. He wasn't some little kid. The chances of there being a threat out here were slim. He was getting carried away with improbabilities. This wasn't a story, after all. This was real life. He pushed the bushes aside when he saw her. Mrs. Fuzzles was sitting there in the grass, staring at him. Harry lowered his knife and laughed. "Mrs. Fuzzles, what the hell are you doing out here?" He went to move towards her when she shot off into the distance. "No," he said. "Wait." He went after her. The darkness grew thicker, the silence stronger. He worried he'd lost her completely. And then he reached her, and something made him freeze, stopped him right in his tracks. Mrs. Fuzzles was sitting there, but surrounding her was something that made Harry's spine tingle. There was a circle of rats. All of them had been gutted. All of them in a perfect circle, Mrs. Fuzzles right in the middle of them. "What?" he said. He reached for her. She growled. "Come on," he said, heart picking up. "No time to dick around, cat. We've gotta—" Then he heard it. The rustling. This time behind him. He looked back. Nobody there. He shrugged it off, probably just being paranoid again. He needed to keep his shit together. Couldn't get carried away. He ignored the ring of rats, creepy as it was, and reached for Mrs. Fuzzles. She lashed out and scratched him. He yanked his hand back. "What the hell?" He looked at the blood on his hand, trickling down. Saw it, black in the moonlight. And then he looked into Mrs. Fuzzles' eyes and saw her staring right back at him. "Mrs. Fuzzles? What?" He felt it then. Something wrapping around his throat. Something sharp. Something tight. A bolt of fear filled his body, as did the sense that someone was right behind him. "Don't worry," a male voice whispered, holding that sharp wire around his neck. "It'll be over soon." He tried to struggle free. He tried to shout, tried to scream, but all he could do was stare down at that ring of rats. All he could do was watch as Mrs. Fuzzles licked her blood-soaked paws. And all he could do was fall to his knees in the light of the moon as that tightness got more and more suffocating. Chapter 12. Jack hadn't been awake for long when he heard the commotion outside his caravan. Someone was out there in the street making a scene, which was unusual for this time of the morning. He was still a little woozy, so he wasn't sure who it was right away. He thought about getting out of bed and telling them to shut up. But as he walked across the warm caravan floor and pulled his curtains aside, he realized something was wrong. It was Bella. She was speaking with Hazel. Hazel had her hands on her arms. It looked like she was trying to calm her down. There were a few other people around, too. Gregory stood to one side, arms folded. Emma was there, too. eyes narrowed, like she was scared about something, fearful of something Bella was saying. Jack's instinct was to close those curtains and head back to bed. If he buried his head in the sand, he didn't have to get involved. But then he tightened his fists. He couldn't just back away. He had to know what was going on, especially with his fears over what could be on the horizon, out there in the woods. He quickly got dressed, fed Villain some leftover goose eggs, which reminded him of Donnie, and then took a deep breath before stepping outside his caravan. It was another warm day. He could feel himself starting to sweat immediately. His mouth was dry, and his stomach cried out for food. He'd grab some food soon, but there was something else he had to address first. Now he was outside, he could tell Bella was louder than he'd realized. Once again, that reluctance expanded through his body. They were already dealing with Bella's problem, whatever it was. There was no reason for him to get involved. He was about to turn around when he noticed something. It was something Gregory asked, something that caught Jack's ear. "What time did he leave?" With those words, Jack knew what this was right away. Harry. It had to be Harry. Something had happened to Harry. So he walked down the stones, across the road, over to Hazel's caravan, to the scene of the commotion. Emma noticed him first. Bella was in a world of her own. She was rubbing her hands against her arms so hard that they looked sore. Her eyes were wide. She looked pale, like she hadn't got a lot of sleep. "What's happening here?" Jack asked. Hazel looked past Bella, over at Jack. She looked hesitant at first, as if she was picking up on his own reluctance to get involved. But eventually, it was Emma who cut in. "It's Harry," she said, confirming Jack's fears. "He's gone." Jack frowned. "Gone? Gone where?" "Into the woods last night," Bella snapped. He went to find Mrs. Fuzzles. She went missing. He goes out there at night sometimes, but never like this. He always comes back. Always." Bella sounded hysterical, like she was on the verge of cracking up. "I'm sure he probably just got lost or something." Bella glared at him. "Don't patronize me, Jack. You don't believe that for a second, do you?" Jack wanted to tell her he did believe it, but he couldn't lie. He was worried. Worried about the girl he'd run into in the woods. Worried about the people she'd told him about and the group he'd seen. Worried about him, whoever he was. So in the end, he didn't even attempt to dress things up to try calming Bella. "Has anyone gone looking for him?" Hazel sighed. "Guy and Krishna say they saw him leave in the early hours. Never came back. They're out looking for him now." Jack nodded. He was satisfied about that. A part of him really wanted to believe that this was all a misunderstanding, that he was going to turn up. But he had a bad feeling about this. "Guy and Krishna, they know these woods. They'll know what they're doing." Bella turned around and glared at him. "So you're suggesting we just sit around and wait?" "I'm suggesting we let them do their jobs. There's not a lot we can do." Bella shook her head. She wiped her eyes. "When did you get so weak?" Those words hurt Jack, because she knew damn well when he'd got so weak. What happened to his son had broken him. It had ruined his desire to lead ever again. And it wasn't just something he was able to just back away from privately. Those around him noticed. They saw what had happened to him, and they didn't like the person it was turning him into. He saw the disappointment in Bella's eyes, and he wanted to tell her he'd go out there himself and search for Harry. He looked at all these people, saw the way they glanced at him, like they too were begging him to intervene, to suggest something that would bring them hope. But then Jack just looked away and turned down the road. I've got work to do," he said. "Harry will show up. I'm sure of it." He could feel the daggers burning into his back with every step. He could feel his face burning red, and he could hear the words screaming in his head. "Coward. You're a coward. You killed your daughter, and you killed your son, and you're nothing but a lousy coward. He walked up the road, past more caravans. He passed by Bella's caravan on the way. He tried not to glance at it, tried to distance himself from what had happened. But in the end, he looked at it, and he felt sadness deep inside. He hoped Harry was okay. He hoped this wasn't to do with him. He kept on going down the road when he reached the open fielded area and looked to his left. He wasn't expecting to see anything, but there was something there. At first, he thought it was just Guy and Krishna. It looked like they were standing still, but they looked taller than he remembered, and thinner, a lot thinner. He walked across the grass, crunching his feet over dead crops. The closer he got, the more his heart started to race, the more nausea crept up into his mouth, because he realized exactly what this was. He stopped, right before them, stood there. And in the bright, burning sunlight, he could only stare. He heard voices behind him, muffled voices in the distance. When he looked back, he saw something that filled him with dread. Hazel, Candace, Emma, and... "Shit," Jack said. Bella. He walked across the field, over towards Bella, who was rushing towards Jack. She'd clearly seen what he'd seen, too. "Bella," he said, you don't want to see this." She looked at him as he held up his hands, tried to push her back. What is it, Jack? Who is—" "Bella, just turn away. Please, just turn away." He saw her eyes look over his shoulder, saw that confusion turn into recognition, and then that recognition turned into fear, and he knew it was too late. Bella let out a deafening cry. She collapsed to her knees, and as she lay there on the ground, screaming animalistic wails, all Jack could do was look back at those 3 wooden spikes sticking out of the ground. Severed heads stuffed onto them. Ants gnawing at the exposed flesh around the neck. The 2 guards, Guy and Krishna, on the outside spikes. And right in the middle, staring back with fear in his wide, vacant eyes, flies buzzing around his graying skin. Harry. Chapter 13. Jack watched the crowd around him descending into chaos. The heat today was particularly intense. The trend of the weather getting warmer by the day looked like it was continuing. Jack wasn't sure if it was partly psychological because of everything that had happened in this short day already, but whatever the case, he was roasting. His head ached. All around him, the discontented, concerned voices emitted a cacophony of sound. People were afraid, and rightly so. Bella was back at her caravan, staying out of the way. She was struggling naturally. She needed time alone to process things, as worried as Jack was about her. They'd keep an eye on her. All of them would. Jack had left Villain back at his caravan to chill in the shade a little. He felt lost without him, but he knew it was for the best. The sun was particularly blazing today. But the rest of the site's residents were here, all of them gathered in an emergency meeting, all of them debating what had happened, all of them trying to wrap their heads around its significance, but mostly trying to figure out what the next step should be. But it was all just noise. All Jack could focus on was that discovery. The heads on the spikes, right by the edge of the woods. The guards, Guy and Krishna, and Harry. He was a good lad. The only thing he was guilty of was going out there in the night and trying to find Mrs. Fuzzles. He didn't deserve what had happened to him. Nobody deserved that. And Bella in particular. She'd been through enough upheaval already, suffered enough loss already. And he'd already seen evidence that she could be somewhat emotionally erratic. He hoped she was going to be okay. She really liked Harry. It was going to take her a long time to recover, if she ever did. Jack had learned a thing or two about loss over the years. But right now, there was no order. Gregory was being bombarded with questions. Who had done this? Why had they done it? Where were they? Were they going to come back? And what had happened to the rifles Guy and Krishna carried? The only rifles their group had? And all this time, Jack could only feel a deep sense that he'd been right about this threat all along. He'd warned others about this group out there. He'd told them they looked dangerous. They hadn't taken him seriously. And now here they were. But at the same time, he knew he hadn't exactly put his foot down. He could only remember Candace's words. If you really believe in something, you should fight for it. So say this group decides to just come back, Candace said. Say they decide to attack more of us. What are we supposed to do then? Gregory shook his head, trying his best to maintain order. This is a setback, but it's... Don't say this was an inevitability or anything like that, Candace said. 3 of our people are dead. Dead without reason. We can't just sit back. We have to do something. We have to act. She looked around at Jack, waited for him to say something, waited for him to speak up. But then Gregory intervened again. It's a tragedy. Please do not think I'm belittling that. He had a calm way of speaking that put everyone's nerves at ease, if only for a few seconds. But we have to remember the world we're living in. People are violent out there. People have their own structures, their own ways of surviving. People have their own rules and their own livelihoods. What happened is awful. We can only get stronger from it. We can only learn from it. But it is a casualty of the world we live in, not a reason to abandon everything great we've built here. Candace shook her head. A few others spoke out against him, but not as many now. Most seemed to be on his side. His words seemed to have calmed them. We up security, Gregory said. We take special preventative measures. But whatever happens, this place will not fall. This home we've built, it will not fall, because we won't allow it to fall. A few people clapped at that. There was still some discontent, still some uncertainty, and Jack felt that trepidation, because these were just words. All this talk about preventative measures, it was bullshit. They were just platitudes. They needed backing up with actions. And what if it does, he said. He was hardly planning to speak. It was more his thoughts, and he'd said them aloud, a little louder than he'd intended. A few people turned to him. Gregory turned to him. Something to say, Jack? Jack felt goosebumps cover his skin. The pressure of the spotlight, the pressure of having to make a decision, having to make a call, it weighed down on him. I'm not sure we can keep kidding ourselves that what we have here is some perfect idol. It's not. It's flawed. And I'm not sure how much we actually gain from staying around here. Silence followed. People looked at Jack. Some of the people who Gregory had won over looked concerned again, like they weren't sure anymore. And Jack felt the opportunity to double down. He felt the chance to really drill his point home. But then he saw something, just over Gregory's shoulder, right on the horizon. Jack? Jack walked past Gregory. He walked past the people. He walked over towards the fields, and he stopped. Shivers crept up his spine. There was a man standing in the middle of the field right at the edge of the caravan site, 2 people beside him. The man was dressed all in white. He was smiling. Handsome guy, bright green eyes, bearded, had an air of charisma about him. Jack had no doubt about who this was. Him. He stood there as this man stared back at him, the 2 people beside him holding rifles. Guy and Krishna's rifles, also dressed in those long white robes. The man was holding something in his arms, too, smiling as he stroked her. Mrs. Fuzzles. Hello, he said. Who is the leader here? I believe we have something to talk about. Chapter 14. Jack stared at the man standing opposite, and he couldn't deny the fear building inside. The late morning air was still. There was no wind at all. There didn't seem to be any sounds either. No birds, no talking, nothing. Just silence, as those three people stood there, Mrs. Fuzzles in the arms of the leader, rifles in the hands of the two either side of him. Silence, as the rest of the Heathwaite's group stood behind him, waiting for something to unfold. "I asked a question," the man said. His voice wasn't sinister in any way. If anything, it was quite calm, quite pleasant. Too pleasant. "Who is your leader?" Jack wanted to step forward. He wanted to be the one to take some kind of responsibility here. He wanted to be the one who stood up to this man and told him he wasn't going to take any more of his people away. But in the end, it was Gregory who stepped forward, and Jack wasn't doing anything to stop him. He walked past Jack, walked over towards those three men, slowly. Every step was torture. Jack watched dried crops crumble underneath his footsteps, like even he had no regard for the project going on here anymore, like even a small part of him was doubting it. But all Jack could do was watch him walk, step by step, back straight, head raised, that air of peace on his face, that composure that he always emitted. But Jack had an awful feeling about this. He had a horrible sense that there wasn't a good ending here. He wanted to step in. He wanted to tell Gregory to hold back. He was a peaceful man. Jack didn't always agree with his blind optimism about this place, but his heart and his intentions were in the right place. He wanted to step in, but he couldn't. Because Gregory was leader. He had to respect that. He had to allow him to reach his own decisions about the right step for the group. Gregory stopped, just feet away from this man. The man stared at him, scanned him, head to toe. There was a pause, an awkward pause for just a few seconds. Then he moved Mrs. Fuzzles into his other arm and held out a hand. "The name's Matthew. Pleasure to meet you." He kept the hand held out, kept it raised. Jack wanted to go over there and slice it off, but Gregory lifted a hand, took Matthew's. "Gregory," he said. "Gregory," Matthew said, holding that grip. "I had an uncle called Gregory once upon a time, very fond of him. You remind me of him in a way. Got a similar presence about you." He kept that grip, held that smile. Those bright green eyes looked so friendly and yet so cold, like there was something not quite there about this guy. Finally, Matthew loosened his grip and released Gregory's hand. "Anyway," Matthew said, his voice the only thing that cut through the silence, "as I said, we have a lot to discuss." "We do," Gregory said, showing a glimmer of assertiveness that Jack was begging for. "Namely, our people. The condition we found them in. Was that you?" Matthew looked right into Gregory's eyes, scanned him quickly, head to toe, once again. And then he took a deep breath and sighed. "What happened to your people was regretful. I am sorry, truly. I would only ever act in such a way as a last resort." He sounded like he was going to continue talking, but he left it at that. A last resort? What was the last resort? But Gregory didn't ask. "I understand how this world works," Gregory said, like he was actually trying to appeal to this man's better side. A man who had just murdered Guy, Krishna, and Harry and stuck their heads on spikes right at the edge of their home. "I realize that different groups have different ways of living. They have different rules of survival. But we're a collaborative group. We communicate with other groups, trade with other groups. We're willing to cross boundaries and build bridges instead of waging war." Matthew tilted his head, like he was really considering Gregory's words. I appreciate the understanding. Really, I do. It's rare, you know. Most people just push back without even hearing the other side out. Most people resist the inevitable. But you seem like a reasonable man. You seem like someone who understands. But Gregory didn't look like he understood. Understands what? Matthew took a step closer towards him. He reached up, put a hand on his shoulder, leaned in towards him. And then, as he spoke, he looked over Gregory's shoulder at Jack and the rest of the group. Why we have to do what we have to do. Matthew smiled. It happened quickly then, and without drama. Jack saw Gregory's knees wobbling. He saw him slumping to the ground. Jack didn't realize what was happening, not at first, not until he saw Matthew pull the knife away from Gregory's chest, and Gregory tumbled to his stomach. Shouts emitted. Cries, screams, gasps. All Jack could do was stand there and watch as Matthew stood there, knife in one hand, Mrs. Fuzzles in the other. He looked into Matthew's eyes, right into them, and he took a step, fists clenched. Then he noticed something else. There was more movement. There were noises behind, and there was a smell of burning. He looked around at the caravan site. He saw smoke rising. He saw movement between the caravans. And then he heard shouting, and he knew what this was. They're already here, Jack said. Candace frowned. What? Matthew's people. They're already here. He looked around and saw Matthew standing there, smile on his face. Matthew nodded at him. Then he turned around, lowering Mrs. Fuzzles to the ground. He started to walk away, but the people beside him didn't. They lifted their rifles they'd taken from Guy and Krishna. They pointed them towards Jack and the rest of his people as they walked over Gregory's twitching body. And then, in the heat of the summer sun, the people opened fire. Chapter 15. Bella stuffed her face into her pillow and tried to force the memory from her mind. She shivered even though she was warm. She wrapped the bedding tighter around her body. She could hear things outside. Voices, talking, shouting, arguing, debating. She didn't know what they were going on about. She couldn't hear from this distance. She didn't want to. She just wanted to lie here and forget. But the more she tried to forget, the more she saw him. His blank eyes staring back at her. The specks of blood on his blonde hair. That spike, pressed right through the middle of his neck. And the flies. So many flies. She heaved when the memory hit her again. Her eyes were blurry with tears. Every time she thought she'd got herself somewhat composed, the memory hit again, and she felt that gut-wrenching sense of panic and dread tighten its grip and cripple her. She wanted to push the memory away, but she couldn't. She'd loved Harry, and now he'd gone away. Like so many else before, he'd gone away. And now she was alone again. She thought about the time they'd spent together, the first time she'd seen him when they'd found this place, and not being sure about him, sensing he was a bit arrogant, aloof. But then getting to know him, realizing he was more layered than she'd first given him credit for, realizing she could trust him. She hadn't felt that way about someone before, not truly, not since Wayne. She thought of Wayne then, too, another person she'd lost. She felt selfish for feeling bad for herself when really she was the one who was least connected to him out of his mum, dad, and girlfriend. But she felt his death, too, because he was someone she'd been able to open up to. He was someone who'd understood her for all her flaws and baggage. And then he disappeared, and she was left alone. She thought further back then, as she pushed her face further into that pillow, drowning out the rising voices outside. She thought to her childhood. She'd been at home. Her parents were going away for the weekend. She'd been dreading it so much. She hated it when her parents went away, The weekends always dragged on and went forever because they were her best friends. She didn't really have many friends as a kid. She was always too erratic back then. She saw that now. Her mood swings were violent. She'd go from over the top, wild over-enthusiasm, to withdrawn and rude with a click of a finger. The warning signs should have been there right then, all that time ago. But anyway, they'd gone away. Dad had crouched down and kissed her, his bushy mustache tickling her top lip. "We'll be back in no time, Bella," he said. "Try not to have too much fun." And then her mum had come over to her, pinched her nose, which always made her giggle. "You'll have fun with your Auntie Nat," she said, "just like you always do." The truth was, Bella never had fun with her Auntie Nat. She was always distracted, she never spoke to her, and spent most of the time on the phone to her friends. But there was no point in resisting. She knew resisting never worked. So she just hugged her mum, smelled her fresh perfume, felt her soft hair against the side of her face. "We won't be long," she said. "I know you hate it when we go away, but it's just a weekend, love. And soon you'll be old enough to go on weekends away with your friends too, Bella took a deep breath, sighed, and then she nodded. "Don't be long," she said. Mum stepped away, ruffled her hair. "We won't." She walked over to that front door, Dad by her side. Bella watched them walk down the drive. She watched them get into that black car. She watched them drive away. She never saw them again. She felt herself shiver even more as she thought of the Sunday. Auntie Nat sitting down and telling her, quite bluntly, that her mum and dad weren't coming home again. And then the way she promised she was going to look after her, only to back out and leave Bella without family, without anyone, suddenly moving from a loving home to foster care, where she was bullied and tormented by the kids in the day and by her own thoughts at night. She'd slipped through the cracks, fallen off the rails. It was inevitable that she'd eventually been diagnosed with bipolar disorder after a stint in an institution, prompted by an extreme manic episode where she threatened to end her life by jumping off a motorway bridge. Since that day, her life had pretty much been a seesaw of in and out of institutions ever since, until the power went out and she met Wayne. Her life had changed that day. It felt like a weight had been lifted from her shoulders, like she could finally be comfortable just being her messed up self. And then she'd lost him, and this whole suffocating spiral had started again. Harry had alleviated it, made her feel better than ever. And now he was gone. She wanted to call out. She wanted to scream. But it was the other emotion that gripped her with the most fear. That sense that she was never going to be happy again. That this was where she was, and that there was no escaping it, because this was her life, her messed up, impossible life. She lifted her head from her pillow, looked into the mirror just above her bed, saw her crying, sniveling face, and hated what stared back at her. She punched it, cracked it, felt her knuckles bleed on impact. And then she looked at that fallen piece of glass, and she had a thought. She could end it. Finish it right here. End the misery, the pain, end it all. She lifted it and cupped it in her hand when she heard something else. Gunfire. Then something closer. Footsteps. Shouting. She looked out of the window, tried to see what was going on. There was smoke in the sky right nearby. Something was burning. She went to pull herself away from the window when she saw something else. An older man called Trent. He was being chased through the streets by a woman in a white dress, tumbling over, the woman landing into him and stabbing him repeatedly. Bella let go of the curtain and moved back. She covered her mouth, heart pounding, head spinning. They were under attack. Someone was here, and her people were under attack. She glanced at that sharp shard from the mirror in her hand. Then she looked back at the curtain. She was frozen with fear, with a lack of understanding. She didn't know what to do, only that she needed to get out of here. She went to climb off her bed when she heard it. First, the door opening. Then the footsteps. Footsteps in her caravan. Someone was here. Chapter 16. Jack heard the gunfire spraying towards the caravan site, and he knew he had to get away. The two people who were by Matthew's side were walking towards the caravan site, slowly, methodically. There was no emotion on their faces as they pulled the trigger, getting closer. It looked routine, like they were just doing what they had to do. Matthew stood there, totally still, hands on his hips, just watching. There was a smile on his face that told Jack everything he needed to know about what kind of a character he was, if he didn't know that already. He looked around, saw people he knew trying to run away, people he knew falling. Some were being captured and taken somewhere. There was no sign of Hazel, Candace, or Emma. He didn't see them fleeing, but he didn't see them lying on the ground either, so that had to count for something. He knew he only had one choice right now. There was no use in fighting. They were outgunned, and the caravan site behind them, he could smell the flames and hear the shouts. They were outnumbered. There was nothing they could do. They had to run. But before Jack could run, he thought of something else, something that made his stomach sink. Villain. Villain was outside his caravan. He didn't want to bring him along to this meeting. He didn't always like him trailing at his feet, especially not when it was so intensely warm. He was on his own. He needed to get to him. He needed to make sure he was okay. He looked around again, tried to see his people as those bullets peppered all around him. Wherever his people were, they weren't here. He could deal with that later. Right now, he needed to get to Villain. He ran away from the gunfire, towards the caravan site. He passed bodies on the ground. Some were dead, some were still twitching. Every step was torturous. These faces he recognized, these people he'd lived with for the last 3 months. And with every step, he dreaded finding Candace, or Hazel, or Emma, or Bella. Shit. Bella. She was back at the caravan. She didn't want to come out, not after what happened to Harry. She'd have no idea what was going on. She'd be trapped. He reached the end of the little row of caravans where he lived, and he thought about stopping and going after Bella, making sure she was okay. But when he went to make a move to her caravan, he saw something else. There were 2 of those people in white cloaks right down that street. They were holding long blades. There was someone in the road beside them, someone they'd killed. They were right by Bella's caravan. Jack wanted to go over there and fight them, but at the same time, he was outnumbered, and he only had a knife to defend himself with. There was no way he was fighting them off. He looked to his left, looked over towards where he knew Villain was, where he knew his caravan was, and he saw there was nobody there, not right now. He had to find Villain, and only then could he think about fighting his way out of this place. He raced down the road, past more caravans. The air was thick with the smell of smoke. All around him he heard desperate cries. Gunfire rattled and echoed across the landscape from the 2 with rifles that had been by Matthew's side. Everything they'd worked towards, everything they'd built, all of it was falling apart. All of it was crumbling amidst the confusion and the chaos. And the worst thing about it? Jack knew this day was coming. He knew the safety and the strength of this place was nothing more than an illusion. He'd been trying to warn of that for a long time. But had his warnings been strong enough? He said he'd been warning others about this place, but really he'd been happy to step in line if it meant he didn't have to fall into the trappings of leadership. He shook his head, kept on going down the road. He couldn't dwell on that right now. Survival was more important right now. He reached the end of the road, and he saw them. There were 3 of them, right by his caravan. They were doing something in the road. It looked like they were trying to start a fire. He stood there, crouched by the side of the road. All he could do was watch them and wait for the right moment. He saw them struggling to set that fire, saw them struggling to light it up. and he felt himself flash back once again to the day his home had gone up in flames. Standing there, holding that rifle as Bill struggled away amidst the flames, being forced to pull that trigger, all going up in flames once again. He thought about Villain, having to do the same thing, make the same awful, impossible call. He wasn't sure he could. Suddenly, the fire came to life. The three men ran away, off into the distance, away from the fire. Jack tensed his fists. This was his chance. He raced his way down the road, passed by more caravans. Some people were hiding inside them. Others were lying on the steps, wounded or worse. It seemed like everyone had been affected in some way, whether they were dead or taken. He thought about finding Villain down there in a similar state. He thought about what it would do to him. He'd never come back from it, never recover. He kept on moving, the heat from the fire intense against his face, and then he stopped right outside his caravan. He saw things in his mind's eye, Villain lying there, dead, or bleeding, whimpering. But in a sense, what he actually saw was far, far worse. He stumbled into his garden, then he looked inside his caravan. All the while the fire still raged, and the gunfire still echoed, and the screams still resounded. He stepped back outside, his body shaking, and he looked at the leash where Villain had been tied up. Villain was gone. He was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 17. Emma watched the people around her fall, and she didn't know how to feel. It was the sounds that got her most. The crying, the howling like animals. She'd seen some awful things already since the power went out. She'd been in a bus accident on the first day. She'd been stabbed. She'd been caught in a conflict between Logan and Jack's people. And then she'd been forced to adapt to surviving alongside the very people she'd once been against. She'd seen things she knew she should never have to witness. But she'd never been through something like this. The howls were what did it more than anything. She thought they were the animals at first, and maybe some of them were. But it didn't take long to realize that the bulk of them were people. People suffering. People she cared about. People she knew. She wanted to get away from this. She wanted to hide. But all she could do was watch. She saw Jack running towards the caravan site. She knew he was a leader, but there was a problem. He didn't want it, and he'd been through too much when he was leader that she understood why he didn't want it. He disappeared off into the distance. She turned around, saw those two people with the rifles getting closer, bullets whizzing past her. She was frozen solid. The main man, the one called Matthew, he was walking away now, letting his people take lead. He didn't look like he was holding Mrs. Fuzzles anymore, but she hadn't seen him let go of her. She hoped Mrs. Fuzzles was okay, wherever she was. Emma wanted to escape. She wanted to get away. But at the same time, she wanted to make sure the other people here were okay. In the end, she could only make one choice right now, and that was to run. She turned around and raced her way back towards the caravan site. She saw death everywhere. People lying on the ground, blood trickling from their fallen bodies, the wails, the cries, the howls. She tried to switch herself off from it, but all this time she found herself thinking of her family and her friends. She'd walked through Wigan when they were trying to find this caravan site. She'd walked right past her best friend Jade's house, past her old school, and a part of her felt like everything was going to be okay when she was back there. She was going to find them, and all was going to be good again. But they were gone. There was no sign of any of them. No sign of her friends. No sign of her old life. She thought about her family as she ran too, and she felt a tear roll down her cheek. She tried to keep it under wraps and under control, but sometimes in moments like these, she couldn't fight it. She missed her mom. She missed her dad. She missed them all. She went to take a left when she saw 3 people standing there. They were in the middle of the road. All of them were wearing those white clothes, and they were splattered with specks of blood. She looked at them as they watched her. Part of her prayed they hadn't actually noticed her. But then she saw them moving towards her, and she knew she was too late. She turned and ran right away, raced her way towards more of the caravans. She heard those footsteps behind her, racing towards her. She saw all this death around her, and she wondered why it was and what it was for. Why couldn't people just survive together? Why couldn't they just get along? She looked over her shoulder and saw those 3 people were closer to her now. She ran around the side of one of the caravans. Then she saw another man in the distance. She stopped. There was no way she could get past him. But at the same time, there was no turning back, not with those footsteps getting closer. She backed up against the caravan and squeezed her eyes shut as her heart pounded against her ribcage. Think, Emma, think. She saw Logan in her mind's eye, asked what he'd do at this moment. What would you do? What would you? Then she opened her eyes as the footsteps got closer and crouched down. She dragged herself underneath the dusty, cobweb-ridden base of the caravan. The stones dug into her skin, spiders scuttled away, and she could see those legs racing towards her. She stopped, went totally dead, held her breath. She knew this was mad. She knew it was a risk, but it was all she had. She heard those footsteps reach the front of the caravan where she'd been standing and heard them stop. Did you see which way she went? I saw what you saw. The stones. There's footsteps in 'em, leading off to the left. Look. Then what are you waiting for? Get frigging moving. She held her breath. Colors filled her vision. Her head ached and throbbed. She squeezed her eyes shut and prayed they disappeared, prayed this was over. She listened to those footsteps head off into the distance. But she didn't move a muscle. She just lay there and listened to the shouts, to the gunfire. When she was absolutely sure enough time had passed, she opened her eyes. She didn't see any legs around the caravan, didn't see anyone at all. This was her moment. This was her chance. She tried to move, but something was stopping her. She felt that urge to just hide away until all this blew over. But at the same time, she knew deep down this wasn't going to blow over. Jack was right. She didn't want to believe him, but he was right. The caravan site wasn't what they wanted to believe it was. It was weak, just like everywhere else. What made any place strong were the people in it. She dragged herself out from under the caravan, pushed herself to her shaky feet. And then she went to run around the side of the caravan, noticing she was alone and that the coast was clear. When she moved around the caravan, she stopped. There was a man standing on the steps right by the caravan door. He was looking at her, holding a knife, smiling. Going somewhere? He asked. Chapter 18. Jack stood outside his caravan and listened as the commotion died down. The afternoon was warm and stuffy. The sun was blinding and bright. There was no knowing how long the attack had gone on. All Jack knew was there was no resisting it. There was no fighting it. There was only waiting for it to end. A lot of the shouts had died down, as had the bulk of the gunfire. The fire outside his caravan hadn't taken off either. Jack hadn't seen anyone move past the front of his caravan for a while. He wondered whether the attack was over. Whatever the case, he knew those people would be back. They'd weakened this group, torn it apart. Whatever they wanted, if they even wanted anything beyond destruction at all, they weren't going to give up until they had it. He just found it strange that they'd attacked some and that they'd taken others. He looked over at the leash where Villain had been tied, saw that empty collar. Regret filled him. He shouldn't have let him out of his sight. He shouldn't have left him alone. Another life he cared about that he'd failed. He turned away from the leash and looked across the street at Hazel's caravan. There was no sign of her either. He knew he was going to have to go out and search for his people eventually, whoever might have survived. He just couldn't bring himself to face any more loss. The caravan site was beyond salvation. Its time as a home was over. Some of the caravans were burning. People had been slaughtered in the streets. Some had been captured. Crops had been destroyed. Chickens had been stolen. The weakness of this place had really been exposed for what it was. There was bitterness from Jack. He knew if they'd listened to him, they would have left this place long ago. It wasn't a long-term safe haven. It was fragile and imperfect, just like everywhere. But the bulk of the bitterness was actually directed at himself. He knew he should have stood up. He knew he should have vocalized his concerns more. He was as much responsible for this as anyone. He couldn't stop thinking of those words Candace had said to him. Even if she might have disagreed with him, she wanted him to stand up for himself when he believed in something. He hoped she was okay, wherever she was. He walked to the edge of his driveway then, looked down the road, saw some bodies in the street, saw a small fire burning away, swallowing up its surroundings. He smelled all kinds of things in the air, burning rubber, a metallic stench, and he knew he had to get out of here. But there were people here he cared about, people here he needed to find, people he couldn't give up on, and a dog he couldn't give up on either. He looked back at his caravan. It had served him well, provided him shelter, comfort, but it was time to walk away from it, whether he wanted to or not. He walked down his driveway, blade in hand, bag of essential supplies over his shoulder, first aid kit, water, a few other bits and bobs that might come in handy out there. He had to find his people, no matter what it took. He walked down the street, past emptied caravans. He checked every single body he passed by. He recognized their faces. Gavin, Fern, Olivia. All of them people he used to walk past and eat with and joke with on a daily basis. All of them gone. He reached the turn in the road and he looked at Emma's caravan. He didn't want to go in there, didn't want to find what kind of a state she might be in. But he had to. He opened the door and crept inside. The place was silent, which he wasn't sure was a good thing at this point. It could mean she wasn't here. It could also mean she was dead. He searched the lounge, then the bathroom, then moved on to the bedrooms one by one, holding his breath every step of the way. When he didn't find Emma anywhere, he breathed a small sigh of relief. When he turned around, he noticed something that sent shivers up his spine. Mrs. Fuzzles was standing right there, staring at him. She had that look in her eyes, the one that creeped Jack out. He didn't want to go towards her, not since he'd seen Matthew holding her so recently, right at the edge of the woods. Was he here? Had he actually entered the caravan site? But then he remembered he'd seen Matthew lowering her to the ground. Must have found her way back here, creepy cat. Jack walked slowly towards Mrs. Fuzzles. He looked outside the windows every step. He got the sense there was somebody there, somebody close by, somebody watching, but he couldn't see them, so he could only keep moving. He reached Mrs. Fuzzles, crouched opposite her. She was licking her paws. Bloodied paws. "Geez," Jack said. "I've always found you a creepy little bastard, not gonna lie. But this really tops the lot." She looked back up at him, nonchalant. He looked around again, still got that sense someone was close, someone was watching. But he couldn't let those gut feelings cloud his decision-making. He had to go off the evidence, and the evidence said nobody was around. He had to get out of this caravan, and he had to keep searching for Villain, and for the rest of his people. He walked over to the caravan door when he saw a silhouette through the window. He froze. His heart raced. He went totally still. Someone was out there. He backed away from the doorway, just a few steps, lifted his knife, and readied himself. He had to be prepared to take down whoever was in front of him. He had to be ready to fight. He saw that silhouette move again behind the frosted glass, and he put a hand on the door handle, waited for them to turn it. He waited a few seconds before he felt it. The handle lowered. The door opened. He lifted that knife and braced himself. The door opened, and he swung it down. Then he stopped. Right at the death, he stopped. because he saw who was standing opposite. Someone he recognized. "Hello again," the girl from the woods said, her clothes torn and dirty. "What the hell are you?" "There's no time to mess around anymore. You're going to have to listen to me very closely," she whispered, "if you want to survive." Chapter 19. Matthew stood in the middle of his camp and smiled. The weather was beautiful. They really had been blessed lately. Beaming sun, burning temperatures. It reminded him of a holiday he'd taken as a teenager to the Turkish mountains. He'd stepped off the plane and felt the warmth, and at first he thought it was from heaters. But it was the air, so warm, so intense. But once you were used to it, so beautifully comforting. There was a touch of the idyllic about his camp that reminded him of that holiday all those years ago. He looked around at his camp. They were relying on tents to survive in. Tents were easier because they could be transported quicker, which was necessary for a life on the road. And they knew how to hunt. They knew how to make the most of the resources at their fingertips. That was always an advantage. But one thing they had learned was that sometimes the best prey was the predator itself. Everything was a resource. He listened to the chatter of conversation. He could hear a few whimpers from the woods around them. The 6 people they'd captured from the caravan site, the survivors. He felt for them, having their world torn in two like that. One moment they thought everything was good and that they had all they wanted and needed. The next, they were here. But the leader, Gregory, he seemed like a reasonable man. And he'd said it himself. They could reach an understanding, find common ground. It just wasn't the kind of common ground he was probably expecting. He looked at those they'd captured and smiled. It was enough. They'd brought a couple of dead bodies along with them, too, to make the most of it, but most of them were still in the streets. They'd go back for those who were still alive, if they were foolish enough to stay at that caravan site. They'd make the most of all the resources at their fingertips, one way or another. He took a deep breath and smelled smoke in the air. It was still strong from the caravan site. He pictured them now, at least the ones who were still there, still surviving. He pictured them picking up the pieces, trying to bounce back. He pictured them burying the dead who remained in the streets, upping their defenses. He imagined their words of resilience, the election of a new leader, and the commitment to fight whatever threat came their way. The thing was, that's exactly what Matthew wanted. He had what he wanted from that group, at least for now. They had enough dead to last them, and they had someone strong, too. In a sense, that was more important than anything. He looked around at his people as they stared back at him. He saw their wide eyes looking up at him, people from all different walks of life. Former professionals, former students, former inmates. A true vision of how diversity could work with one common goal. In a sense, Matthew found it rather beautiful. "You did well today," he said, "all of you. The plan couldn't have gone any better. We have enough of the dead to put to immediate nutritional use, and we have enough of the living to provide us in the near future, too." He saw the way they all nodded, the way they lapped up his words. He wondered how he'd got to this point. He was just an ordinary man at the end of the day. Before the blackout, his life wasn't at its best. Things weren't going all that smoothly, to say the least, and they hadn't been for years. But now he could be respected. Now he could be strong again. But it's important to ground ourselves after an event like this. It's important to remind ourselves that sometimes we can stray from the path. We can start questioning what's right, whether what we're doing is ethically right. And you know what? It isn't. Not by the old standards. He saw the concern in the eyes of his people, saw them hanging on every word. But by the new standards, we know this is what we have to do. Survival is of a paramount importance, and it is the strong who make it, the strong who survive, and it should be the strong who carry our species forward, too. Because if we let the weak survive, if we allow them to propagate this world, humanity will never learn the lessons of this disaster. It will forever be victim to base urges and impulses. It will never outgrow the errors of the past. We have to make sure we don't let things get to that point. He saw the nods then, heard the mutters of approval, and every time he saw things like that, he felt relieved, because they believed in him. They saw what he believed in, saw how important it was that the strong survived, and they bought into what he was doing. He was a leader. He was always born to be a leader, and he was going to keep on leading these people into the new world. He thought of the stuff he was interested in before the end of power, the idea of survival of the fittest, genetic manipulation, a way of avoiding weakness, a way of avoiding tragedy, a way of avoiding loss. And he felt blessed that he finally lived in a world where he could put his passions to the test, where he could create something beautiful, his own gorgeous, strong community. He felt a tightness in his chest. Stay away. Please stay away. He shook his head, wrote out the feelings. He looked over his shoulder, right into the eyes of the people lined up there, chains around their wrists. And as always, we give people an opportunity, he said. We give them a chance to prove their worth to us, to prove their commitment to us, to prove their strength to us. He heard claps, cheers, saw the fear widen in the eyes of the captured. And if they don't, he said. He looked down at the two bodies lying before these 6 people, looked at them lying there, staring back at the sniveling people before them, and then he looked at the little girl at the end of the line, the one who looked like... He shook his head. He didn't want to think like that. He smiled at her. Let's hope it doesn't get to that point, shall we? He looked away and walked from the line of people, from the bodies. Now get to work, he said. We've got a lot to prepare for. Emma watched Matthew walk away from the crowd. She looked at the bodies lying before her as she crouched in the dirt, and she knew she was in big trouble. Chapter 20. Jack waited for the girl from the woods to give a thumbs up before stepping out of the caravan. The beaming sun had disappeared behind a bunch of thick clouds, but the air was still humid. Sweat poured down Jack's face, the taste of it spreading across his lips. The caravan site was quieter now. There hadn't been any gunshots for a while, and as far as Jack could tell, there hadn't been any sign of any of Matthew's group either, other than the girl. The girl from the woods in white who was here with him right now, and Mrs. Fuzzles, who he carried somewhat reluctantly in his arms. He looked around at his surroundings, saw the caravan sitting there, heard the waves crashing against the shore in the distance. If he really focused, he could convince himself that today was just a normal day, a sleepy afternoon. But then a wail punctuated through his focus, and the sight of blood muddied his vision, and he was transported right back to the horrors of the attack once more. "Come on," the girl said. "We don't have much time." She walked off, her bare feet not making a sound. "Wait," Jack said. She stopped, sighed. "Jack? It is Jack, right? You need to listen to me. This place isn't safe. It might seem like the attack is over, but he is unpredictable. You can't stay here. I have friends here, family, my dog." A look of sympathy crossed the girl's tired, pale face. "I wish there was more time, but we have to leave, before everyone here falls the way the rest did." She went to make a move again, but Jack couldn't budge. "Where did you come from?" She looked back. "I was watching, from afar. I saw what Matthew launched on this place. I saw what he did, and I knew I couldn't just sit back. I had to get here. I had to help." "And why should I trust you?" She looked down at her white dress, looked at the dirt on her dress. Then she looked up at Jack again, her eyes not holding contact for longer than a second at a time. "I know it's hard. I know what I look like. But I'm not a part of what happened. I'm not one of them. You have to believe me when I say that." "And why do you even care?" She looked away then, off into the distance. "Because I've made a lot of mistakes in the past. I've had a lot of chances to step in, to try and prevent this kind of event, but I haven't. I've stood by. I've put my faith in others. I've doubted myself. I don't want to make that mistake again. Now come on. Others are waiting." She turned away, and before Jack could even ask what she meant by that, she jogged ahead. "Shit," Jack said. "Looks like we've got no choice, Mrs. Fuzzles." She glanced up at him and let out a little grumble. She still had blood on her face. Jack looked around at Heathwaite's caravan site before he moved. He thought about all the people here, all the people he was leaving behind, and he felt bad about it. He felt guilty. He felt like he was walking away from responsibility, from duty. But he'd heard what this girl said. It wasn't safe here. The threat from Matthew and his people wasn't over. If they didn't get away now, they might not get another chance. He had to take this while he could. He thought of Villain and swallowed a lump in his throat. "I hope you're okay, lad. Wherever you are, I hope you're okay." Then he took a deep breath and followed the girl. He caught up with her crouched between a crossroads of sorts. She was behind a large stone that bordered one of the caravan grounds. "Shh," she said, finger in front of her lips. Jack didn't know what she was on about at first. Not until he saw them. At a glance, you could miss them easily. But now he looked closer, he saw them clearly. There were two of those people in white. Both of them were by an old phone box at the side of the road, carrying a dead body. Jack crouched down too, trying to squeeze alongside this girl. "What are they doing?" Jack whispered. The girl stared on. "Collecting." "Collecting?" She looked right at him then, just for a second. "Bodies are resources, alive or dead." Jack didn't understand what the girl was talking about, but he didn't have to for the back of his neck to tingle with fear. There was so much about Matthew's group he clearly didn't understand, as they disappeared from view. And he was crouched right next to a girl who was dressed in the same gear as the people who had just attacked the caravan site. Just how mad was he? "How long are we going to be waiting here?" Jack asked. The girl stared on. "Hopefully not long." "That doesn't exactly put me at ease." "I didn't say it to put you at ease. I said it because it's the truth. Hopefully not long." "This is crazy," Jack said. I don't even know your name and your—" "Look," she said. She pointed ahead. Jack turned around. The two figures started walking away. Jack felt relieved for a moment. This was a chance to get away, a chance to make a break. But the girl beside him stayed put. She didn't move a muscle. "Shouldn't we be making a move?" "Wait," she said. "But just wait." Jack wanted to argue some more, but in the end, he found himself trusting this stranger. Mrs. Fuzzles wriggled around in his arms. It was what felt like forever later that the girl finally stood. "Okay," she said. "Let's—" She stopped. Jack didn't know why at first. Not until he heard the footsteps right behind them. Chapter 21. Bella heard the footsteps enter the caravan, and every muscle in her body turned to stone. Her chest was tight. Her body was getting hotter and hotter by the second. It took her back to the moment she'd found out about her parents, the moment she'd felt that loss with the knowledge that she was never, ever going to see them again. And she'd felt that feeling again so many times since. She'd felt it when she'd crashed after her manic episodes. She'd felt it when she was sectioned. She'd felt it when she'd stood on that motorway bridge, and she'd felt it when Alana's camp was attacked and she thought she was alone again. She'd felt it far too many times in her life, and it never got any easier. She just knew she was going to have to do something. She stepped back inside her bedroom, clutched that piece of broken mirror tightly, closed the door gently. The footsteps creaked inside the caravan. She edged her way across the small room, over to the bed. She had to climb on there, work her way across it, then she had to escape through the window. She had to get outside, even if she knew outside was a dangerous place right now. She crept towards the bed, kneeled onto it, worked her way toward the window as quickly and quietly as possible. She reached the window, grabbed the handle, went to turn it. It was locked. The footsteps moved quicker through the caravan, got closer. She pushed her thumb down on that button, unlocking it. Then she lifted it quietly, slowly. The handle reached the top, and then it let out a deafening click. It wasn't that loud, objectively. But when you were in a place like this, when you were trying to stay as quiet as possible, it was like a clang of a cymbal in an empty gig hall. She froze, stayed deadly still at first. Then she heard the footsteps start to move towards the bedroom. She heard the footsteps search the kitchen, then the bathroom. She realized there was no time to escape through the window. She had to try something else. She backed off the bed and dragged herself underneath it. Just as she pushed herself under it, the door clicked open. The footsteps stopped. All Bella could do was curl up there and wait. She didn't want to look. She didn't want to see who was coming her way. So she closed her eyes and held her breath and waited. She listened to the footsteps move across the room, heard them walk a little inside, then stop, right at the foot of the bed. For a moment, Bella wondered if they'd left the room. They'd gone quiet. Too quiet. She opened her eyes just a little and peeked ahead. The 2 feet stood there at the edge of the bed, facing the window, facing her. She closed her eyes again. There was no doubting what she was looking at now. Any hope that this guy was someone she knew was gone. His legs were bare. He was wearing something white. She clutched her hands to her chest, held on to that broken shard of mirror, and remembered the way she'd done the same when she was in the institution. She'd spent the bulk of her time in bed, curled up, eyes tightly shut, tears rolling down her face. She wanted to disappear so many times, but never more than she wanted to disappear now. She hoped for a miracle, hoped for something or someone to come her way, and a bang. A bang somewhere at the front of the caravan. The man's feet turned. The footsteps left the room. Bella felt trapped. On the one hand, she wanted to stay here and wait. Leaving felt too dangerous. On the other, she knew she might not get an opportunity like this again. The man had already searched the bathroom. If she could get in there, maybe she had a chance. She dragged herself out from under the bed slowly. Then she stood up, her legs so shaky she could barely move. She reached the door, and she stopped and held her breath. The footsteps were definitely at the other side of the caravan now. She had to take this chance. She had to move. She took a deep breath, and then she opened the door and stepped into the hallway. She didn't want to look to her right. She didn't want to see where the man was, or even whether he was looking. But she couldn't help herself. She glanced to her right. Her body went numb. The man was looking right in her direction. He was tall, bearded. The white cloak he wore was at odds with his somewhat polished looks. He looked like he might have been a businessman before, or someone who worked on the wards, a doctor. But the way he held that blade, the way he twirled it around in his hand, he scanned Bella, like he was weighing up whether he could take her down. Then he took a step towards her. She did the only thing she could do. She threw herself into the bathroom, slammed the door shut, locked it on its flimsy latch. She backed away, heart racing, body shaking. She didn't know what to do. She didn't know where to go. But she knew one thing. She had to fight. Instinctively, she went to lift the mirror. She realized something. She'd left it in the bedroom under the bed. The footsteps got closer. Shit. She looked around, looked for something she could use as a weapon, anything she could use as a weapon. and then she saw the lid on the top of the toilet tank. She'd seen people use those in films before. They were heavy. One good whack, and it should be enough to knock the man to the floor. She didn't feel happy about it, didn't feel comfortable about it, but she knew she had to do something. She grabbed it, lifted it off. The footsteps so close now. Then she climbed onto the toilet, gave herself height. The door banged and shook on its hinges. She waited a few seconds, sweat trickling down her forehead, holding that toilet lid as she stood on the edge of the toilet. The door shook a few more times. She waited, held her nerve. The door banged once more, and she readied herself to bring it crashing down. But then she heard something else. Another bang, closer this time. A struggle, a shout, and then silence. She stood there a few seconds. She didn't know what had happened. The door had stopped shaking. The banging had stopped. But she stayed still. A few seconds later, the latch to the door lowered. She readied herself to bring that toilet lid crashing down, and just when she was on the verge, she stopped, because she saw who was here. Bella? She lowered that heavy toilet tank lid and let it drop to the floor. The man lay on the floor, blood trickling from his throat. Behind him, Candace, Hazel, and Villain. "It's okay," Candace said, stepping into the bathroom. "You're okay. He's gone. Now we need to focus on getting out of here, right this second." Chapter 22. Jack looked over his shoulder and braced himself for the worst. But when he looked back, his eyes widened. The sun peeked through the clouds. Light illuminated the people walking through the caravan site, right towards him. A smile stretched across his face. It was Hazel, Candace, Bella, and Villain. He knew he should prioritize the people in his life. He knew he should check they were okay. But it was Villain who his attention was on, and it was Villain who raced towards him. He let Mrs. Fuzzles go and ran towards Villain. He held out his arms as his eyes welled up with tears. Villain jumped up, almost knocking Jack to his arse as he looked at his face, panting away. "All right, boy. It's all right. I thought I'd lost you. I thought I'd lost you." He calmed Villain down, ruffled his fur, then looked at the rest of his people. Hazel, Candace, and Bella looked back at him. Hazel was fussing Mrs. Fuzzles, who looked happy to be back with her. "I'm glad you made it," Jack said. Hazel puffed out her lips. "It wasn't easy. We went back to find Bella, bumped into Villain on the way. But anyway, we're here now, laid low for a while, waited until we had a chance to leave. But we're here." Jack nodded. "I'm glad." He realized something then. His people. They were looking over his shoulder, concern on their faces. He realized they were looking at the girl. "Oh," Jack said. She's with us." "With us?" Bella said. "Those people killed Harry. I'm sorry about what happened to Harry," the girl said, walking towards Jack and the rest of the group. "My people, they can be brutal." "No shit," Hazel said. "You just butchered the bulk of our camp, and now we're supposed to just trust you?" "I'm not asking you to trust me," the girl said. "I'm telling you that you're still in danger, and if you don't leave this place, in the direction I'm heading right now, you're going to be in even more trouble." Hazel didn't look sure. Neither did Bella or Candace. "I can vouch for her," Jack said. They looked at him, just as uncertain. I don't know who she is. I don't know what her story is. I don't even know her name. But what I do know is that she came here to help me. She wanted to get me out of here, to get more people out of here and away from here." He looked right at her then as she stood there, blade in hand, staring at the ground with those vacant eyes. "I can't trust her," Jack said, "but I believe she's trying to do the right thing, and I believe we should follow her." "And you're ready to actually own that decision?" Hazel asked. Jack looked right at her. He knew what she was getting at. This was his call. This was him stepping up and taking responsibility, something he wasn't comfortable with in the slightest. But he knew the moment called for it, whether he liked it or not. "Yeah," Jack said. "If it goes wrong, it's on me. But I don't think it will." He saw Candace smile at him, just a little. He remembered her words. He knew he had her backing. He looked back at Hazel, at Bella. They looked less convinced. But it was Hazel who broke the silence. "I guess if you're sure, I guess we have no choice." Jack nodded. He looked around at the girl, and then something hit him. He looked back at his people. "Emma," he said. They looked back at him like they were just as uncertain as he was. "We haven't seen her," Candace said. "Nobody's seen her, dead or alive." Jack swallowed a lump in his throat. "Then that has to be good news, right? She must have got away. "It's not good news," the girl said. Jack looked around at her. "What?" The girl stared into space as she stood there in the middle of this road. He still felt so exposed. "Hey," Jack said, "what did you mean by that? You can't just say something like that and then stop talking." "If you haven't seen her dead or alive, then there's a chance he has her." Jack felt his mouth go dry. "Matthew?" The girl cringed, like hearing his name was summoning him in some way. "What does he do with them?" She looked at him. Her eyes widened. He could see the growing fear building up. She opened her mouth, went to speak. And then he heard something in the distance. He looked around, saw movement up ahead. "There's no time to explain," she said. "We need to get away from here, right now." There was so much Jack wanted to ask, so much he wanted to grill her about. But that time had to wait. Now wasn't the moment. He looked around at his people, looked at Candace, at Bella, at Hazel. And then he looked at the girl as she stood there, urgency on her face. "Come on," she said. "We have to go, now." He wanted to apologize to his people for what had happened to this place. He wanted to tell them how sorry he was for all they'd lost, all over again. But in the end, he could only look back at this caravan site, at this scene of disaster, and sigh. "Come on," Jack said, the reluctant leader awakening inside him, just for a moment. "Let's get out of this place." Chapter 23. Emma sat in the darkness and wondered if her people were okay. She had no idea what time it was. She'd lost all concept of time and place, of whether it was light or dark. All she could see was the blackness of whatever was tied around her head, covering her eyes. And all she could think about were the fallen bodies and the people who had knelt beside her. At first she was confused as she stood there, chained to Gordon next to her. She didn't know what the man called Matthew was talking about, but he'd said something about her being strong, about her being different and having a chance to prove it. She didn't understand, but she knew that he was bad, and whatever he had planned for them couldn't be good. But there wasn't a lot she could do about it, not while her eyes were covered, not while her hands were bound behind her back and her ankles together. She didn't know what she was waiting for. She didn't know how much longer she was going to be waiting. Just that she was here, and there was nothing she could do to get away. She thought about Jack, about Candace, about the rest of her people, and Villain, and Mrs. Fuzzles, and she hoped that no matter what was going to happen to her, no matter how afraid she was, they were okay. She just hoped they hadn't fallen like the rest. She hoped that because she hadn't seen them in the living alongside her, or the dead before her, that they'd managed to make it away. And she hoped Jack could find a way to step up to the mark and bring their people back together, make them strong again, because he was the only one who could. She heard something before her, and the hairs on her arms stood on end. She got that sickening sense that someone was right here, and she didn't know what to say, whether to speak or not. But in the end, she figured there was nothing to lose. "I know you're there." There was no response, no sound at all. For a moment, she wondered if she was imagining things. And then she heard the shuffling right before her, and light followed. She blinked, tried to shake the blurriness from her vision. The first thing that hit her was that it was day. She looked around. She was on her own, in some kind of tent. Light peeked under a gap in the fabric. She saw him then, sitting on a stool right in front of her. He was holding a knife in one hand and an apple in the other. The second Emma noticed him, he started to slice. Matthew. He cut that apple, a perfect, thin slice. Then he reached over to Emma, rested it right on her bottom lip. "Eat," he said. She kept her mouth firmly shut. Matthew sighed. He moved the apple away, and then he ate it himself. He cut himself another slice. As much as Emma wanted to eat it, for the burst of juice more than anything to aid her dry throat, she resisted, held off, showed strength. "Always prefer slicing these things," Matthew said. "It's surprising, isn't it, how something can be so tasty when it isn't in its whole form, yet so unappetizing when it is." Emma watched him eat, and she wasn't sure she knew what he was saying or whether what he said mattered. She just wanted to know what he wanted, why she was here, what he had planned. But he spoke first. "Your camp, your friends, what you had to witness, what you had to go through, I'm sorry you had to see that." Emma saw the flashes of what happened to Harry and Gregory. She saw it all in its awful violence, and she made damn sure she kept her eyes on Matthew, eager to maintain her show of strength. "I've seen worse." Matthew's smile widened then. There was something charming about him, something that reminded her of... "No, don't think like that. He's nothing like Logan. He's a bad man. He's evil." "You know, I've had a good feeling about you ever since I saw you. A kid like you, making it this far in this world. A kid who hasn't been mollycoddled, who chooses her own path rather than allows adults to tell her what to do. That's something special, something very important. It's an asset." Emma felt sick. She didn't know what this man was saying. "An asset?" "Yeah," Matthew said. "You see, what we do appears bad. I'm not denying that. The acts we commit, they seem violent and they seem atrocious. But when you really consider it, it's how nature has always been. The strong always survive, whether it's in work or whether it's in sports or whether it's just in life in general. It's the way of the world." "So that's what you do?" Emma asked, daring herself to speak out. "You kill the weak so the strong can survive?" Matthew's smile widened. He shook his head. "You mistake our primary goal. We don't just kill, we redistribute." "Redistribute?" "What more is there to say? We make use of the living, and we make use of the dead. The strong survive, the weak fall, like it's always been." Just then, Emma felt a hit of what Matthew was saying. She thought about the people she'd watched die, mostly women and children, and then she thought about the people who were alongside her, the workers, the strong, the ones who he'd captured. "But—" "I know what you're thinking," Matthew said, leaning towards Emma. "Why did we spare you?" Emma gulped. It wasn't what she wanted to ask, but it was what she was thinking. She didn't say a word. He edged further towards her, so close that she could smell his breath, that hint of apple on it. "I spared you because I think you're strong," he said. "Are you strong? Or are you going to prove me wrong?" Emma found herself caught up with an impossible decision. She wanted to stand up for herself. She wanted to tell Matthew to get lost, and that she wasn't even going to entertain whatever sick fantasies he had for the world. But then there was another side of her that realized she was trapped here. She was a prisoner. So the only way she was going to get out was if she told this man what he wanted to hear. It might be the only way. She looked at the apple in his hand. Then she looked into his eyes. "I'll eat now," she said. Matthew smiled. He sliced away a piece of apple, and he moved it towards Emma's lips, dangling it on the edge of that sharp blade. "What's your name?" he asked. She wanted to push back, wanted to resist, but in the end, she knew she had to keep on playing the game. "Emma," she said. She felt the blade against her lips falter just a second. She felt it cut her just slightly as she reached for the apple, and she saw the way Matthew's face dropped just slightly. She wanted to ask him what was wrong as she crunched on it and tasted blood mix with it, Matthew watching her all the time. But in the end, she didn't want to do anything too risky. If she couldn't escape right now, she was going to escape eventually. She just had to bide her time. She just had to wait for the right moment, and then she had to get out of here. And before she did, she was going to take this man out. She was going to get close to him, and then she was going to destroy him for what he'd done. But all this time, she couldn't stop thinking about what Matthew said. She couldn't stop tasting that blood on her lips. Are you strong, or are you going to prove me wrong? Chapter 24. Jack looked back at the caravan site and felt a weight in his chest. The sun had finally burned through the clouds. The air was thick and humid. In the distance, he swore he could still hear the echo of gunfire, but he figured that had to be his imagination. Instead, he tried to focus on the gentle breeze brushing against the trees, on the sound of the birds chirping all around them. He had to force what had happened to the caravan site from his mind, because there was no time to dwell on it. There was only time for moving forward, and figuring out what to do about Emma and the rest of the missing people. The girl walked ahead of the group. She wasn't one for talking, and Jack felt uneasy that she seemed to know so much about his group when he knew so little about her. He didn't know what had driven her away from her people. He couldn't even be certain she legitimately had been driven away from her people. Maybe this was a trap. Maybe there was a catch. He didn't know, and that was the problem. "Wait," Jack said. The girl slowed down and stopped. She turned, looked back at him. "There's no time to wait." "You can't just say that," Jack said. "Not after everything that's just happened. We need time." "Time for what?" "To figure out what happens next, and to figure out where we're at right now." The girl looked at Jack. Her eyes narrowed. "The less you know, the better." "You can't keep saying that," Jack said. "You told us we should be worried about Matthew. You told us we should get away from him, as far away as possible. But you won't tell us why. You won't even tell us your name." She looked at Jack, then at Hazel, Candace, Bella. Villain and Mrs. Fuzzles stood alongside one another. Jack just hoped Mrs. Fuzzles wasn't corrupting Villain with her negative influences now she'd had a taste of blood. Creepy cat. "You have to see this from our perspective." It was Candace who spoke now. She walked forward towards this girl. "We appreciate what you're trying to do for us, but we've just lost our camp, and we still don't even know why. We don't know anything. If we did, maybe we could have a better idea of where we actually go from here." "You go away from here," the girl said quite abruptly. "You're lucky to escape this time. You won't be so lucky next time." "You have to understand why we can't do that," Candace said. "We can't just walk away. Right, Jack?" She looked at Jack, and he saw the rest of them looking at him too. Once again, he felt those rival forces. He wanted to get away. He wanted to flee. He wanted to accept his losses, but be grateful for what he still had, and take them while he still could. But that didn't sit right with him. "Candace is right," Jack said. "As dangerous as this may be, as worried as you are for us, we need to know more. We need to understand what we're dealing with. At least then we can decide what we're going to do, how we're going to go forward." The girl lowered her head, shook it. "You're making a mistake." "Then let us make it," Jack said. She looked up at him, then she looked over at Bella. Your man, what happened to him? He was one of the lucky ones. Bella's face turned. What's that supposed to mean? You see? Are you sure you even want to know, really? Jack tasted bitterness in his mouth. He could tell there was so much this girl had to say, but she was afraid. We have to know, he said. I know you're only trying to look out for us, but we have to. She looked into the trees, her face flushed. She scratched her arms. Let's start with your name, Jack said. My name doesn't matter. Your name does matter. Who are you? How did you get to where you are now? What's your story? She shook her head. I can't. You can, Jack said. We're here for you. All of us are here to listen to what you have to say. Tell us who you are and tell us what you're dealing with. She looked up at Jack, and for a moment he saw pure fear in her eyes. He saw resistance, but he also saw an urgency to offload. Come on, Jack said. Let's start with your name. Let's start with Susan, she said. Jack frowned. Susan? The girl closed her eyes. She took a deep breath. Then she opened her eyes and looked right into Jack's. My name is Susan Cale, she said. It all started with a plane crash. Chapter 25. Susan held Tommy's hand as she reached the camp and felt a smile stretch across her face. It was an old town. Entire streets had been cordoned off by fences and concrete blocks. In the middle of it, there were people, lots of people. They had smiles on their faces, too. They looked like they were happy, getting by, working for one another, and they looked welcoming. This is our home, Sergeant Ben Wisdom said. Been living here ever since it all began. We've got police here, we've got supplies here, everything you'd ever need, until the power comes back on. There was a bit of trepidation about those final words. Susan had glimpsed the evils of this world in the short time since the power went out. She'd faced up to the prisoner, Andy. She'd watched Tommy's dad die right before him. And she'd stood up to her controlling father once and for all. If there was one thing she was sure about, it was that there was no way anyone was just going back to normality after everything that had happened. The power might come back one day, but the world was still never going to be the same again. She looked at Tommy as he stood there, this boy who represented hope, the one person who she pledged to do everything for now. She was his rock. That's what she had to be. She had to put her own feelings and her own hopes to one side, all for this boy. Because he needed someone. It was only right. What do you think? She asked. Tommy looked at the camp ahead. He really scanned it, really studied it. But his eyes settled on an ice cream van right in the middle of the road. Reckon they'll have real ice cream? He asked. Susan smiled. I doubt it, but we can always enjoy some more pretend ice, right? Tommy looked back at her and smiled. Then he nodded. Come on, she said. Let's go see our new home. When Susan reached the ice cream van and saw no sign of Tommy, worry took over. They'd been here a month now. The early days had been good. The rations had lasted, and people seemed to have an understanding that supplies were limited, so they just had to make the most of the supplies they had. But gradually, as the days passed by and hunger grew, things had grown more strained. The police started to tighten their grip on the supply chain. After a week, conflict broke out. A child was killed. And the people who were left, police included, were forced into a very precarious situation that felt like it was going to fall apart at any moment. Susan thought about getting away. She thought about escaping and making a break for it on the road. But she still thought this place was safer than the outside. She'd seen the horrors of man. She knew the kinds of evils in this place. She didn't want to risk facing the unknown. At least in here, she knew exactly what she was up against. Tommy. She looked inside the ice cream van. Then she scanned the derelict streets. It was quiet. There were only about 8 of them left now, They didn't particularly get along. Hunger was growing, dehydration took its grip every day. But they powered on, because they had to power on. They had no choice. She ran up the street, passed by a man called Steve. "Have you seen Tommy?" Steve glanced up at her as he sat there reading a book. He shrugged. "Thanks," Susan muttered. "Very helpful." She kept on running down the road when she noticed something then. She stopped. People. There were people at the end of the street. They looked strange, unlike any group she'd seen. Some of them were wearing white. Most of them were holding knives. They looked like they were some kind of religious group, or some kind of cult. Sergeant Ben Wisdom stepped up, lifted his rifle, and pointed at them. "Wait," Susan said. "No time to wait." "But Tommy—" "I don't give a shit about Tommy," he said. "Now step out of my way and let me deal with these bastards." Susan shook her head. She couldn't believe how Ben had grown so cold. But then, with the things he'd done, she supposed it added up. He'd lost his grip, and that grip was slipping even more by the day. It was what he had to do to maintain control. "Move," he said, his angry eyes peering back at her. "Right this second." She held her ground. Then she stepped aside reluctantly. Ben lifted his rifle and pointed it off into the distance. "Good," he said. "Now we fire." He pulled the trigger. The people in the distance dispersed. They ran into the side streets. Some of them disappeared into buildings. With the click of a finger, they were gone. Ben lowered his rifle. "See? That wasn't so hard." But there was something in the distance. Something Susan could hear. A cry. Her skin went numb. Sickness hit her like a wave. That cry, like an animal that hadn't been put out of its misery. She didn't even think. She ran off towards the source of the cry, towards the people in white. "Susan!" Ben shouted. She didn't stop. She kept on running, even though she didn't want to face that cry, even though she didn't want to find what deep down she feared she was going to find. She reached it and she stopped. Her entire body went cold. Her world fell underneath her. "Tommy," she said. "No, no!" She fell beside him, held his hand as he bled from his chest. She told him he was going to be okay, that the pain was going to go soon, that all of it was going to disappear. And then, without any drama, he died right there on the road, his body turning still, the wails still echoing around her skull. She wasn't sure how long she crouched there crying. She lost all sense of her surroundings, all sense of what was even real anymore. And then she looked up, back at her camp, and she saw it. Ben was dead. He was lying on the road. A man dressed in white with long, dark hair and a bushy beard stood over him, Ben's rifle in hand. His green eyes glistened as they stared into hers. He walked over to Susan then. More of his people approached alongside him. Some of her own people came too. He stopped when he reached her, and Susan just wanted him to end it. She wanted him to finish her off, because she had nothing left to live for now. He looked at her, pointed that rifle at her. Her entire world was still. And then he lowered the rifle and held out a hand. "Come on," he said. She looked at her, tears covering her eyes. Drifting like she was in the clouds, her mind blurry and incoherent. "Don't be afraid," he said. "You are strong. You'll get the opportunity to prove that strength and to prove your loyalty." She wanted to resist, but she found herself feeling weak, feeling like she needed someone to step in and help her, feeling like she couldn't be here with Tommy on her own. She looked down at Tommy, leaned over and kissed him on his cooling cheek. And then she looked back at that man's outstretched hand. She reached out and took it. His smile extended, a warmth to his eyes. "I'm Matthew," he said, "and you don't have to worry anymore. You're one of us now." Chapter 26. Jack listened to Susan's story, and he felt exhausted. Everyone was silent. Nobody said a word, from the start of Susan's tragic story to the very grisly end. She'd been through so much. A plane accident that killed all her friends and left her the sole survivor. A journey to find safety and security for a young boy called Tommy, taking up the responsibility of looking after him herself, and then losing him in the most tragic way. That's when she fell in with Matthew and his people. "I was at a low point," Susan said, staring into space as they stood there in the woods. I was in shock. Matthew held my hand and told me he was going to help me if I could help myself. He told me if I proved I was strong, I could belong, and at that moment, I just needed something to belong to. I wasn't thinking straight. You have to understand that. Jack thought about the ways he'd acted when grief got to him. He knew exactly what Susan was talking about. He told me that his people were a community. He told me they had ways of surviving that might be hard to accept. They had methods that I wouldn't be comfortable with, not at first. I didn't realize the extent of it, not right away. Jack gulped, bitterness in his mouth. What kind of methods? Susan looked right into his eyes and said the words he'd been fearing all along. Taking out the weak and using them for what he called a better purpose. Letting the strong live, at least those who stay in line anyway, those who prove their worth. He wants to build a truly strong group, a group without weakness. I don't know what went on in his past, but something must have to make him this way. But his past doesn't matter. He'll stop at nothing to achieve what he wants to achieve, and he'll make damned sure the weak don't go to waste either. What do you mean by that? I'm talking cannibalism. Shit, Jack said. It didn't start that way, Susan said. He didn't just throw the cannibalism on us. It got to that point when we were starving, when it seemed like we had no choice. She looked away, wiped her eyes. It was like she was only just realizing the extent of her own involvement, sharing it for the first time. What changed? Jack asked. I woke up, Susan said. I saw how deep I'd fallen. I decided to go to Matthew and tell him about my thoughts. He always told us to be honest if we had concerns. That's when he told me I'd made a mistake. He held me captive. I think he would have killed me, really I do. But someone helped me escape. I ran, didn't look back. That's when I ran into you. Wait, Jack said. You knew what he had planned for my people and you didn't tell me? I tried to warn you, Susan said. I told you to leave the caravan site. You didn't tell me exactly why. I shouldn't have had to. You should have just listened. People died, Jack said. People's deaths could have been prevented if you'd just been straight with me. She looked down, the guilt on her face clear to see. I've made so many mistakes, she said. I've messed up more times than I care to admit, but I thought if I could at least help you, at least warn you, maybe I could do one good thing. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. She turned and went to walk away. Wait a second, Jack said. Susan stopped, looked back. What? You're just walking away, just like that? I've told you everything there is to tell. I have no purpose here anymore. Jack sighed. He walked towards her. You've told us things, and I appreciate that. But there's something else we need your help with. She looked at him, shook her head. No, I can't help with anything. Matthew, Jack said. He has someone close to us, a young girl called Emma, a girl I swore to protect. He has her, and I'm not giving up on her. None of us are giving up on her. We're not giving up on any of our people. You're going to get yourselves killed. Then so be it, Jack said. But you're going to help us, and maybe when you do, you'll finally be able to shake that guilt. You'll finally be able to look other people in the eye again. How does that sound? She glanced at him, just for a few seconds, before looking away again. It's dangerous. Nobody ever got close to Matthew. But you're not nobody, Hazel said. She stepped forward. What are you suggesting? Susan asked. Hazel looked at Jack. Candace looked at Jack. Bella looked at Jack. All of them looked at him and waited for him to make the call. They looked at him and waited for him to step up and show his leadership. He wanted to shirk his responsibility, to put it to a vote. But at the same time, he knew shirking responsibility was what got them in this mess in the first place. He might not want to be a leader, but he was starting to realize he might just have to be. Lives depended on it. He looked around at Susan, and he took a deep breath. We're going to attack Matthew, he said. We're going to destroy him. We're going to get our people back, and you're going to help us. Chapter 27. Emma wasn't sure how long she was waiting in this dark tent, all on her own. But as much as she wanted to escape, as much as she wanted to break free, she knew she had to play this right. For some reason, Matthew saw something in her. He believed she was strong, whatever that may mean in his twisted world. She had to stay in line. And then when the time came, when she'd tricked him enough, she had to take her opportunity to escape. When he trusted her enough. She sensed a weakness in him when she'd told him her name. She had to make the most of that. She tugged at the ties around her wrists. Whatever was covering her vision was tight around her head, so close to her face she could barely breathe through it. She had no idea whether she was alone. She thought she was alone last time, but it turned out Matthew was right there in front of her, eating an apple all along. So she resisted the urge to try and break free. She stayed still, stayed put, like a good girl. As hard as it was to resist trying to escape, to resist moving. She tried to listen for things, for footsteps, for voices, for movement nearby, but it was remarkably quiet here. Every now and then, she thought she heard shouting in the distance, and it made her shiver. She thought of the survivors who had knelt beside her. She thought about the looks on their faces, and what Matthew said about being strong. What if they weren't strong? What happened to them then? She remembered what he said about redistribution, as he called it, and felt sickness growing inside. She wanted nothing more than to get away, to get back to Jack and the others. But at the same time, she didn't even know if they were still alive. She didn't know what remained of her home anymore. She thought of Mrs. Fuzzles, and she hoped wherever she was okay. That they were all okay. She was lost in thought when she heard movement somewhere behind her. She tilted her head back instinctively. She didn't know there was a way in behind her, unless she'd been turned around without realizing. She felt lost, disoriented. She wanted to call out, to ask who was here, but she remembered that opposing force, the one telling her to resist, telling her to behave. She'd spent enough time with Logan to learn how someone on the dark side operated. She'd spent so long with him that she actually started to believe in him. And he did care about her. He did put her first. But that didn't change what he was. And at the same time, that meant he'd taught her some important lessons. She heard the footsteps walk towards her. She shook a little, fear making the little hairs on the back of her neck prick up. She waited for movement, waited for the blindfold or the bag to be dragged from her head, waited to be hit with light. But that didn't happen. Instead, she felt movement around her ankles. Then the person standing before her dragged her to her feet. "Come on," she said. "Hold my hand. I'll take you where you need to go." Emma wasn't sure what to think. She felt the woman dragging her along, trying to get her to leave this room. And as much as she wanted to get away, she sensed something untoward, a trap. Maybe this was a trick. Maybe she was testing her loyalty. "I can't," Emma said. "What do you mean you can't? This is your chance to get away." Emma wanted to agree. She wanted to go along with what this woman was suggesting. She wanted nothing more than to get away. But she knew what she had to do. I have to stay here, to prove it." "To prove what?" To prove I'm strong." There was a pause, silence, everything in stasis. And then the woman tightened her grip on Emma's hand. "Good," she said. "You passed the first test. Now I need you to follow me for the next." Emma felt a gentle pull then. She followed this time, part of her relieved she hadn't fallen for the trick, the other part wondering where this all ended up and what the woman had planned for her. She followed her regardless, stumbled a few times, unable to keep her footing. She walked outside the tent she was in and into the outdoors. She couldn't see a thing, but she could smell the foliage in the woods. She could taste the sick in the back of her dry throat. Her legs felt weak, and her feet, bare at this point, rubbed and blistered against the uneven ground. She kept on walking without stopping. It felt like forever, but she wasn't sure how long she'd been moving exactly. She wondered if part of it was just because her senses were so heightened, because she was so deeply in the moment that she didn't miss a second of consciousness. She wondered if this was the next part of the task itself. Maybe the challenge was to drag her for as long as they could to see how long it took for her to collapse. Maybe her task was to drain her of energy, which was yet another reason to keep moving, to keep going. She was about to stumble over when she bumped into the woman before her. The woman had stopped. Emma caught her breath. She barely even realized they'd stopped, barely registered. Suddenly, the blindfold was dragged from her eyes, and all around her she saw darkness. She had no idea how many people were around, but she knew it wasn't just her and the woman who'd walked here. She could see trees all around, a clearing just ahead, and then standing over to the right, she saw him. Matthew was standing there. He was holding a torch in one hand and a pistol in the other. He was smiling. Emma felt hands against her back. She felt herself being pushed towards him, and the closer she got, the more she saw what the thing next to him was. It was a person. Someone she knew. Harvey, one of the other Heathwaite's people Matthew had captured. Harvey was on his knees. He was gagged. Tears streamed down his cheeks. He looked up at Emma, desperation in his eyes. Matthew uncuffed Emma. Then he held out the pistol, placing it into Emma's hand. He stepped back and held a hand out to Harvey. "Good to see you here, Emma," he said. "Good to see you made it past stage 1. Now for stage 2. She didn't understand what he was getting at. Not at first. And then it clicked. The pistol in her hand. Harvey. "Prove how strong you are," he said, "and prove how loyal you are. Kill him, Emma." Chapter 28. Jack stared at the flames of the campfire and prepared himself for the next step. It was late. By the standards of recent nights, it was one of the cooler ones he'd encountered lately. He heard movement in the woods from the animals, the occasional hoot of an owl, the call of a fox. He was on edge about any movement. He was even cautious about having a fire. He didn't want to draw any attention to them. But then they needed to eat, they needed to rest, and then they needed to take the next step. He glanced across the fire at Hazel and Candace. Both of them were lying on the ground under a tree. It looked like they were sleeping, but Jack knew that was probably unlikely. They'd had a taxing day, but switching off seemed like an impossibility. When you'd been through a situation such as they had, you were wired for hours. But rest was important. Recuperation was important. He looked over the other side of the fire and saw Bella and Susan. Bella was wide awake. She lay on her side, staring into the flames. There was so much Jack wanted to say to her. He felt responsible in a way. If he'd stepped up enough, then the group might have actually listened to his concerns, and maybe this could have been avoided. Maybe Harry would still be here. He pushed his doubts away and walked over to Bella's side. Villain joined him. "Hey," he said. Bella glanced up at him. "Hi." "I would ask you how you're doing, but—" "Yeah," she said. "I'm doing as you'd expect." He regretted coming over here then. He thought maybe it was best to just let Bella grieve in her own way, go through her own emotions. But then he knew how he'd felt when he'd suffered losses. He wanted to push people away, but at the same time, he wanted nothing more than someone to just hear him out, someone there beside him. "I know it's not easy," Jack said. "Any kind of loss, especially when it's someone close, someone who makes you happy." Bella looked up at him like she wasn't sure, but in the end she just nodded. "No, you've got that right. But one thing I have found helps is to be honest with yourself. Don't bottle it up. If you need to lash out at someone, you lash out. If you need to be alone, be alone. But be honest with yourself. Don't do what you think you should do. And let other people help you. Let them be there for you. Don't push them away. Pushing them away causes, well, it causes more problems than solutions. Let's just put it that way." Bella stared into the flickering flames. "I just wish I hadn't even gotten close to him. If I hadn't got close to him, I wouldn't be feeling what I'm feeling right now." Jack nodded. He knew that feeling all too well. "You know, when Wayne came back into my life, believe it or not, I actually wasn't sure I wanted to get close to him again. I wasn't sure I wanted to even try." Bella frowned. "Why?" "Because I was afraid," he said. "I mean, I did try, because I knew I wanted to truly get to know him again, deep down, and I was ashamed of how I'd treated him in the past. But there was still that reluctance, that resistance. I'd already lost before, someone I cared about so dearly, someone I treasured so much. And the thought of it happening again, the thought of having to face up to a tragedy like that, or the thought of them having to suffer the same, I just couldn't do that. I couldn't go through it again." Bella was silent. The rest of the group, Susan aside, slept on. "I regret how I went about things," Jack said. "I was selfish. I realize that now. But I'll tell you one thing. I lost Wayne. I lost him in the worst way possible, but I wouldn't trade that time I spent with him for anything. It was so precious. And for all the pain that followed, I'm so glad I got to spend at least some time with my boy." Bella looked at him then. "You've been through so much." Jack nodded. "And that's why I am how I am. I saw what leadership did to me. I saw what it did to those around me, or at least what I thought it did." He paused, stoked the flames, and patted Villain on his head. "But I see now I was wrong. Whether I wanted to be a leader or not, at least I was actually doing something. And even when I stepped back, it was still there underneath. It didn't just go away because I decided I wasn't leader anymore. I was still owning my decisions. I was still responsible." He looked around at his people, and then he looked at Susan as she sat there, alone, staring into the flames. "I made so many mistakes," Jack said. "I have so much to be guilty for. The way I handled the Logan situation, the things I did. They will haunt me for life." He gulped. "But I'll learn from it. I'll grow from it. I have to." He looked back at Bella, and he saw something. She was smiling. "It's good to have you back, Jack. For real." He smiled back at her. "We'll get through this, I promise." He looked over at Susan as the flames continued to flicker in the darkness. Soon, they were going to find Emma. They were going to get their people back. And Jack was going to lead the way. Chapter 29. Emma stared at Harvey as he knelt there before her, and she didn't know what to think or what to do. The night was suffocating. She could see people all around her, standing in the trees, watching. Everything was silent and still apart from Harvey. She stood there with the pistol in hand and looked at Matthew as he stared at her, that sinister smile still etched across his face. "Go on," he said. "This is your test. You've spent time with us. You haven't tried to escape. You passed up the opportunity to escape when it was right in front of you. Now, you really prove your loyalty. You really prove you are willing to be one of us. You prove you are as strong as I believe you to be." She stood there and looked at Harvey. Tears streamed down his face. His face was bruised, and his eyes were red and bloodshot. He shook his head, mumbling, begging. And all Emma could do was stand there. All she could do was stare. How far was she willing to go to prove her loyalty to Matthew? Just how much was she willing to do in order to stay on the inside and eventually take him out? She looked at the pistol in her hand, felt it, cold and uncomfortable in her palm. Then she looked at Harvey, right into his begging eyes. "Or are you not strong enough?" Matthew asked. "Are you weaker than I suspected?" She thought about saying yes. She was weaker than Matthew suspected. She thought about turning the gun on him, then fleeing into the woods. She thought of all the options, all the possibilities, and tried to seek the best outcome. But in the end, she just kept on coming back to the same one. The pistol in her hand, Harvey kneeling before her. And all that talk of the strong and the weak. No, she had to forget that. She had to push Matthew's words from her mind. She had to focus on the decision right in front of her. The pistol in her hand. Harvey. She shook her head. She had to try to appeal to this guy at the very least. "We don't have to do this." "Remember what I told you?" Matthew said. "Or have you forgotten already?" She held her breath. Her heart raced. Her chest tightened. She couldn't breathe. The fact she was entertaining carrying out what she was entertaining carrying out at all troubled her deeply. You have a chance, an opportunity. Don't listen to the voices in your head holding you back. Don't listen to the morals of the old world dictating your actions. Listen to what feels right now. What you know the right thing to do is. She wondered whether she could. If she did it, she'd convince Matthew she was on his side and that she was loyal. But on the other hand, this was Harvey. He was innocent. He hadn't done anything wrong. He didn't deserve this. She lowered the pistol, shook her head. "I'm sorry," she said. I'm not ready for this." Matthew actually looked disappointed. It was the first time she'd seen him this way, and it scared her. That look in his eyes, it made her feel uneasy. He looked unpredictable, like he could flip at any moment. "That's disappointing," Matthew said. And then she saw people walking towards her, knives in hand. She felt it then, the fear, the opportunity slipping away. If she didn't convince Matthew he could trust her, maybe nobody could. More people would die. If Jack and the others were still out there, then maybe they would die too. She watched the people walk towards her, saw Matthew step up to her, reach for the pistol, and she remembered the things Logan told her. She envisaged him in that situation she'd never thought she'd be in herself, a position where she held a gun and had a choice, and she understood now. She finally understood. An impossible decision, an impossible choice, but a choice she had to make. She took a deep breath, and she looked into Harvey's eyes. "I'm so sorry," she said. Then she lifted the pistol and pulled the trigger. She expected a blast, expected violence, expected a crack and a grunt. She couldn't even look. But she didn't experience any of that. She just heard a click. She opened her eyes. Harvey was still kneeling there, tears rolling down his cheeks, eyes wide and blank. She looked down at the pistol. "What?" She saw Matthew smiling then. He reached for the pistol, took it from her. Then he put a hand on her back. "You didn't think we'd actually give you a loaded gun, did you?" It sunk in then. The gun. It wasn't loaded. But she'd lifted it anyway. She'd fired. What did that make her? "Come on," he said, edging her away. You've done good here. It can't be easy making the decision you made. Others have failed where you've succeeded." Then she felt 2 hands on either shoulder. "But you aren't done yet," Matthew said. She felt the cuffs around her wrists, and then she felt the blindfold over her head once more. Darkness surrounded her. But in that darkness, all she could see was Harvey's begging face right before her, and all she could feel was that trigger digging into her finger, and the weight of that silent bullet. Chapter 30. Susan tried to close her eyes and get some rest like the others told her to, but there was no sleeping for her. She'd grown kind of used to it, in all truth. So many sleepless nights. And the nights she had slept, that feeling of dread at the pit of her stomach whenever she woke up. It was a vicious cycle, a cycle that she'd escaped, or at least that's what she told herself. She looked around at the rest of the group. All of them looked like they were sleeping now, except for Jack. He was looking right at her, keeping an eye on her at all times. She understood if he didn't trust her. She was dressed like the enemy. She looked like the enemy. She knew all about the enemy. But at the same time, she'd saved him, rescued him from the middle of that campsite. That had to count for something in his eyes, right? But at the same time, even Susan wasn't sure what to believe. She wasn't sure what to trust, because she still feared Matthew. And she especially feared the fact that they were talking about heading right towards his group. At first, she thought she had an opportunity, a chance to get away and truly start again. But she should have known Jack's group had things they needed to resolve. First, there was the question of Emma, the missing girl. They weren't just going to give up on her, as much as Susan tried to warn them they were making a bad decision by going anywhere near Matthew's group. And then the rest of their people, too. Jack seemed galvanized after what had happened. He should have learned his lesson, but it didn't seem like he had. She'd tried warning him, but it just wasn't getting through. He was so desperate to lead his people to some kind of victory that he was risking even more tragedy. She looked away from him, back into the darkness beyond the trees. Jack said they were getting a couple of hours' rest before beginning their attack, and Susan was going to be a big part of it. She thought about what they'd discussed, her role in the rescue of Emma. She was going to reintroduce herself to Matthew. She was going to be the one who got inside and freed Emma before Jack's people wiped them out when they least expected it. Susan told him what she thought the problems were. She told him it was risky, and she told him how dangerous Matthew was, and how little she wanted to go back to him. But Jack had promised he was going to make sure she was okay. They were going to make sure nothing happened to her or anyone else. She wished he knew just how futile a promise he was making. She closed her eyes and thought of Tommy. Things had been so good when he was alive, so much better. She had been responsible. She had felt stronger and more capable. But all that had been stolen from her. All of her strength had slipped away. She thought back to what she'd told Jack and his group, and she felt guilty. They seemed good people. They were good people. But she hadn't been entirely truthful with him. She thought back to that time with Matthew and his people. She thought about the truths she'd shared with Jack, being trapped in that room, being forced to listen to people die, then being too afraid to even try and escape when they offered to let her go. She thought about the next thing they'd done, the way they'd dragged her into the woods, handed her a gun, and told her to take that man before her out. And she hadn't wanted to. She wanted to resist so much, but she was afraid. She was so afraid, and she was so alone. So she'd pulled that trigger. The gun hadn't been loaded. It was a loyalty test, a way of proving just how strong she actually was. It wasn't the end of the initiations. It was only the beginning. A slow, methodical breaking down of reason, forcing reliance on the very person you despised in order to get what you wanted in life, all of it building up to the final test, the field test. She thought about the last time she'd seen Matthew, what he'd told her, to go out there and reach out to another group, a group who seemed strong. She'd seen the group, and she felt bad about it. She'd gone back to Matthew, reported her findings, and then he'd given her what he said was the final part of her initiation, to befriend them, to make it seem like she was a victim to them, and then to bring the strongest, the very strongest, right to him, especially for the festival. And she looked over at Jack again, felt that bitterness, those mixed feelings, because she told herself as soon as she got away from Matthew the last time that she wasn't going to go back. She wasn't going to be drawn into his awful world. But now she wasn't sure, because this wasn't her final test. This wasn't her initiation. She had passed her test already. This was her role now. This was her job. This was her duty. She saw herself being drawn back towards Matthew, just like she'd been tasked. All of it was going perfectly. All of it was going just to plan. But she wasn't sure what she was going to do when she got to Matthew's camp. Take Jack's side and make a break for freedom once and for all? Or finish her duty? She shook her head. She wasn't sure how she'd got to this point, so morally bankrupt. But then again, she was a survivor. That's what Dr. Khalil had told her, what seemed like a lifetime ago. That's what she knew she was. She was a survivor, and she was far, far stronger than she came across. She made her own decisions, and she did whatever she could to survive. She was her own leader. So that's exactly what she had to do. Lead. She looked at Jack once more, at the one she knew was the strongest, and then she closed her eyes. She would finish her duty. She just wasn't sure which duty yet. Chapter 31. Jack looked at the sun shining through the treetops, and he knew it was time to get moving. They'd slept in longer than intended. Everyone was still around, which was reassuring. He was worried about what might happen in the night. Matthew's group could be close by. They could ambush at any time. Jack didn't like to imagine how he'd feel if he woke up to find everyone dead around him. He just knew he couldn't take any more loss. Hazel, Candace, and Bella walked together with Mrs. Fuzzles. Jack found himself leading the group with Susan. She wasn't talkative. There was so much he didn't know about her. She'd told him how she ended up where she was. Her story was tragic, that went without saying. But sometimes Jack looked at her and saw her staring into space, like she was somewhere else entirely. "How far?" Jack asked. Susan didn't respond. "Hey, Susan, how far?" She looked around at him then, abruptly, like she'd been made to jump. "What?" "How far until we reach Matthew's camp?" She nodded then. "Hours." "How many hours?" "We'll be there today." "And you're okay with what we've got planned?" Susan looked away. He could tell she was worried. Sending her back to Matthew was dangerous. It didn't sit too well with Jack. But at the end of the day, they were outnumbered, and they were outgunned. Susan was the only one who might be able to get herself close enough to Emma to get her out of there, so that had to be the first part of the plan. Matthew trusted her enough to let her get close again. Hopefully. It didn't help that Susan was still being so vague about everything. Regardless, there were no certainties in any of this. It was all a game of ultra-fine margins. If Jack or any of the others showed themselves, they would be shot on sight. Destroying Matthew's group was a dream. It felt like justice. But as things stood, Jack knew his people didn't have the means to exact that justice. They had to work with what they had. "I'm afraid," Susan said. That didn't make Jack feel any less guilty. "We'll be watching your back." "You don't understand. I want to do this. I want to help, but—" She glanced at Jack then. It was like she was trying to tell him something, trying to speak to him without words. Like she was desperate for him to read the signs she was putting before him. But then Jack heard rustling to his right, and he went still. Susan looked around, too. Her eyes widened right away. She crouched down instinctively. Villain growled. Hazel, Bella, and Candace kept on walking on. "What's got you?" "Quiet," Jack said. They stopped. All of them frowned. And then Jack heard the rustling again, and he saw the look of realization on their faces. All of them were quiet. All of them were still. He heard the rustling around them, right to left. He clutched his knife tightly. The birds around him had stopped singing. He felt like he was being watched, like there were eyes on him everywhere. He turned around, looked at the trees, tried to see the source of the movement. And then he noticed the rustling had stopped. He waited, totally still, heart racing. He didn't want to move. He didn't want to risk compromising their position. But the longer he waited, the more he realized there were no sounds anymore. "Come on," he said. "We've got to—" Then he heard something that made his stomach sink. A growl. He looked at the trees in front of him. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. He'd heard rumors about animals escaping zoos. It stood to reason, after all. When the power went out, a lot of them would have been forced to escape. Sympathetic zookeepers might even have let them out themselves. He heard this growling and these footsteps, and he dreaded what he might come up against. A lion, a tiger, a bear. Every option scarier than the last. Every single one a reminder that humanity wasn't even the apex predator anymore. There were far more dangerous creatures out there than them. He lowered and faced the movement in the woods, held his knife, waited, sweat trickling down his forehead, and then he saw it. Out of the trees, a wolf emerged. Its teeth were showing, its eyes were wide and hungry. It looked fierce. But the closer it edged, the more Jack realized something. It wasn't a normal wolf, for one. It had a blue collar around its neck. "A husky," Jack said. He saw it get closer and saw how matted its fur was, and saw its bright blue eyes. There were bite marks on its rear. There was a scar right across its right eye. It was thin, clearly malnourished. Jack watched it get closer, and he knew he had to do whatever he had to do. It felt harsh, but this was a harsh world. If this dog attacked, he had to defend himself. He had to defend his people. But at the same time, maybe there was another way. He crouched down, lowered the knife just a little, held out his other hand. "Jack?" Candace said. "What are you doing?" He ignored her, kept that hand outstretched. The husky stared at it, uncertain, backing away a little, snarling even more. "Jack?" Hazel said. He glanced around at her, and he saw her shaking her head. He knew what she was saying. This was a stretch too far. He wasn't going to tame this animal. He had to act, as harsh as it was, he had to act fast. But he looked away, because he had to trust himself. He had to believe himself, and this represented all that. He had to start stepping up. He had to start doing what he thought was right. He had to own his decisions, however wrong they may be. He held out his hand a little further. "Come on. It's okay. Come here." The husky backed away again, growled louder. Villain just stood there, looking uncertain. The husky barked then. Its teeth were fully on show. Its eyes were bloodshot and red. It looked primed to attack. Jack went to lift his knife, to do what he had to do, if he had to do it. And then something remarkable happened. The husky stepped forward and sniffed his hand. He held his hand there, stayed still. Every little movement of his fingers made the husky back off a little, but it kept on returning to him, kept on sniffing his hand. He saw the collar around the dog's neck then, the name Nymeria, no doubt after Game of Thrones. "It's okay, Nymeria," he said. "Good girl, good girl." She looked up at him, and then she licked at his hand, just the once. And at that moment, Jack felt warmth inside. He stood up, clicked his fingers, watched as Nymeria stepped closer, up to Villain. the next true test of just how much this dog could be tamed. Villain stood there, growled. Nymeria stared right into his eyes. The standoff intensified. Jack worried it wasn't going to work. He didn't know how long this dog had been out here, and dogs were unpredictable beasts with one another at the best of times. And then out of nowhere, Villain went quiet and dropped to his belly, submitting. Jack smiled. Hazel laughed. Everyone stared at this scene before them with disbelief. Even Mrs. Fuzzles looked puzzled, like this dance of egos was all beneath her. Jack looked up at Susan then and saw her smiling. He swore he saw a tear in her eye. "You okay?" he asked. She wiped her eyes, looked away, and then she nodded. "Come on," she said. "We're close." They set off walking again, their new friend in tow, always by Villain's side. Storm clouds thickened overhead. Chapter 32. Emma sat in that dark tent once more and thought about what happened in the woods. It was always dark in here. It didn't matter if it was daylight or not with the blindfold covering her vision. She was hungry, thirsty. She felt like she hadn't eaten or drank properly for days, even though she wasn't sure how long she had been here at all. She wanted to shout for help. She wanted to beg for water. She wanted to cry out for all this to be over. But she couldn't, because she had to stay strong. She had to stay strong because she had to do whatever it took to get to Matthew. But then she kept on thinking about what happened in the woods, and she wondered where that left her. She thought about Harvey and whether he was even still alive at all. He'd crouched there on his knees, tape around his mouth, his face beaten and dripping sweat. She'd held that pistol, pointed it at him, and she'd seen the sheer terror in his eyes. And even if the gun hadn't been loaded, that didn't matter, because Emma had pulled the trigger. She'd done it because she thought it might make her look stronger, more trustworthy to Matthew. But was that really how far she was willing to go? And did that make her much different to Matthew, really? She shook her head, took in a sharp breath. What she'd done was terrible. It made her want to scrub her hands clean, just like when she'd fired that shot at Logan in the woods. But it was her only choice. If she gave up or if she showed weakness, Matthew wouldn't maintain much patience in her. One slip and it could all be over. One sign of hesitation and she was finished. She couldn't stop fighting. She couldn't give up. She didn't even know if there was anyone out there coming for her at all. She had to take life into her own hands. She had to do what was right for her, even if it felt so wrong. Because this was about more than just her own survival. This was about making Matthew pay for what he'd done to her home. It was about making him pay for the kind of human being he was. "There was another like you once." The voice came out of nowhere, made her jump. She soon steadied herself, though, brought her breathing under control. She didn't say a thing, didn't want to show any sign of curiosity, didn't want to show any sign of anything. "Similar age. She did just as well as you," Matthew said. It was clearly him. "Pulled the trigger, sat in this tent for 2 whole days without food and water. So strong. I thought I could believe in her. I thought I could trust her. And then I let her out, and the first thing she did was try to kill me for some bullshit about what I supposedly did to her people." Emma's skin crawled. She felt like Matthew was staring into her thoughts, like he knew exactly what she was planning. She heard him stand, heard footsteps approach. They stopped right in front of her. "How can I possibly know you'll be any different?" She shook. Her heart felt like it was going to explode out of her chest. She tried to stay quiet, tried to keep her cool. And then she felt cold fingers against the back of her neck. "You remind me of someone else, you know." She smelled his sickly breath, and she worried about what he was about to say. She'd heard about what men were like in this world, how sick they could be, and she felt herself tensing, struggling again with this inner battle of displaying strength and also not wanting to go through hell. And then he said something she didn't expect. "My daughter," he said. She was called Emma, too. She was a feisty little kid, always a fighter right from birth. She used to scream all night until I got up and rocked her. When she was old enough to stand, she'd climb out of her cot every single night. Used to run away, and the more we told her she couldn't do stuff, the more she did it. He paused a few seconds. Emma wanted to ask about her. She wanted to know more. At least this explained why he'd reacted so strangely to her when she'd revealed her name. But at the same time, she didn't want to ask about her, because she didn't want to sympathize with Matthew in any way. She wanted to believe he was a monster, and that there was nothing more to him than that, even if she'd already learned from Logan that wasn't always the case. There was no such thing as monsters, not completely. She was diagnosed with leukemia when she was 9, Matthew said. She was ill, really ill, but she didn't let it knock her spirits. She'd always be reading a book in the hospital or telling us what she was going to do when she got out, and I wanted to believe her. I wanted to believe she could get better, that she could fight even the most awful of diseases. But the odds didn't look good. Emma swallowed a lump in her throat. She knew where this was going. When she was 11, she was discharged. She'd made a full recovery. Against all damned odds, our daughter had fought off this evil illness inside her. I'd go to her bedroom every night, check she was still breathing, check her heart was still beating, and there was one night I didn't. One night where things got normal enough to stop checking. I stayed up and watched some Netflix show way too late. Didn't think anything of it. But she didn't wake up the following morning. She'd had a heart attack, a rare condition that hadn't even been picked up on. Just like that, after all that fighting, our little girl was gone. My marriage to Donna fell apart soon after. I started drinking, went a little off the rails, but I swore something that day. I made a promise. I'd never let myself attach myself to anyone weak again. Anyone not strong enough to survive. Because life's too short for pain like that. Life's too short to attach yourself to people who are going to go away. And that's why we have to be strong. That's why we have to make sure everyone is strong, because nobody deserves that kind of loss. Emma listened to the silence, and she couldn't say a word. Matthew did awful things. He was vicious, he was sadistic, he was as close to evil as she'd ever encountered. But he was human. He was flawed, and Emma could see how he had ended up the way he had. She felt his hand on the back of her neck and realized something. His fingers didn't feel so cold anymore. They felt warm. He moved them away, just like that. And then she heard him stand up and walk towards the door. "You'll keep waiting," he said. "You'll stay strong. You have to." She heard his footsteps reach the tent opening, heard him unzip it, then hold it there just a few seconds. And she opened her mouth. She went to speak, went to say the words. The footsteps disappeared. Emma closed her mouth. But the words still bounced around her mind, the words that showed weakness, the words she couldn't afford to show. Don't go. Chapter 33. Jack wasn't sure how long they'd been walking when he started to grow truly concerned. It had to be late afternoon. It felt like they'd been walking for hours. Jack was thirsty, his feet were blistered, and his stomach churned with hunger. But he didn't want to complain or make a scene. He looked at Susan a few times, and she seemed pretty confident about where they were heading. He even asked her once or twice, but again she just reassured them they were close. But something just didn't feel right. Something didn't seem to add up. He looked around, saw Villain and Nymeria walking alongside one another. They kept stopping, sniffing at one another. They clearly liked each other. Obvious chemistry between them. Jack smirked. It was about time Villain found himself a nice girl to settle down with. His bachelor days looked well behind him. Stud. Mrs. Fuzzles looked a little jealous, if anything. She approached Villain a few times, only to back off when Nymeria growled at her. In a way, it was kind of funny seeing that creepy little cat put in her place. Hazel put her hands on her knees and sighed. "We can't have much further to walk, surely." Jack was appreciative that someone else echoed his concerns. Susan stopped and turned around. "Matthew's group," Jack cut in. "You said they were close about 6 hours ago. You said their camp was nearby." "I told you, they move around a lot. It pays to keep moving." "So you're saying they've moved since the attack? Already?" Susan shook her head. "Unlikely." "Susan," Jack said, "I think you have to start being more straight with us. Where are you leading us?" Susan looked away then. "We're taking a slight detour." "A slight detour? What?" "If we're going to Matthew's place, we're going to need more weapons than we have, and we're going to need people too. Help. I might know someone who can help." Jack could barely say a word. "This wasn't part of the plan." "You told me you trusted me to lead the way," Susan said, more assertive now. "Then trust me. You aren't going to get Emma back if you walk blindly in there. I'm not going to walk blindly in there if I'm not certain I have a backup plan. We walk. We're close." "And these people," Jack said. "How do you know them?" Susan looked at him again, just for a few seconds. "It's a long story, but you can trust me. You have to." Jack didn't like the way she spoke. He didn't like the mysteriousness. But he supposed she was right. He had to trust her. What else did any of them have? "And these people," Jack said. "How sure are you that we can trust them?" Susan took in a long, deep inhalation. Then, for the first time in a long time, she smiled at Jack. "You can trust them," she said. "I promise." She turned and started walking before Jack could ask anything else. He started walking. He didn't like the change of plan, or more specifically, the way she'd gone behind his back. But then he figured she was only doing what she thought was right, and they could use some extra ammo and extra numbers. "What do you think?" Jack glanced to his side. It was Hazel who spoke, cradling Mrs. Fuzzles in her arms. He looked back at Susan as she walked ahead. "I don't know," he said. "I think we need to keep an eye on her. But for now, I guess we're out of options." They walked further, walked until the sun lowered, until the woods went cool. Visibility was tough. They'd definitely been walking far longer than Susan said, 3 hours at least, and it still seemed like they were nowhere near anywhere remotely inhabited. The blisters on Jack's feet weren't getting any less painful either. He saw Susan up ahead, quite a way in front now. "Are we anywhere near this place?" "We're close." He gritted his teeth. "You said we were close about—" "Here." She disappeared, just for a second. Jack jogged forward. The first thing he noticed was the little town. It was right on the edge of the woods. The streets were barricaded, windows were boarded up, cars were rusting as rats scurried through the streets. But one thing was for sure. There was nobody here. "Susan," Jack called. "What is this place?" There was no response. He heard the others reach him. "Is this it?" Candace asked. "Where's Susan?" Hazel said. Jack looked at this empty, derelict town, and then he looked over his shoulder into the woods. The hairs on his arms stood on end. It was Hazel's question that got to him, because he was thinking exactly the same thing. "Where is she?" she repeated. He looked off into the woods, his body tensing, his chest tightening. "Jack?" she asked. "Where is she?" He looked into the woods, and he wanted the ground beneath him to open up and swallow him whole. But in the end, he could only accept the truth. "She's gone," he said. She's gone. Chapter 34. Matthew sat alone in his tent and thought about his daughter. It was always this way at night, alone with his thoughts, only the sounds of the night for company. He tried to suppress the memories, tried to hold them back, because they made him weak. He needed to be strong. Weakness was a poison. Weakness was what had got the world in this mess in the first place. He couldn't let it infect him. He stood up, stepped outside his tent. It was the only way he could really keep the memories at bay, going for walks into the woods, losing himself in the darkness. As long as he was back to lead his people by sunrise, all was well. Order was restored. Power was restored. But tonight, he found himself doing something different. He stepped outside his tent and walked over to the tent where Emma was staying. He thought about her sitting in there, all alone. He knew she was afraid. She was bound to be. People older and wiser than her had fallen way earlier, and there was a level of forgiveness he'd allowed her because she was so young. She'd hesitated when it came to shooting her former friend, Harvey, a job that Matthew had been sure to finish off regardless. He'd heard her crying when he stepped outside her tent earlier, muttering under her breath. But she was far stronger than anyone else. She was just like his Emma. And that's what made things complicated. He swallowed a lump in his throat when he thought back to his daughter lying there in bed, fighting away, all the hair from her head gone, pasty pale. But still smiling. So weak, so thin, but still smiling. He pushed that thought away again and walked over to the tent. He made sure he crept there slowly, made sure he didn't make a sound as he unzipped the opening, as he stepped inside it. And then he stood there in the darkness, and he watched her sleep. It was now more than ever that she reminded him of his daughter, crouching there in the night, scanning her every breath. She was asleep, that was for sure, sitting upright, but asleep. He wanted to uncuff her. He wanted to lay her down and let her get some proper rest. But this was part of the initiation. This was part of the trial. This was part of strengthening her. He couldn't have her being weak. He couldn't lose her. She needed to be strong. He felt the tightness in his chest then, and he knew he had to get out of here. He staggered out of the tent and vomited all over the ground. In the light of the moon, he saw the very thing he dreaded, the very thing he knew he'd see, but the very thing he resisted all along. Blood in his vomit. He'd felt this way for some time now. He knew he was sick, really sick. His breathing didn't come as easily. He was losing weight, something he masked with the white robes he wore. But he couldn't let anyone else see that weakness. They couldn't question his strength. They couldn't question his mortality. He soldiered on because he had to. He didn't have a choice. This was the world he lived in. He wasn't going to let illness hold him back. He turned back around and headed into the tent once more. He noticed something. Emma was moving, looking around, gasping, afraid. Probably didn't know where she was, disoriented, afraid. He wanted to go over there and hold her hand and tell her everything was going to be okay. But that was part of the problem. Not only that he couldn't, but the very fact he was even entertaining the idea was problematic in itself. She brought out a weakness in him, and he couldn't allow that. Like a tumor, he had to cut it away. He looked across the camp, over to where the rest of her friends were. The dead ones, anyway. The bodies that had been cut up, the meat that was hanging, some of it drying out. He didn't like what he did. He knew it was wrong by the standards of the old world. But it kept them going, it kept them living, and it made the most of the most abundant resource, as well as the most gullible and easy resource to farm. Humanity itself. He shook his head, then looked back over at Emma's tent, feeling that weakness inside all over again. He'd deal with her. He'd find out just how strong and just how loyal she was, truly. And he'd deal with his own weakness, Whether he liked it or not, it had to be done. He walked away, off into the night, and disappeared until his thoughts went away and the sun started to rise. He'd had his moment of weakness. Now he had to be strong again. The festival was approaching. Chapter 35. Jack looked around for a trace of Susan, but already he feared the worst. It was late afternoon. There was a rare chill to the air that made Jack feel uncomfortable. The clouds thickened above, teasing rain. It felt like the heavens were about to open and a month's worth of rain was about to come pouring down. The town Susan had led them to was empty. There was no group there who looked like they could help Jack's people. There was no sign of any arms or weapons or anything like that. She'd led them here, and she'd left them.
Why would she do this?
It was Bella who spoke. She sounded distraught, still caught up in the shock and grief of what had happened to Harry, exhausted after a day of traveling, a day that looked like it was ending in disappointment. Jack tensed his fists and looked around at that town. "I don't know," he said, "but we need to be careful. We need to watch our step, and we need to find her." He walked past Villain and Nymeria then, over towards the trees. He looked for a sign of footprints in the ground, had no idea which direction she'd headed in, no idea where she'd gone to. He just felt so stupid that he hadn't picked up on the warning signs before this point.
"It might not be what it looks like,"
Hazel said.
"She led us here," Bella said. She led us all the way out here and then she left us. I'd say it's pretty friggin' obvious what she's doing here."
"Hazel's right," Jack said. He wasn't sure about speaking up, wasn't sure they'd want to hear what he had to say. But he'd learned a thing or two about speaking up these last few days. Everyone looked at him. Everyone waited for him to continue. Maybe this isn't the trap we think it is." Bella frowned.
"Then what is it?"
"Maybe Susan's helping us." Everyone looked on, puzzled. Jack spoke on before anyone could intervene. "Think about it. She was eager not to lead us to Matthew's camp. She kept on telling us it was a recipe for disaster. She didn't even sound keen going back there herself. Maybe she was just looking out for us, trying to spare us. Maybe she just didn't want to see us die."
"And what about Emma?"
Bella said. Jack looked away. We can't say the same for Emma, but maybe Susan's right. Maybe there really is no chance, no hope." Silence followed. Jack knew he'd said too much.
"You're suggesting we leave Emma with the people who butchered Harry?"
Bella asked. Jack shook his head. "I'm not."
"And here I was, starting to believe you were actually stepping up again, that you were actually starting to take responsibility again. But I was wrong, wasn't I? We were all wrong."
"Bella."
"We don't just give up on our people," Bella said. "That's not what we do. We never do that."
Jack looked at the anger and the sadness in her eyes, and he felt it. He didn't want to give up on anyone, but he was thinking rationally. He was thinking about why Susan might have led them out here. If it wasn't a trap, maybe she was trying to help them. And if she was trying to help them, maybe they should listen. But then he thought of something else. His dying son, Wayne, lying there on the ground, holding his hand. And then in his last moment, making Jack promise something, that he would look after his people. It didn't matter whether Emma used to be one of Logan's people. She was one of them now. "I'm not saying we give up," Jack said. "I'm just saying we need to be careful. That's all." He walked further past the group, over towards the trees.
"Then what do you suggest we do?"
Jack looked back at that derelict town. Then he looked around at the woods ahead. "We find Susan," he said. "She can't have gone far. Come on." The rest of the group followed. Jack led the way. He searched the ground for tracks, scanned every inch of it for a trail. It was a long time before he found a trace. He crouched down, lifted the white material and studied it in the fading light. Candace leaned over his shoulder. Nymeria and Villain were close by. Jack held out that little torn piece of Susan's dress, and then he stuffed it into his pocket. He looked at the woods ahead, a pathway of opportunity opening up before him. "She's close," he said. The branches rustled in the wind, and Jack couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. Chapter 36. Emma woke to the sound of footsteps. She was disoriented for a few seconds, didn't know where she was, why it was so dark, why her throat was so dry. Her head ached, her heart pounded. She felt sick, on the verge of throwing up. And then it dawned on her. The tent, Matthew, the test. She was still trapped. She still hadn't worked her way out of this. But those footsteps. She felt hands on her arms and her wrists came free. "Come on," a voice she didn't recognize said. "On your feet." She stood, prepared herself for whatever was next. She didn't know what to expect, only that she was desperate for food, gasping for water. And she was so close to breaking, so close to just asking. But she staggered out of the tent, and something unexpected happened. The sack over her head was removed. It would be lying to say light hit her eyes. Everywhere there was darkness. The trees cut through the perfect ceiling of stars. All around her she saw tents, people sitting outside them, some of them eating, some of them sharpening tools, most of them looking right at her. She looked around. She didn't recognize the man behind her, didn't think she'd seen him before. Matthew was nowhere to be seen. And in a weird way, she wasn't sure how to feel about that. She kind of wanted him to be there, because she believed she could get through to him. She believed she could get close enough to him, and then she believed she could carry out her revenge. A shove right in the middle of her back. "Walk." "Where are—" "Walk." She wanted to ask, wanted to press him for more information. She didn't like how this felt, especially after the last time she'd been dragged off to the woods in the dark. She didn't know what to expect, and that scared her. But she had to stick to her goal. She had to stay strong. She had to brace herself for whatever was ahead. She walked into the woods. The man kept on pushing her forward. There was no support to the way he moved her, just coldness now, and that unsettled her. Were they on to her in some way? Matthew already let on that someone had taken the opportunity to try and kill him once they were set free, so he was surely wise to these kinds of attempts. But no, she hadn't shown any signs she was going to betray him. He said he understood her hesitation. He even said she reminded him of his daughter. She could use that to her advantage. She had to use that to her advantage. She walked further into the night. For the first time in a long time, she actually felt cold. Specks of rain trickled down onto her bare legs, her feet crunching along the hard ground, her skin blistered and torn. She wanted to ask where she was going. She wanted to ask where this man was taking her. But she kept her shaking lips sealed. Emma wasn't sure how much longer it was before the man stopped her. They were by a stream. Water was flowing freely. Matthew was on the other side of it. He was staring into the water, his hand inside it. He looked like he was focusing on something, the light of the moon reflecting against his face. He looked up when Emma arrived. She tried to smile, but then she regretted it right away when he stared at her, unblinking, unemotional, like a different man completely. Suddenly, Emma realized the man behind her was gone. He had disappeared. It was just her and Matthew, alone in the woods, alone by this stream. "I come here often at night," Matthew said, "when I can't sleep, which is pretty much every night." Emma stood still. She didn't move. "Why are you standing there like an idiot? Come over here and have some water. You must be thirsty." Emma wasn't sure whether this was some kind of trap or not. She didn't move. But that water was so inviting. "Seriously," Matthew said, "no tricks. You're bound to be thirsty. Come on, drink with me, please." It was the please that did it. It didn't sound so much like a command as a request. And as uncomfortable as it made her feel, she took her chance and walked over towards him. She stopped by the side of the stream, sat right beside Matthew, a few feet from him. He looked at her, that coolness to his face again now. "Go on," he said. "Help yourself." She looked down at the stream, and she hesitated a few more seconds before finally cupping her hands and gulping as much of it down as she could. The water was so icy, so fresh. She kept on gulping it down, unable to help herself now, taking the chance to freshen her face up while she could. "See," Matthew said, "don't get fresher than that, do you?" She glanced over at him, and as he smiled at her, as much as she knew she should hate him, she couldn't help smiling back. "Keep going, for me," he said. "Don't feel like you have to stop out of politeness. Drinking water when you're thirsty doesn't mean you're weak. You're just listening to your body, that's all." She turned to the stream and went to gulp down some more water when she saw something in the moonlight. There was a sharp rock right in her eye line. It was just the right size for her to grab, and she was confident if she acted fast, she could use it to stab Matthew right in the neck. "Something holding you back?" She looked at him, the way he was smiling. Did he know? Could this be the test? She didn't know. All that time locked away, and she wasn't thinking straight. "Why," she said. "Why what? Why did you bring me out here?" Matthew looked ahead, over at the woods. "To be honest with you, I don't really know. I suppose I get lonely, spending time with people who carry out such acts of violence on a daily basis. That can get to you. It's nice to have a break, nice to spend time with someone less invested in what we do here. Does that make sense, or am I just blabbering?" Emma considered his words. Did they add up? Kind of. She couldn't stop her eyes drifting to that sharp rock, couldn't stop thinking about the opportunity she had. But there was something else she needed to know. She drank more of that water, her hands getting closer and closer to the rock. "My friends," she said, I know they're in the past. I know there's no going back, but I need to know what you did to them, for peace, for closure." Matthew studied her as she crouched there, hands in the stream, so close to that rock. He looked right into her eyes. "The leader?" Emma frowned. "No, You mean the leader," he said, "not the old fool pretending to be leader, the actual leader, the one with the dog, and the others, the woman, the girls, the cat, sweet thing. Those are the ones you mean, right?" Emma didn't want to reveal any more of her emotions, but reluctantly she nodded. "I just need to know. I am strong, but my past is still important to—" "They didn't die in the attack. We didn't capture them after the attack. They must have got away. So I assume they are okay, every one of them. At least they didn't suffer anything at our hands." Emma was stunned by Matthew's bluntness. She moved her hands away from that rock, just a little. "Really?" He smiled at her. "Really." She looked back at that rock. If her friends were still out there, maybe they would come for her, unless they thought she was already gone. Whatever the case, they were out there, which meant she had a chance to get away. She had to find them. She had to eliminate the threat. And this was her chance. She moved her hands around the stream some more. She reached in, touched that rock with her fingertips, and then she lifted it and pulled it to her side as swiftly as she could. She looked back at him and smiled again, sensing she was his weakness. "Thank you for not hurting them." Matthew nodded. "I understand why you asked. I understand why you're concerned. We all have friends. We all have people we care about." She edged the rock around, just slightly, waited for her moment.
I am strong.
Good, Matthew said. He glanced down at her hand. I also understand why you're thinking about lifting that rock and ramming it into my throat right now. But I have to admit, I am disappointed after everything we've worked towards. Emma froze. The world around her blurred into the background as fear overtook her. There was just her and Matthew, that rock in hand, that knowing look in his eyes. There was no other choice. She lifted the rock and swung it towards him. He grabbed her wrist out of thin air, and then he tightened his grip around it, smile on his face. But not the same smile he used to have. Something more sinister now, the way he looked at other people. Big mistake, Emma. His grip tightened around her wrist. I didn't tell you what happened. She crouched there, her grip on the rock loosened. It fell to the ground.
Happened to who?
Matthew's smile widened. To the last one who failed. A pause. Silence. And then he grabbed the bottom of her arm with his other hand. The next thing she knew, she felt pressure. And then she felt a crack. And then there was nothing but total agony and darkness. Chapter 37. Jack walked into the night, and still there was no trace of Susan. The group was tiring. The journey felt in vain. He'd lost all sense of direction. He couldn't find his way back to Heathwaite's if he wanted to. He was stranded, lost. All of them were. But all that mattered was finding Susan, because she was their key to finding Emma. He still felt unsure about all this. He was losing faith in this journey, and in the back of his mind at all times, as much as he didn't want to think this way, he couldn't help feeling like this was a sign. Susan had sent them a sign that they should get away. She had left them for a reason. They hadn't been captured at that town, so that made Jack doubt if it was a trap at all, even if he did get the sense that someone was watching all the time. Any trace? It was Candace who spoke. She walked alongside Jack, even though Jack felt very alone in all of this. It was like he'd fallen into a leadership role again, rather than chosen it. He was afraid about making the wrong call, just like in the past. Jack shook his head. It's hard in the dark, not seeing any footprints that match for about an hour. I can't be sure we're heading in the right direction. Candace sighed. Maybe you're right about all this, you know? Right about what? This journey being in vain. Perhaps Susan was trying to send us a message, trying to keep us away from Matthew's group for a reason. It doesn't matter. Matthew has Emma, and God knows who else. As long as a single one of our people is with his group, we won't stop. But maybe... She stopped speaking. What? Jack asked.
It doesn't matter.
No, it does. What were you going to say? She glanced at him.
It's just... Maybe it's time you made a decision nobody likes. That's what leadership is about, right? It's not always about making the popular decisions, but it's about making the right decisions, the pragmatic decisions.
Jack looked back at Hazel, Bella, and the animals, then at Candace. Just where do you stand, Candace?
What?
You have a habit of whispering stuff in my ear, stuff that goes against the rest of the group. If you're so sure about the way forward, why don't you lead the way? She took a deep breath and she smiled.
Because I'm not a leader, but you are, and you need to embrace that. It won't make you popular, but it might just keep people you care about alive.
He stopped then, looked back at the rest of his people once more. He felt that urge growing, the urge to give up the search, the urge to just walk away. They had a chance for a fresh start, a chance for a new beginning. They could take it right now. But then he shook his head and looked right at Candace. We keep going until we find Susan. If we don't find Susan, we keep going until we find Emma. And if we don't find Emma, we keep going until we find Matthew. Because he can't get away with what he did. He doesn't deserve it. The world will be a safer place without people like him in it. Candace opened her mouth, like she was going to suggest otherwise, and then she just nodded and smiled. If that's what you think's right, then I'm right behind you. Jack nodded back at her. He walked further into the night. He figured there was going to be a point where they had to stop for a rest, but he didn't want to concede any ground or let Susan get any further away from them, if she was even in this direction at all. He was about to suggest a quick break when he noticed something right ahead. A piece of white cloth. He moved towards it, pulled it off that tree branch. There was a stream right nearby. In the water, he swore he saw blood. Villain went to lick at the water, as did Nymeria. But something didn't feel right about this place. "Come on," Jack said. "Let's keep—" He stopped then, because he saw her right ahead. Susan was standing there on the other side of the stream. She stared at Jack with a look of regret in her eyes. "Susan?" She didn't say anything, not at first. He took a step towards her. "What?" "I tried to warn you," she said, shaking her head. "I tried to stop you. I tried to help you. You shouldn't have come here. I'm sorry." He stood there, stared at her, discomfort creeping through his body, the sense he was being watched peeking. "What are you talking about?" That's when he heard the footsteps, the rustling in the trees all around. Jack turned. Movement in the trees. Figures emerging from nowhere, all around them. And then, from directly behind, Jack heard a voice. "Hello," the voice said. That familiar voice, the one he'd last heard at the campsite. He looked around, and he saw Matthew standing there, smile on his face. "Good to see you again," he said. "We've got a lot of catching up to do." Chapter 38. It's Jack, isn't it? Pleasure to finally meet you up close and personal. Sorry we had to interrupt our first meeting. We had things to do. Alas, we can finish what we started right here, right? Jack listened to Matthew's words, and he wasn't sure how he'd allowed himself to fall so deeply into this trap. It was dark. All around they were surrounded by Matthew's people. Some of them had guns, others had knives. There was no getting away. They were trapped. "I mean, it's nice of you to come visit. I was thinking you'd appreciate how lucky you were last time and make the most of the fact you survived. But I suppose we were destined to meet again, weren't we? Isn't that always the way with leaders when they let emotions control them? They just won't give up. And before you know it, they lose everything. Human attachment, the greatest weakness of all. A cancer." Jack's mouth was dry. He couldn't say a word. All he could think of was that they'd had a chance to walk away, a chance to make the difficult, impossible decision and start again. But they'd walked right into a trap that Susan had led them towards. "Emma," he said. It was all he could say. "Where is she? What have you done with her?" Matthew smiled. "I believe Susan and you have met already. She's good, isn't she? Really plays the desperate runaway role to a T. It's a shame you couldn't get to know her a whole lot better. I appreciate it's difficult when you find out someone you thought was your friend is anything but. But don't worry. It's not personal, really." Jack looked at Susan, and he felt his fists tense. So this was part of her plan all along? Draw them into the woods, right into Matthew's path? But that look of guilt on her face, that look which seemed so real, and the way she'd led them to that town, the things she'd said when they'd got there, "You shouldn't have come here, I'm sorry," was all as it seemed? Or had she wanted him to stay away, just as Candace suspected? She didn't say anything, though. She just stood there, stared at Jack and his people and the animals, like the rest of those people. She blended in perfectly with them. She was one of them. But there was still something getting to Jack, something troubling him. "I asked you about Emma," he said. Matthew frowned, like he wasn't sure who Jack was on about, not at first. And then his eyes widened and he smiled.
Emma. Ah, yes, the young girl. Strong kid. Really strong.
"What have you done with her?" Bella shouted. The venom in her voice was biting. Matthew looked over at her with total disregard.
What have I done with her? Well, we saw promise in her, we saw potential in her. But in the end, only the strong make it.
"You bastard," Jack said. "If you've touched her in any way, I'll—"
What? You'll what? Because right now, I'd say the odds are pretty far against you. So what are you going to do, Jack? How are you going to handle this situation?
There was so much Jack wanted to say, so many ways he wanted to stick up for himself and for his people. But in the end, he could only take a deep breath and keep his cool. "I'll handle it," he said. "One way or another, I always do."
Matthew smiled. I like that. It's a shame you're so dead set against us. You could be an asset. Alas, that's never going to happen, is it?
"Stop talking shit," Jack said. "Just tell us what's happened to Emma. Tell us what you've done with her. Tell us, right now."
Matthew looked into Jack's eyes, that beaming smile on his face once again. I like Emma. Really, I do. She's a good kid.
"Stop screwing around."
I'm not. She's good. She's tough. But well, maybe she's too tough. And in a way, that's a problem.
"If you've hurt her—"
Again, Jack, I'll save you the embarrassment. If I've hurt her, you'll do nothing. You can't do a thing. But I, on the other hand, can do something. Something I think you need. A lesson you need to learn. He stepped forward to Villain, patted him, rubbed his head. Nice dog.
"Don't."
He looked up at Jack, pistol in hand. He smiled. Your dog looks tough, loyal.
"I said don't."
Matthew took his hand from Villain. He patted Nymeria right on her head. She backed away, whimpered just a little. Villain growled protectively. This one, though. Matthew turned the gun to Nymeria's head. She's not strong enough. It all happened so quickly. A deafening echo. And just like that, Nymeria fell to the ground.
"No!"
Jack shouted. He tried to lunge forward, but there was someone behind him holding him. And then the next thing he knew, there were people around the rest of his people, too, holding them, stopping them getting away. That gunshot still echoing through the air. Matthew stayed crouched by Nymeria's body. He petted her, rubbed her fur. Villain looked at her, sniffed at her, whimpered just a little. It's a shame, he said. Weakness. It's crippling, devastating, and it's a poison.
"You're insane," Jack said, shaking.
No, Matthew said. No, I'm far from insane. I see the problems with the world and I deal with them as pragmatically as I possibly can, just like I'll deal with this problem, and just like I dealt with Emma. Jack frowned. He felt his world caving in, everything collapsing around him. What did you? And then Matthew lifted something from the stream between them. Something that filled Jack's body with fear. He didn't realize what it was at first, but it didn't take long for it to sink in. Emma's fine now, Matthew said. We've seen to her. You don't have to worry about her anymore, nor anyone else. He heard commotion around him. He was vaguely aware of people fighting back, vaguely aware of his people shouting as they were dragged into the trees. He was aware of Villain barking as he was dragged off, Mrs. Fuzzles hissing as they pulled her away. But all he could do was crouch there and stare at what Matthew was holding. That hand. That little girl's hand. Emma's hand. Severed. He looked up at Matthew and saw the smile on his face. You don't have to worry anymore, he said.
And then Jack felt a crack against the back of his head, and everything went black. Chapter 39. When Jack opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was the severed hand. He vomited right away. He hadn't even had a chance to weigh up his surroundings or to figure out who was with him, if anyone. He didn't even know how long he'd been unconscious. All he knew was that it was still dark, a little lighter than before perhaps, but still the middle of the night. And that severed hand still stared back at him. He thought about the way Matthew lifted it, the way he'd revealed it. There was no doubt who it belonged to. Emma. He'd captured her. He'd done God knows what with her. And in a sense, it was more what Jack didn't see that haunted him most. He didn't know whether she was dead or alive, but at the very least, she was suffering. He looked to the side of the severed hand, saw Nymeria lying there, peaceful, dead. He felt so sad to see her like this. He hadn't known her long, but she'd been a timid dog. She'd survived this far, only for an evil bastard to snuff her out. And for what? Just to show how powerful he was? Just to torture Jack even more? He swallowed a lump in his throat, the taste of vomit clinging to his lips. "I'm sorry, Nymeria. I'm so sorry." He patted her. It already felt like life had left her long ago. He looked around then. He was still in the woods, still by that stream. He could feel specks of rain falling all around him, feel their coldness against his skin. He looked over his shoulder, the desperation building. Nobody was here. He was alone. He stood, staggered across the stream, over to where Matthew had stood. His head ached. When he touched it, he saw blood on his fingers. He needed to stitch it up, clean it. But that could wait. "Hazel!" His voice echoed through the woods. There was no response. He stumbled even further through the trees. He was aimless, directionless. He couldn't see any sign of life. How long had he been unconscious? He hoped it wasn't long. He couldn't bear to think his people were so far away from him. He staggered further through the woods, desperation building. He ended up turning back on himself, heading over the stream once again. He kept on looking either side like there was something hiding there, something he hadn't seen, something he was missing. But there was nothing. He stopped and fell to his knees, right by the side of that hand and right by Nymeria. He thought of Hazel, Candace, Bella, but mostly he thought of Villain. Villain had been by his side all these years, and now he'd lost him. But it could have been so much worse. Villain could have been the one who'd taken the bullet. He could have been the one who was shot right before his eyes. But that didn't make it any better or any more comforting. He had no idea what kind of fate the rest of his people or his dog were facing. He'd seen what Matthew had done to Nymeria, and he'd seen the condition he'd found Emma's hand in, and he felt like nothing was off the table. The rain fell down heavier. Somewhere overhead, in the distance, he heard thunder rumbling. He thought about how they'd celebrate this turn in the weather if they were back at the caravan site. He thought about the way they'd collect water, the way they'd store it as well as they could. And then he thought further back, to the farm. He thought about Yuri and his people. He wondered whether they were still there, whether they were managing that place. He thought about all he'd had and all he'd lost. And then he tensed his fists and stood again. He marched off, staggering through the stream once more. He headed into the trees. Rain lashed down heavier now. Thunder rumbled all around him. Every now and then he saw a flash of lightning as rain drenched him to the bone. "Hazel! Bella! Candace!" He shouted their names, and all he heard were echoes. He kept on walking. Then his walk picked up to a jog, which became a run. He didn't know if he was heading in the right direction or not, only that he had to do something, because if he gave up, he was giving up on those he cared about. If he gave up, he was admitting defeat all over again. He thought about how he hadn't wanted to lead again. He thought about how he'd kidded himself that maybe he could make the right call, just this once. He thought about where it had left him, and where he was going to go from here. He thought about it as his run slowed to a jog, and his jog slowed to a walk. And then he stopped and planted his hands on his knees. "Villain," he muttered, but there was no response. There was no movement. Nothing but the thunder, the lightning, the rain. He was alone, and he had no idea what he was going to do about it. Chapter 40. Emma felt dizzy when she opened her eyes. She was in the darkness again, only it wasn't the same darkness as before. She could see things, lights, movement, trees, all kinds of things. But she couldn't make sense of them. She couldn't place them. All because of that aching sensation all the way across her right arm. She didn't remember how she'd got here. She knew there was something with Matthew. A challenge, a task, a way of proving herself loyal. But she'd had a lot of dreams, a lot of visions. She didn't know what was real and what wasn't, not anymore. It was when she looked down at her right arm that everything came crashing back. The stream, crouched by Matthew's side, grabbing that sharp rock and swinging it towards his neck. Only he'd grabbed her hand. He'd stopped it in thin air. And then he'd bent it back and... She didn't want to think about the rest. It was too painful to think about. She tried to move, but she was stuck. It felt like the middle of her body was tied to something. She went to open her mouth, but there was something blocking her lips. She wanted to cry. Her hand was gone. He'd taken it from her. It was over. Everything was over. What good was she when she was missing a hand? She cried silently as she sat there in this place she didn't even recognize. She could see people in white moving past her through her tears, flames lit as they ate over barbecues. She figured she knew where this place was. It was Matthew's camp. Only she wasn't in a tent anymore. She was outside, and she was being forced to watch the construction of something. It was a large wooden construct. It looked like some kind of nest built on top of a wooden structure. She could see a few people padding it out, and she dreaded to think what was going to be inside there. She looked down at her hand, and she cried again. It had been cut, right at the top. They had done something to her after that, pressed a hot piece of metal right against it, burned it to stop the bleeding. That had hurt even more than the cut itself, as had the way they'd thrown some liquid over it, promising it'd disinfect it. All of it was a hazy blur. She just felt so lost. There was only one comfort in all of this, and it was stupid. There was a series Mom and Dad used to watch on telly called Dead Days. She was too young to watch it, but all her friends spoke about it at school, so she tried to watch it whenever she could, without Mom and Dad knowing, of course. There was a girl in that series called Chloe. Something happened to Chloe. She lost a hand, and even though it looked like she wasn't going to make it after that, she became so strong. She became a ruthless hero. She was stronger for what she'd lost. Chloe would always be her hero, and she felt closer to her now than ever before. Stupid, she knew, but she was exhausted, and she was trapped, and she was in agony. She didn't exactly have a lot to feel good about right now. She had to take whatever small victories she could. She heard footsteps approaching from the distance, and then she saw them. Matthew led the way. Her skin crawled the moment she laid eyes on him. She remembered the way he used to look at her, the way she thought she could get through to him and make him see sense before she betrayed him. But he was one step ahead. Had he always been one step ahead? She watched him enter the camp, and then she saw something else. The people alongside him. The dog alongside them. Hope filled her body. Tears poured down her face even more. She tried to kick out, to cry, to fight. But there was nothing she could do but watch. Hazel, Candace, Bella, Villain, all of them were here. All of them had been captured. All of them except... She thought about Jack. Wherever he was out there, she hoped he was okay. She hoped he'd survived, hoped he'd made it, because he was the only one who could lead these people. She was starting to see him as a leader now more than ever before. She tried to call out to those people again when she saw someone else. The woman. She looked over at Emma with a glimmer of regret in her eyes, and then she kept on walking, ushering the group to follow. Emma could only sit there and watch as her friends were captured, and she could only stay totally still as Matthew took a detour and walked over to her. He stopped right before her, crouched down. "How's the arm?" She breathed heavily. She wanted to look away, but she kept hateful eye contact with him at all times, holding that look of strength, not wanting to show a glimmer of weakness. His smile widened. "You're a tough kid. Now we'll see just how tough you are when we deal with your friends." He put a hand on her cheek and wiped away a tear. "We'll see how strong you are in the face of losing everything you care about." She couldn't hold her nerve then. She cried out, kicked out. Behind her gag, she screamed. All Matthew did was stand there. All he did was watch. "Rest, Emma," he said. "We've got a long day ahead tomorrow. I don't want you burned out for tomorrow night's festival. There'll be more than enough burning going on anyway." He turned around and walked away as Emma kicked and screamed. All she could do was watch. All she could do was cry. And as Matthew disappeared from sight and she was left on her own again, Emma knew she couldn't keep pretending to be strong anymore. Chapter 41. When the sun rose, Jack was no closer to finding his people or his dog, and he had pretty much given up. The rain had stopped. There was a nice smell to the air, that fresh earthiness that always followed a storm. The air felt a little cooler. The birds were singing louder than they usually did. One might even say it was peaceful. But there was nothing peaceful about Jack's predicament. He was drenched to the bone. His clothes were soggy. He'd spent the night interspersing his time between walking aimlessly and resting on damp ground. And today was proceeding in much the same way, even if he knew it was completely pointless. There was no point pushing on. He had to be rational and he had to be pragmatic. He'd lost those closest to him. He'd failed once again. And now he was alone. He remembered how he was before the EMP, where his life was at. He didn't mind being alone. He hated other people, hated making any kind of attachment. So was going it alone really any different to how it used to be? And was that really so bad? But then something gnawed at his stomach. The memory of Villain. The knowledge that he should be beside him right now. He had never really been alone. He went to tumble to his knees when he saw something up ahead. Movement. He moved around the side of a tree, held his breath. His heart raced. Was it them? Had he actually stumbled upon them after all? "You can come out from hiding," the voice said. "I know you're there." Jack recognized that voice. He stepped out, slowly, a piece of sharpened tree bark in hand. Susan was standing there. She looked drenched too, like she'd spent the night out here. She didn't smile. She just stared at him with those wide eyes. And at that moment, Jack felt total hate. Because she was the one who had led his people into a trap. She was the one who had betrayed them. He raised his hands, forced a smile. "Here to capture the last of us?" She shook her head, walked towards him. "I warned you. I told you to stay away." "You did a runner. What were we supposed to think?" "I took you to somewhere safe." "You took us to a ghost town." "I did it because I cared about what happened to you," she shouted. Jack looked into her eyes, and as much as he didn't want to believe her, he couldn't shake the impression that she was sincere. "Your people couldn't handle mine. They never would, because you aren't in the same position of authority as I am. But Emma,
Maybe I could have got there. Maybe I could have helped her. But not anymore. At least not in the way I would have hoped.
He studied her, waited for her to make a move, or for someone to reveal themselves behind her. What Matthew said about you working for him, about how you draw groups in by playing the shrinking violet, where does that fit in with your little holier-than-thou mission? Susan looked away and sighed.
I've done things I'm not proud of, but that was my responsibility. I went through all kinds of hell before I got to the point where Matthew said he could trust me. I did play that role, but your people were different. I saw what I was doing, and believe me, there were times where it looked easier to just go along with what Matthew wanted, to just do what he said, but I couldn't. Not anymore. That's why I'm here now. I can't say I was always sure about what to do with you, but you have to believe me when I say I really, truly wanted to help you.
Jack shook his head. And what are you doing out here now?
I came here to find you because I need to warn you.
A bitter taste filled Jack's mouth. Warn me about what?
About what's going to happen at sunset tonight.
The hair on his neck rose. At sunset?
Matthew has something planned, a show of strength, the kind of thing he does every now and then to keep his people aware of just how strong he is. A festival.
Jack nodded, as cautious as he felt about it. What are we talking about here?
We're talking about a massacre, she said.
It was so cold and so blunt that Jack actually thought she'd said something else at first. But there was no denying her words. A massacre? Of who?
Lots of people, but namely your friends, your dog, Emma, all of them are going to die, unless we can do something about it.
The taste of vomit filled Jack's mouth again. He looked away. What am I supposed to do? Susan frowned.
Really? That's really how you're going to approach this?
I tried leadership, Jack shouted. I tried working with other people. I tried connecting with others, but it all went to shit. All over again, it all went to shit. I should be alone. That's the only way I can stop myself hurting anyone. Susan was silent for a few seconds. And then she did something Jack didn't see coming. She slapped him right across his face. What the hell?
I'm sorry I don't subscribe to the Jack pity party right now, but you need to wake up. You have people who care about you, and you have people who rely on you, and whether you think you're a good leader or not, you are a leader. It's who you are, and you're going to have to wake up and realize it fast, or everyone you care about is going to die. And then you will truly know what it's like to be guilty for your actions, because choosing not to step up is an action, Jack, whether you like it or not.
Jack heard Susan's words, and he could barely believe just how much she'd broken free of that cold emotional shell. She was revealing another side of herself, a truer side of herself. And as painful as it was to hear, he knew she was right. He was a leader. Whether he liked it or not, people looked up to him. And if he abandoned them, he'd have that on his conscience forever. Not only that, but he was kidding himself when he said he didn't want to make connections with other people. Because as painful as the lows had been, the time spent with the people around him had seen some of the most content moments of the last 10 years. Jack took a deep breath, and he smiled. What are you planning? For the first time since they'd met, a warm, genuine smile stretched across Susan's face.
Here's what we're going to do.
Chapter 42. Matthew watched the sun creep through the sky and felt the sweat trickling down his face. Susan was gone. That was a problem. She hadn't let anyone free. She'd just disappeared in the night, soon after she'd got back. And despite how well she'd done these last few days, luring the people from the caravan site, he couldn't help feeling aggrieved. He couldn't help wondering if there was something else going on here, something he should be concerned about. He hoped not, for Susan's sake, for everyone's sake. But it wouldn't be the first time doubts grew in her mind and in his. And besides, his pistol, it was missing. It couldn't just be coincidence, as much as he hoped it was. He stared inside her tent, then across at the other tents. The festival was getting closer. It was something he'd been planning for ages, a true show of strength, a clear display of who the apex predator of this region was, and a way of really displaying just how far he'd come, just how strong He coughed again, felt that blood in his mouth, the pain in the right of his chest, tightening, squeezing. "You okay, boss?" Matthew spun around. Lance, one of his workers, was standing there. He looked at him with an expression that concerned Matthew, a look of curiosity, like he was worried about Matthew. Matthew couldn't be having anyone worried about him. He couldn't have anyone questioning his strength. He walked over to Lance and put a hand on his shoulder. "You didn't see anything here." Then he buried his knife into Lance's stomach and pushed him to the ground. He looked at him lying there, blood pooling from his stomach, and he wondered whether he was losing his grip. Because killing Lance in cold blood like this wasn't like him. He was usually so calm, usually so composed. But it was Susan's disappearance that got to him. He looked around at the camp. He wanted her to be here for this. He wanted her to see it firsthand, just like everyone else. He wanted her to enjoy it. But more than anything, he wanted her to know just how fortunate she was to be on this side. And as strong as she was, that he was stronger. He walked over Lance's body and through the camp, over towards the tower. It was a thing of beauty, really. Beside the tower, there were pikes that people would hang from, and then there was the tower itself, logs stacked on top of one another. In the center, a cage that the victims sat inside, a cage they burned inside. He would light it when the sun set. That was the plan. The sun set and the night sky illuminated. The smell of burning would spread far. The screams would echo for acres. That was the plan. But then, you had to be willing to adapt if you were worried a plan might be in danger. He thought back to what Susan said when he'd reached her, something she'd said when Jack and his people had been approaching, a look of regret in her eyes, and the words she'd said, seemingly to Jack and his people, words he hadn't allowed himself to think about much at first. He was just so happy she'd completed her goal. But words he couldn't stop thinking about now. "You shouldn't have come here. I told you to stay away." He thought about those words, about that look of regret, and then he thought about the way she was gone. Gone on the most important day of all. He thought about it all, and he knew he had to be ready to adapt. "Step down," he said. The workers looked around at him. "But we're not quite done." "Step down this second," he said. They stumbled down. They looked worried, concerned, like they'd screwed something up. But Matthew smiled at them. "You've done a great job. Round up the candidates." A puzzled look on Rommel's face. "But it's not festival until sunset." Matthew looked at this tower of pain before him, the sun creeping towards midday, and a smile crossed his face. "Hang the first candidates. Festival starts early." Chapter 43. Jack followed Susan through the woods, and he knew what he had to do now. Midday was approaching. They had plenty of time to get to Matthew's camp and position themselves perfectly for the next stage of the plan, according to Susan anyway. The plan was simple on paper. Susan was going to go back there. She was going to plant something specifically for Jack. She was going to loosen the ties around the wrists of Emma, Candace, Hazel. She was going to let Villain and Mrs. Fuzzles go. Meanwhile, Jack was going to take out one of the guards. He was going to dress up in that white gear and take a rifle. And when the time came, they were going to get their people out of there, no matter what it took. And Jack was going to eliminate the threat of Matthew. He'd heard what Susan said about Matthew. He was dangerous, but expose his weakness and his followers would soon fall into disarray. Cut off the head of the snake. That's what he had to do, as impossible a task as it may seem. They didn't say much on their journey. The urgency just kept on building inside Jack, the sense that something was going to happen. Something wrong. He knew plans like this. He'd faced them before. There had been so many times when things seemed straightforward, at least on paper, and they very rarely went to plan. He couldn't be blamed for his skepticism when experience had taught him that skepticism was wise. He looked at Susan. He wasn't sure whether he could trust her. She could still be double-crossing him. She could have other motives. Hell, she could be trying to lure him back to the camp so that Matthew had everyone. But he didn't think so. And if there was one thing he'd learned in this whole sorry facade, it was that he should trust his instincts more often. Because his instincts were often right. She looked around at him. "Come on, we're close." That tension gnawed at his gut the moment he heard her words. There was still something about this that felt wrong, and it took him a moment to realize exactly what it was. Then it dawned on him. Susan. She was still leader here. He was still following. He thought about all the times he'd faced up to his role as leader or follower, and he knew that there had to be more to come. "Wait," Susan said. She stopped dead. Jack stopped too. He didn't like that, the way she said the word, that look of concern on her face. "What's wrong?" She was still, really trying to focus on something. "There's something wrong." Jack didn't know what Susan was talking about, not at first. And then he smelled it. There was something burning. He looked at her, heart racing, muscles in his body twitching. "What is that?" "Oh, no," she said. "Susan, what's wrong?" She didn't say anything. She just turned around and ran further into the woods. "Susan!" Jack raced after her. He wasn't losing her again. Not now he was so close. He needed to know what was wrong. He needed to know what had scared her so much. "Susan!" She kept on running through the trees, moving silkily between them. She was getting away. He didn't know what this was or why she was doing it, but she was getting away. He couldn't let that happen. He couldn't. He slammed into her and tumbled to the ground. He brushed himself down, dragged himself back to his feet. "Susan," he said, "what is it? What's—" Then he saw it, the smoke in the distance. The flame-lit torches standing on tall branches, leading down toward somewhere. A pathway. And then voices up ahead. "Susan," Jack said, "what's happening?" She looked around at him with total fear. "The festival. It's already started." Jack didn't know what to say. "But I thought you said—" "He must have changed his plan. She grabbed his arms then. "Jack, you need to go ahead with the plan." "What? I'll get your friends. I'll let them go. But you need to keep on going." "This wasn't the plan, Susan." "Plans change. Now quick, before someone—" No sooner had she said it than Jack saw movement over Susan's shoulder. People walking in their direction. People in white. "Hide," Susan said, "and then do what you came here to do." She tightened her grip on his shoulders, and then she took a deep breath and stepped out into the line of people. Jack backed away, crouched in the grass. He watched her walk away, and then he saw the other people pass by. 3, 4, all in white, all smiling, all walking towards this festival. He held his breath and wondered how the hell he was going to get out of this. Then he looked around and saw someone. A loner, a big bloke all on his own, walking in Jack's direction, rifle in hand. He swallowed a lump in his throat and took a deep breath. He knew what he had to do. Chapter 44. Susan walked towards the scene of the festival, and she knew just how dangerous this really was. It was light. The sun burned down on her from above. She felt tired already. sweaty, humid, and with every step she took, she hoped she was making the right choice. She glanced over her shoulder. There were a couple of Matthew's people behind her, following. She recognized them, Martin and Tina. They looked uncertain about all this. Susan knew why. They'd never really been fans of Matthew's more violent impulses. A number of people here were in the same boat. It was out of convenience more than anything. There was order here. There was a structure in place. Much like people who fell under the rule of extremists in foreign lands, it was easier to just fall in line and keep your head under the radar than it was to start an uprising. As long as you held on to that belief that one day everything would come to some kind of resolution, you could just take things one day at a time. But there were lunatics here, too. Real lunatics. And they were the ones she had to watch out for. She looked further beyond Martin and Tina. She looked for a sign of Jack. She was torn. Part of her hoped he was out there, dressed in white. Another part of her wanted to just lose him and crack on as normal. But she had to keep on fighting against that voice in her head. She was strong. She was strong when she'd survived the plane crash. She was strong when she'd looked out for Tommy. And what happened to Tommy was tragic. What happened to Tommy was something she would never forget. And the way she'd fallen in with Matthew's group, it was forgivable. She was at a low moment. She'd lost everything. It was understandable that she'd fallen into her old bad habits. But now she had a chance to make a change. Now she had a chance to step up. She walked further past the torchlit walkway. She saw people appearing in the corners of her eye. Matthew's group had a presence that always frightened her, in a sense, a way of it seeming like there were more of them than there actually were. She looked ahead and felt the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end. The tower was right in front of her. Logs had been stacked on top of each other. Branches were propped up everywhere, and there was an opening right in the middle of it. An opening where people were going to burn. But it wasn't just this tower. There were smaller areas around it, too. Pikes with hay and foliage around the bottom of it. Pikes that people were going to hang from, that some were going to burn from. It was going to be a massacre, a sheer show of sadistic strength, and there was very little anyone could do about it. Unless. She looked over at the tower. It was unguarded. Only a couple of people around it. She scanned her surroundings and made her way over there. She climbed up the ladder, went to reach inside the cage to plant what she had to plant, and then she heard footsteps. She dropped away immediately, looked around. Someone was walking past. Not Matthew. Shit. She waited for them to disappear before walking away from the cage, constantly aware of her surroundings. She looked back over her shoulder again, looked for a sign of Jack. All she saw were those white outfits, no indication that he was anywhere close by. She moved ahead to an area further to the side of the tower and saw the first of the casualties. There were 4 of them. 4 people she recognized as prisoners from Jack's group. They were hanging from the pikes, throats slit, hands amputated. The rest of the survivors from Jack's group, gone. She felt sick when she saw it. A couple of others looked uncertain, too. But that was the problem with Matthew's group. He had worked out who the strongest and most sadistic were. They were the ones who had survived. They were the ones who thrived. She looked around and didn't see any sign of Matthew anywhere. But she did see the tents where Jack's people were being kept. She walked along with the small group a little further, and then when she got the chance, she broke free and snuck off towards those tents. She scanned her surroundings at all times. She felt like she was being followed, like she was being watched. She moved quickly from tent to tent, opening them, popping her head inside. But they were empty. All of them were empty. She felt bad that she was prioritizing anyone at all, but it was how it had to be. Jack's people came first. That was the agreement. And then they could focus on the others, if they got the chance. Sever the head of the snake. That's the word they'd said. After that point, anything was possible. She opened the next tent, Still no sign. And then the other. She was about to give up when she opened a tent and saw them staring back at her. The dog and the cat were chained together. Behind them, the three women, Candace, Hazel, Bella. No sign of Emma. They looked in her direction, still blindfolded, still chained. Candace was bleeding from her wrists, like she'd tried to get herself out of those chains.
"I need you to listen very carefully to me," Susan said. "I'm going to set you free, but you aren't going to run. Not until I give the signal, not until the time is right, okay?"
She heard the heavy breathing, saw the shaking of heads. She moved those blindfolds away, looked right into their eyes.
"Do you understand? You have a chance to get away, but it has to be just right. Don't try anything stupid. Wait for my call. I know you don't trust me, but I came here with Jack. We're going to end this. And whether you like me or not, you have to believe in him. I did what I had to do to get myself and Jack here right now. Now it's your turn to do what you have to do."
She saw Hazel staring back at her, saw the uncertainty in her eyes, and then she saw her take a very visible deep breath and nod.
"Good," she said. "Now do you know what they've done with Emma?"
She lowered Hazel's gag, moved the gags of the others too, and then, eventually, they looked at one another as equals.
What's the plan?"
Candace asked.
Susan took a deep breath. "Jack's disguising as one of us. He's going to work his way in here, and then he's going to take Matthew out. But it might look like it's not working. The plan might look like it's failing. You need to trust me until I give the signal, okay? When it's time to break free, you'll know."
"And you're sure this is going to work?" Hazel asked. Susan shook her head.
"No, but it's the best we've got."
She reached behind her back then and handed knives to every one of them.
"You'll be needing these."
They all looked at them, uncertain, then back up at Susan.
"Now do you know where Emma is?"
Candace shook her head.
"I don't know." "She has to be in one of these tents," Susan said, hoping to God she was still okay.
She looked back at the group, saw the way they looked at her with such uncertainty, such unease. And then she heard footsteps nearby, and she knew there was no time to wait around.
"I'll see you again," Susan said. Just ride this out. Be patient. You'll know when the time's right. I promise."
They didn't look convinced, but none of them said a word. She left the tent and resumed her search. Time was running out. Where was she? She searched through more tents, but still no sign, still no trace. She went to make her move to the next tent when she heard movement behind. She froze, cooked up an excuse. She was just gathering more for the festival. She was just looking for someone. But then she turned around, and she saw him. And she saw her. Matthew was standing there, hands on Emma's shoulders, smile on his face. "Looking for someone, Susan." Chapter 45. Morgan Stalebridge was looking forward to the festival more than anything. It was a boiling day, perfect weather for it. Took him back to holidays in Marbella, days sat boozing on the beach. That's how he saw all of this, really. One long holiday. Only this holiday, he got to scratch some of his most unsavory itches. He walked along the pathway, picking up his pace. The air was thick. The flames were making it even warmer. He could hear voices up ahead, and he couldn't shake his excitement. He remembered the first time he'd watched someone die. He'd been Googling shit, came across some dodgy video one of his pub mates David sent out. 2 Ukrainian blokes cracking a hammer against someone's head. And the thing that stuck with him about it? The sounds. The pitiful animal sounds that suffering bloke made. There was something else that stuck with him. The way he couldn't stop smiling when he watched it. The way he couldn't stop thinking about what it'd be like to have that kind of power himself. He'd got close to trying a few times. Caught a few rats, put them through hell, that sort of thing. But there was always that stopping point of societal convention in his way. It was always a step too far. There were always life things to think about. There was always the worry of prison, something Morgan found off-putting as hell. But this world was different. This world gave him an opportunity to carry out his darkest urges. And with Matthew's group, it rewarded him for feeling that way. So yeah, life was good. Different, but good. And today was going to be beautiful. He didn't think anything of the shuffling behind him, not until he looked over his shoulder and didn't see anyone there. He frowned. At first, he thought it must just be another of Matthew's people catching up with him, but there was no sign of anyone. He turned back around, disregarding it. The two people ahead of him were quite far in front now. He remembered what Matthew had said. He was worried about Susan, worried about what she might have planned. Everyone had to be on high alert, on guard for any possibility. Could this be what Matthew had warned them about? He looked around again, still didn't see anyone there. He thought about ignoring it, thought about just leaving it. But then he tensed his fists and walked back. He didn't want to leave anything to chance. Besides, if he got a chance to crack a skull, he'd take it. He walked back the way he'd come from. He couldn't shake that sense someone was nearby, watching. He looked from left to right, scanned tree to tree, but there was nobody. He was alone. He looked around slowly. There was nobody there. Probably just an animal. He was losing his shit. Besides, if he were late for the festival, he'd lose his shit even more. He didn't want to be late for the spectacle. He turned around and walked back the way he'd been heading before his distraction. He smirked at the thought of the things he was going to see, of the smells he was going to smell, the tastes he was going to taste. He was too busy smirking away to notice the rustling behind him. But he felt the splitting pain across his skull, heard that crack he'd fantasized over time and time again, except it was his own. He fell to the ground and tasted blood. The last thing he saw was a man standing above him, rock in hand. Jack tightened the white clothes around his body and hoped to God he'd been subtle enough. He'd tried to draw the big bloke off the main pathway, didn't want anyone else running into him, and he'd had a few cautious moments where more of Matthew's people passed by. But he was dressed in the white clothing now, and best of all, he had a rifle in hand. He held that rifle and thought through the plan. He was going to get in the middle of the festival. He was going to wait for the perfect moment, and then he was going to take Matthew out. Even if it came to a last-minute scenario, which he was hoping it wouldn't, a backup plan. He didn't even want to think about that. In the chaos, Susan was going to signal the others to make a break for it, taking out as many as they could in the process. It was messy, but it was the best chance they had. They didn't have the luxury of options now. He ran onto the pathway, made his way towards that festival. He couldn't see anyone ahead anymore. Truth be told, he hadn't seen anyone for a while. It unsettled him a little. There was something else, too, as he kept on going, and that was the realization that everything had gone quiet. Really quiet. Considering a festival was about to start, something just felt off. He kept on walking, held that rifle just as the man held it, nonchalant but willing to lift it at a moment's whim if he had to. He walked past more torches, walked further towards the center of this labyrinth. And then he saw it. There was a tower in front of him, a huge wooden tower. It looked like there was an opening in the middle of it, where people could be squeezed into. And then beside this tower, there were pikes. 5 people already hung from them. 5 people he recognized as people from Heathwaite's. They were already dead. Throats slit. Everyone but Emma. He wanted to go over there and set them free when he heard something to his left. He looked around and he saw movement. And then he saw... His mouth went dry. He tried to maintain his composure, tried to hold his disgust. but he couldn't. Hazel, Candace, Bella, Villain, Mrs. Fuzzles, and Emma. He almost fell to his knees when he saw her. She was alive. Missing a hand, but alive. But then something else caught Jack's eye, right at the center of them, right in front of Matthew. Susan. Matthew looked at him, smile on his face. Jack's instinct was to lift his rifle and fire, but Matthew was holding a knife to Susan's neck. "Hello, Jack," Matthew said. "How nice of you to join us again." Chapter 46. Jack looked at Matthew as he stood there, knife to Susan's neck, and he felt the whole plan tumbling to pieces right before his eyes. Everyone he cared about was here. Hazel, Candace, Bella, Emma, Villain, Mrs. Fuzzles. All of them were standing there with someone behind each of them. All of them had knives to their throats. He wanted to lift his rifle and gun Matthew down right away. But one wrong move, and Jack knew it was over. If it wasn't already over. The second Villain saw him, he tried to run towards Jack, but the man standing behind him tugged back on his lead, making him gasp. Jack's fists tensed when he saw Villain in pain. He wanted to go over there. He wanted to be with him. He wanted to comfort him and tell him everything was going to be okay, especially after what had happened to Nymeria. But he couldn't do that. Not just because he was surrounded, but because he couldn't be sure things were going to be okay. Matthew looked right at Jack and smiled. "Pleasure for you to join us. You know, I thought about hiding Susan somewhere, pretending she'd drawn you here, just like she drew others here so many times. But I figure you've got a lot on your plate right now as it is." Jack looked at Matthew, then at the people standing around him, all glaring back at him, weapons raised. Behind them all, that tower. A wooden tower that Jack knew the purpose of, even if he didn't want to face it or admit it. "What the hell do you want?" Jack asked. Matthew smiled. "All this way, all this loss, and you still don't know the answer to that question? Oh dear, Jack, you really are far more stupid than you look. It's a shame, really. I think you could have been an asset, just like Emma here." He looked over at Emma, and for a moment Jack saw the shame in her eyes. He didn't know what had happened to her. He didn't know what she'd been through at the hands of this lunatic. He just hoped she was okay. "Let my people go," Jack said, his voice shaky. Let them go, and we can go our separate ways." "See, you had a chance to walk away," Matthew interrupted. "You had a chance to accept defeat when we left you in the woods. You had a chance to start afresh, to start over, because that's all anyone really wants, right? The chance to start again. But you just couldn't stay away, could you? You came here, you killed one of my people, and now you stand here pointing a rifle when you know damn well it's going to get your people killed. So I suggest you lower that rifle, right this second, or there'll be trouble." Jack wanted to lower that rifle. He could feel his hands shaking. There had to be another way. But then he felt a rival force. He lifted his rifle, pointed it at Matthew. "No." Matthew frowned. "What?" "I won't lower my rifle, not until I know my people are okay. And Susan. She's one of us now." Matthew laughed. He shook his head. "Oh, this one? This piece of work? You really have no idea what she's capable of." He put the blade to Susan's neck, sliced just a little until she bled. "No," he said. "No, I think we'll hold on to Susan here. And my demands stand. You're on my territory. Lower that rifle, or I'll put down every single person here. And don't think I won't." "I don't think you will," Jack said. Matthew's frown extended. "What did you just say?" Jack knew he was risking it, but he was so caught in the moment that he couldn't stop. My people. You captured them for a reason. I don't think you'll kill them all in cold blood right now. I think you have other plans for them, other intentions. Matthew sighed. He lowered his knife. And then he walked over to Villain, ruffled his fur. Don't touch him. Matthew looked over at Jack as Villain licked his lips nervously. You think I wouldn't hurt him? He moved the blade to his throat. Matthew, please, don't hurt him. You think I'd hesitate? No, just let him live, please. He held that blade to his neck. And then he lowered it, smirked. I've killed enough damn dogs for 1 week. He walked back to Susan then, grabbed her, put that blade to her throat. No, I'll tell you what's going to happen here. You're going to lower that rifle, and then you're going to make a choice. A choice? You're going to decide, Matthew said. You're going to decide who lives, and you're going to decide who dies. Jack felt a void open up inside. Nobody dies. See, that's not an option, I'm afraid. Somebody has to die, and if you don't lower that rifle, everyone will die. So make your choice, right this second. Jack wanted to lift that rifle and pull the trigger. He couldn't lose anyone. But then he couldn't lose everyone either. Whether he liked it or not, he had a choice to make. He lowered his rifle, dropped it to his feet. Matthew smiled. Good. Now, this is where you decide. He pushed Susan to her knees, and then he walked over to Villain's side and pushed him down too. The dog or the girl? He asked. Jack's stomach turned the moment he heard the words. He shook his head. I can't. Your dog is a trusty companion, I'm sure, Matthew said, walking from side to side. But then, he's just a dog. He's, 10? Older? How many years does he have left, really? You said you were done killing dogs. Then pick Susan, Matthew said, reaching Susan's side. One of my people. Weaker than I hoped. The girl who helped you. But the girl who got you in this whole mess in the first place. But a human. A girl. A girl with a past, with a story. A life you'll be responsible for. So which is it going to be? Sickness crept through Jack's body. He couldn't make this decision. He wasn't losing Villain. He'd never turn his back on him. But then, the way Susan looked back at him, the fear in her eyes. Could he live with death on his conscience? And did he really believe Matthew was just going to let him go once he made this call? No. This was just the first step in a whole line of torture, which meant he needed to do something different. He needed to make another choice. He took a deep breath, and he stepped forward. Matthew's people turned their weapons on him in an instant. Matthew watched him step closer, knife raised. Jack stopped right before him. He looked at his people, looked at Villain. Then he looked back at Matthew, and he said the words he knew he had to say. The only words a leader could say. None of my own dies, Jack said. Susan doesn't die. If anyone should die, it should be me. Matthew looked shocked for a moment. His eyes narrowed, like he suspected something. And then his eyes and his smile widened. That's not how it works. I won't make this call, he said, but I won't let my people fall either. You let them go. You let them go, and you let me watch you letting them go. But if I have to trade my life to do that, then that's what I have to do. That's what being a leader is about, even if it kills me. He looked over at Hazel and Candace, saw the tears in their eyes, saw them shaking their heads. Then he looked at Emma and saw that emotionless stare in her glazed eyes. You're right, Matthew said. Jack turned to him. What?
He studied him closely. You're strong. Very, very strong to make a call like that. And you know what? Strength like that deserves rewarding. Out of nowhere, he felt hands behind his back. He felt himself being kicked to his knees. And then he felt Matthew's hand grab his face, tighten around his jaw. Ladies and gentlemen, he said, get the tower ready to burn. It looks like we have a very special sacrifice. Chapter 47. Jack looked up at the huge wooden tower before him, and he knew what was going to happen if he stepped inside it. The sun burned down on his head. He could hear birds singing in the woods as a gentle breeze brushed against the trees. He could smell burning. If he closed his eyes, he could convince himself he was camping with friends, getting a barbecue going. He could tell himself he was going to go paddling in the nearby water soon, or off for a stroll up a mountain or two. But he couldn't kid himself. Not with this tower in front of him. He looked at it, and the hairs on his arms rose. He knew what was going to happen in there. He was going to burn. He'd given himself up to sacrifice. He'd stepped up and told Matthew that if he wasn't going to spare his people, that he'd die in their place if he had to. And Matthew had accepted. He'd accepted this gesture. And now Jack had to carry it out. The ultimate sacrifice. The ultimate test of leadership. The ultimate display of strength. He felt a hand on his back, looked around, saw Matthew looking at him. Go on, he said. We don't have all day. Jack looked back at his people as they watched from afar. He'd made Matthew promise he'd let them go, but could he trust him? What if they faced the same fate when he was dead? What then? It would all be for nothing. His sacrifice would all be in vain. But then he felt that hand against his back, and he felt himself being pushed further towards that tower. He climbed the ladder towards the opening, looked inside it. His heart raced with every step. It looked cozy inside. If it wasn't where he was going to burn to death, it might actually look appealing. He looked at Matthew, saw him smiling. You let them go, Jack said. That was the deal. Matthew took a deep breath. Jack, I'm a man of his word. I don't betray deals. As much as I'd love to make your people our own, I respect your strength. I respect you. Just then, Matthew coughed. It was only momentary, a splutter, a brief glimmer of fear in his eyes, and then a speck of blood on his hand. He looked down at that blood, then back up at Jack, and there was a moment between them, a moment of understanding, a moment where Jack felt like he got it, Matthew's aversion to weakness, his eagerness to maintain his sense of strength. He was a weak man, masquerading as a strong man, and he was doing whatever he could to uphold that illusion. Jack looked back at Hazel. He looked right into her eyes, saw the tears, the inevitability of another loss staring her in the face. Whatever happens, Jack said, just tell Hazel I love her, please. Matthew opened his mouth like he was about to make another wisecrack. But in the end, he closed it, smiled, like he pitied Jack a little. I'll make sure she gets the message. Jack looked back at his people once more, but it was Villain who broke his heart. He was barking, growling, whining, like he knew what was going to happen. Jack wiped his clouding eyes and swallowed a lump in his throat. Then he turned to the tower and he stepped inside. The sounds of the outside world dulled inside here. It was warm already, from the heat of the sun, and it was about to get a whole lot warmer. Jack watched Matthew close the gate. He watched him stand there, on the top of that ladder, and smile. You'll never know whether I keep my promise anyway. You'll be dead meat. And then he lowered himself down the ladder. Jack kept still. He looked out at Matthew's people, all watching, and then at Hazel and Emma and Candace and Bella and Villain and Mrs. Fuzzles.
He looked at Susan, the way she nodded at him, the way she knew, just like he did, what he had planned. And he thought about Matthew's words. Maybe he could have honored his side of the deal if he'd been sure his people were going to leave with safe passage. Maybe it was less dangerous than the plan he had in mind. But there could be no doubts about what he had to do now, no matter what his motives were. Matthew couldn't promise safety for Jack's people, and he was rubbing that in Jack's face. Matthew walked towards one of the torches. He lifted it from its stand, then faced his people. "Welcome to the main event." A few claps in the crowd, a few cheers, the theater of this spectacle really taking over. Jack rustled around, urgency building, tension building. He hoped she'd done it. He hoped she'd planted it, just like they'd planned all along. Matthew continued walking side to side. Now, the plan was to have more people in there, keeping Jack company. But I'm sure you'll agree this represents something far, far greater. It represents a group kneeling before us, sacrificing themselves for us. A strong group, a strong leader, but not as strong as us. He coughed again on that last word, spluttered all over. And amidst the claps and the cheers, there were a few uneasy whispers, especially when they saw the blood on Matthew's sleeve. He looked up at them, smiled, wiping his mouth. "Don't worry. Hay fever, nothing more. Now if we can proceed with the—" "He's lying," Jack said. Matthew looked at him, flare in hand. Everyone else looked at him. Silent. "He has cancer. Lung cancer, I'd guess. My dad died of it. That was something he tried to deny, too. He died 3 months after his diagnosis." More silence. Anger on Matthew's face. A glimmer of weakness, too. That's nonsense," Matthew said. But the more riled up he got, the more it seemed to trigger his coughing, and the more it stoked uncertainty in his people, too. Which was exactly what Jack wanted. Exactly the distraction he needed. He rustled around in the hay, and he felt it, cold between his fingers. The plan B. Matthew walked towards him, although his walk had taken on a stagger now. He seemed in a hurry to get this done, something to distract his people from this moment of weakness. Jack stood too, lifted what he'd discovered, walked over to the gate and looked out at Matthew, smiling. "He's a liar," Jack said. "He tells you he's strong. He's not strong. He tells you he purges the weak, but that's not true. Because my people, they aren't weak. They are strong. Far, far stronger than this man could ever hope to be." "Shut your mouth," Matthew said. He was inches away from the wood underneath the tower now, flare close to it. "You don't know a thing about me, and I can promise you one thing. Your people will die for this. Are you sure that's what you want? Your dying knowledge as your skin melts and your eyeballs burst is that your people go through the exact same thing just moments later? Hazel, the woman you love, do you want her to go out that way too?" Jack looked over at Hazel and saw the momentary confusion in her eyes. He saw the pain in her eyes. And then he took a deep breath, and he looked right down at Matthew. "Go on," he said. "Do what you have to do. But just know one thing." Matthew's eyes narrowed, torch in hand. "What?" Jack smiled. "You're not as strong as you think you are." There was a pause, a moment's hesitation, and then Jack lifted the pistol Susan had stolen and placed in here, pointed it at Matthew, and pulled the trigger. He heard the confusion, heard the cries. He saw the blood spurt from Matthew's body as he fell back to the ground. But the flare fell too, landed on the wood right beneath Jack. Jack heard the pandemonium. Right on cue, his people fought back. Candace swung her blade at the chest of her captor. Hazel booted them down. all of them fighting one by one. The heat inside this cage getting hotter and hotter. He crouched down and punched at the floor of this cage. He knew it wasn't invincible. He knew he could break it. It might be a gamble with the flames underneath, but he had to use the weakness of the wood to his advantage. He kept on punching away at the wood as it grew hotter and hotter, as the smoke started to rise, as his skin began to burn. He kept on punching and telling himself he could do this. He could get out of here. He could save his people. He could lead. When the wood beneath him collapsed and he fell into the heat. Chapter 48. Jack fell through the floor of the wooden tower towards the heat of the flames. He didn't see his life flash before his eyes. He didn't have a chance to think about what had gone wrong and what he'd do differently if he got a second chance. It wasn't a Hollywood-esque dragged-out drama or anything like that. He just fell, and then he cracked against the ground. He lay there in pain for a few seconds. His back ached. His chest felt like it was burning. But the flames, they hadn't reached him yet. He looked around and saw them creeping towards him. Over them, he saw the smoke rising. And then beyond them, he saw his people fighting back against Matthews. And then he saw Matthew. Matthew was lying flat on the ground. He was dragging himself away from the scene of the crime, holding on to a spurting wound on his leg. Jack held the pistol, and he knew he couldn't let him get away. He turned around and ran around the back of the tower. Just before he got out from underneath it, he heard a crack from above. He looked up. Wood tumbled down towards him. He lunged to his right. The wood cracked beside him, big enough pieces to knock him unconscious. He was lucky to miss them. He'd wake up burning if he passed out now. He kept on racing around the side of the fallen tower. He had to get to his people. They were strong, but they weren't well armed compared to Matthews. He could hear gunfire. He knew time was running out. And he was going to fight to the end to make sure they survived. He ran around the side of the tower when he saw someone up ahead. They were walking towards him, gun in hand. A big bloke, looked a bit of a psychopath. He glared at Jack as he held that gun and stepped closer. "You're not going anywhere, you weedy." Out of nowhere, Emma appeared. She rammed a knife into the side of the man's neck. And before he could swing around and shoot her, Jack lifted his pistol and shot that man to the ground. He fell to Emma's side. Jack rushed over to her. "Emma!" She looked around at the surroundings, like there was no more time to waste, even if she was missing a hand and looked pasty pale, weak, and in pain.
"Susan," she said. "I saw her. One of them took her."
Jack looked up. Matthew's people were everywhere. Some of them had fallen. Others were racing into the woods. Just like Susan said, the head of the snake had been severed, and now there was no order whatsoever. "Our people," Jack said. "Where are they?" Emma pointed over to the right.
"Candace, Bella, Hazel, they went to the right with the animals, fought free, got the rifles. A few went after them, but—"
"Go with them," Jack said. Emma frowned.
"What?"
He put his hands on her shoulders and looked right into her eyes. "We'll get you better. We'll get you through this, Emma, I promise. But right now, you need to get yourself to safety. There's something I need to do." Emma looked like she was going to question Jack, like she was going to suggest that they had everything they needed now. But then she nodded, like she understood. And then she stumbled off into the woods. Jack turned around and looked at the camp before him. People on the ground. Flames burning the woods from the torches that had been knocked over. Chaos and pandemonium everywhere. He walked ahead, followed the bloody trail where Matthew had dragged himself. It stopped suddenly, got smaller, so he'd got to his feet. He kept on going when two people stepped around a corner, two of Matthew's. They looked at Jack with surprise for a moment, hesitating. Jack didn't even think. He lifted his gun and shot them, one by one. He stepped forward then, covering up his face so his identity was less clear. He worked his way past more flames, covered his mouth from the smoke, and eventually, praying his people were okay, he reached them. Matthew was standing in front of a tent. He was holding on to Susan, knife to her throat. He was bleeding, barely standing. No sign of a strong man anymore, just weakness, pure weakness. "This is what you did," Matthew said. This is what you did." He went to slice that knife, and Jack lifted his gun. "No," Jack said. "This is what you did." He aimed as well as he could, prayed to God he'd got it right. Then he pulled the trigger. Time stood still for a second. He thought about the girl called Jean when he'd been caught in conflict with Logan. Thought about how he was aiming at her. Thought about how she'd fallen. He saw it happening again. Susan falling. Matthew still standing. But then time moved back at normal speed. Matthew fell back. Susan was still standing. He walked over to them then. He put a hand on Susan's shoulder, then stood over Matthew. He lay there on the ground, clutching his neck. Blood spurted out of his throat. His eyes were wide and bloodshot. His face was turning purple. Jack crouched beside him and put a hand on his chest. "This is what it looks like to be weaker than someone else," Jack said. He pointed the gun at Matthew's head. "This is what a leader looks like." He went to pull the trigger. Then he smiled and lifted the gun. Matthew stared at him with confusion as he choked on his own blood. Jack stood there, Susan by his side, as flames filled the forest and Matthew's legacy went up in flames. He watched Matthew twitch, watched him struggle. He watched him kick out, cry, and beg. He watched him choke to death, slowly, as he came to terms with all that was happening to him and his people. And then he watched him go still and take his final, forced breath. "Come on," Jack said, Susan by his side. "It's time we got out of here." He looked at Matthew once more as he lay dead on the ground. And then he turned around, Susan by his side, and he walked off into the burning woods. Chapter 49. Jack looked back at the flames rising above the forest and thought about how close he'd come to losing it all. It was a nice evening, quiet, peaceful, but the memory of the day's events played on his mind. He'd come so close to losing Hazel, to losing Emma, to losing Villain, to losing everyone. It was only because he stepped up right at the death that he was able to conquer Matthew and his people once and for all. And in the process, he'd been able to conquer his flaw, too. He saw it clearly for what it was now. He didn't want to be leader. He'd run from it. He'd hid from it. But sometimes you didn't get to decide. Sometimes you just had to accept what was rightly yours. It came with losses. It came with tragedy. But you had to have the conviction to own your decisions. Jack knew he had to step up and accept that now. They were back at Heathwaite's. It wasn't a nice task, cleaning up the remains of the bodies. They went out into the woods, buried the dead. They looked after the living. And it was tragic. It was sad, seeing this perfect idol so torn and broken. It was sad that, bar a couple of others, they were the only ones left. It was far from perfect. But it was as close as they were going to get. That was a fact Jack had to accept. He had been trying to run from it for so long because he was worried about it slipping from their grip. But he hadn't really faced up to the fact that nothing was permanent. Everything slipped from their grip, eventually. For now, they had to make the most of it while they had it. He heard footsteps to his right. When he looked up, he saw Hazel. She was holding Mrs. Fuzzles, who remarkably looked fatter after the whole ordeal with Matthew. There was an awkwardness between him and Hazel that reminded Jack of when he was a teenager. It was all because of what Matthew had said when he'd been locked in that cage. The woman you love.
"How's it going?"
Hazel asked. Jack looked around at the chicken coop. Mary Osmond was alpha now, bullying the chickens in the image of her older sister. "A lot of destruction, but I think we'll be fine. Should be enough to get us through till winter anyway."
"And after winter?"
Jack smiled. "We'll cross that bridge when we come to it." He saw Hazel looking at something, eyebrows raised. Jack looked around. Villain was pissing on one of his newly planted potatoes. "Oh, Villain, for God's sakes."
"Shotgun not eating that potato," Hazel said.
"Yeah, well, you'll eat what's put in front of you."
"Hey, I'm not a child, you know."
"Don't act like you don't like it." She smiled, laughed. And when she did, Jack wanted to tell her how beautiful she looked. He wanted to tell her how sorry he was for everything that had happened between them, and everything that had happened to them, about everything they'd lost. But for now, he just smiled. He just basked in the beautiful moment before them. There was a time and a place, and now wasn't it. They didn't need any more complications, not when they'd fought so far to get here. He heard movement over his shoulder. When he looked around, he saw Emma and Susan.
"How do you think she's going to settle in?"
Hazel asked. Jack looked at Susan, and he felt conflicted. Part of him wanted to cut her loose. He wanted to sever ties. But then he thought about what Susan had done, how she'd pulled through, how she'd been conflicted but seen the light right when it mattered. And he thought about how he had to make a decision, and he had to own it. "I think she's going to settle in just fine," Jack said.
"And if she doesn't?"
Hazel asked. Jack nodded. "We cross that bridge when we come to it. Now come on, we've got more work to do here." They walked together with Villain by their side, away from the setting sun. They walked through the streets, joining Emma and Susan. And then they walked past Bella and Candace. Bella looked sad. Her eyes were wide. The look on her face was distraught. Jack nodded at her, half smiled. She nodded back. At least she had Candace with her to help her through. Candace knew what it was like to lose someone close.
"Look at that,"
Hazel said. "What?" She lifted a hand, pointed into the distance. "That." Jack looked out at the sea ahead. "It's just as it's always been."
"No," Hazel said. It's new. It's fresh. It's like I've never seen it before. It's beautiful."
And Jack saw it then. He felt it, right at that moment. The glimmer of the setting sun on that water, the red sky in the distance. The land either side of them hiding all kinds of secrets of its own, all kind of people of its own. But they were here, and they had each other. He felt a tickling sensation on his left hand. He wasn't sure what it was at first, not until he felt Hazel moving closer, her fingers intertwining with his. His heart raced. He wanted to push back. He wanted to fight, because this was too much. It was too complicated. It was too... He took a deep breath, steadied himself, and then he tightened his grip around Hazel's hand, and in the beauty of the setting sun, Jack smiled. Chapter 50. Pete wasn't sure how long he'd been walking when he finally collapsed to the ground. He had lost so much weight. He used to pride himself on his physical appearance and his strength. He'd bench press 330 for fun. But now he could barely push himself back to his feet. Now he just wanted to lie on the soggy ground and die. He looked up. His vision was blurred. He could barely see what was ahead. He didn't know where he was, just that he was approaching a major city. He'd been traveling alone for a few weeks now, or at least he guessed. He'd started off staying in a police-run compound near his workplace in Kent, but that soon collapsed. Just like everywhere else, order fell, and before he knew it, he and 3 others were forced to find their own way on the road. But they were gone. Now it was just him. He pressed himself upright as far as he could, but his body just wouldn't allow it. He was gasping for water. He was so hungry that the thought of food actually made him want to vomit in a paradoxical way. He knew he was an idiot for getting himself into this state. He'd burned himself out. His hunting had grown sloppy. Supplies were running low. People, they were cynical and unwelcoming. Distrust seemed to be the default state. And now he was lost and stranded and about to die. He thought about Hazel. He wished he could have got out there the first day and found her. He hoped she was still okay. And there was Wayne, too. He saw Wayne like a son. They weren't particularly close, and becoming a surrogate father for someone wasn't ever going to be easy. But he'd done what he could for him. He cared about him. That was the best he could do. Sometimes, when he went to sleep at night, or whenever he got the chance, his mind taunted him with images of what might have happened to them both, how far they'd made it, whether they'd fallen into the wrong crowd, whether they'd starved or been mugged or even captured and held captive by a psycho. These thoughts drifted into his nightmares, and it all blended into one horrible tapestry of misery. And now it looked like he'd be taking these thoughts into death, too. No! He dug down, pressed his fists against the road. Hazel was the love of his life. He regretted what had happened between him and his old best friend, Jack. He hated how things had gone down. And he hated the fallout they'd had over him working away. He hated how divided they'd become, how distant they were. But she was the woman he loved, and he wasn't ever going to give up on her. He wasn't ever going to stop fighting for her. He forced himself to his shaky legs. He stood up, lifted his aching neck, and looked at the road ahead. Just another step looked like a mountain to climb, but just one step at a time, and he'd be closer. Just one step at a time, and he'd be... "Can I help you, sir?" He heard the voice over his shoulder, and he thought he was imagining things at first. Then he looked around, and he saw the woman standing there, and the people behind her, and he was even more convinced this was fantasy. "You aren't real," he said. You can't be. She stepped forward, more into view. "We are real, sir. Don't you worry. We're real, and we're going to look after you. We're going to take care of you. Now come on." Pete was vaguely aware of the woman helping him walk. He was vaguely aware of being lifted into something. He didn't register the light above him. He didn't even register the sounds around him. Mechanical sounds. Electronic sounds. The sound of power. This